वेलकम दी ओके एक मिनट वेलकम दी बैक दी वेलकम। मैं आ चुका हूँ गाइज। ओके तो होली दहन था, वहाँ पर भी मैं गया था। वहाँ पर जाना चाहिए गाइज, अच्छी बात है। अच्छी बात नहीं है क्योंकि वो इट्स अ रिचुअल गाइज, और रिचुअल में पार्ट लेना इज़ वेरी 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 इम्पोर्टेंट। ओके वहाँ गए थे दर्शन करने, मज़ा आया वहाँ पे। एंड पूरे चक्कर लगाए उसके, और मांगा नहीं कुछ क्योंकि मांगना नहीं है हमने, और बहुत मज़ा आया गाइज। लेट्स गो। अब फिर से बैक टू दी सेंटिनल वर्सेस जैन गाइज। बहुत ही ज़्यादा खतरनाक और डेंजरस मैच होने वाला है ये। इससे पहले कुछ मैच था मैंने देखा नहीं है, और मेरे को वो भी पता चला है कि न्यू एजेंट का वो एबिलिटी लीक लूक आ गया, मतलब गेम प्ले भी आ चुका है। तो वो देखेंगे क्योंकि अभी जस्ट मैं आया ही हूँ। ओके और सीधा बूम बूम खा लिया, खीर और पूरी खा के आया हूँ, आपका भाई डेंजर। ओके लेट्स गो गाइस। क्या बोल रहे हैं ये लोग, चिंकू के लिए लोग।
It's Gen G versus Sentinels, a best of 5. The
एक सेकंड,
Masters Madrid Grand Final starts right now.
स्टार्ट हो रहा है। लेट्स गो। अभी स्टार्ट ही हो रहा है क्योंकि इससे पहले कोई मैच था। अच्छा लकी मेरे उससे पहले आ गया क्या?
Mind Freak's not stopping. He's got to check. He does! Sentinels are going to the grand finals.
It's good to see them back as well.
चलो भाई, मौत की घड़ी आ चुकी है। मौत नहीं,
Looking back at my career as a whole, things don't always go your way.
एक सेकंड
It's
ये
always a perfect road.
अच्छा ये वो बनाया है ऐसा एडिट है, एडिट है।
They only win a single map.
2022 बिडिंग बिडिंग।
Super disappointing.
That's been the story of their year, really, hasn't it?
Sentinels are out of LCQ.
ग्राइंड तो है भाई।
I am thankful for the opportunities I've been given. Just the path that has allowed me
Manchig
to be the person, the player I am today.
जीताएगा। लेट्स गो। देखते हैं देखते हैं देखते हैं। दोनों की दोनों टीम बूम बाम है।
It has been 3 years.
Sentinels take down Newton on map 2 on Haven to take the series to move forward to the grand finals. Newton surely got rocked here by Sentinels.
일단 건강 문제로 되게 힘들었었고요. 힘들었고 포기하고 싶었던 순간은 당연히 엄청나게
There was
많았지만
definitely a lot of moments.
네, 결국에
But the first reason why I
끝까지
started my
제가
professional
프로를
career was to be
시작했었던 첫
in a really big
이유가
stage.
이제 엄청나게 큰 무대에서 우승이었기 때문에
History for Korea.
देख रहे हो, मैं चल सकता हूँ, मिमिक्री में चल सकता हूँ, मेरे को पता है।
Three Sentinels. They booked their spot in the grand final.
Estamos aquí en directo en Masters Madrid.
We were in a live from Masters. The fans are coming from all over the world.
I'm the IGL.
Are you planning to make
Masters नहीं होता।
Yeah, that's the plan.
I actually came here from the United States to come see Masters. First Korean team in the grand finals.
진짜 너무
Fast
팬이에요.
Korean team.
공부하러 왔다가 원래 한국으로 3월에 가려고 했는데 급하게 꺾어가지고 경기
न्यू एजेंट का आ चुका है सब कुछ,
이거 원치킨 선수 신발
मतलब थोड़े दिन में है, थोड़े दिन में है।
이거는
उन लोगों को पहले एक्सेस मिल जाएगा, बड़े बड़े क्रिएटर्स को। हम जैसे चिंगू मिंगू को नहीं मिलेगा अभी। ओ
일단 저희가 팀 창단 첫 초기에 되게 저희들끼리 친목을 중요시했어요.
특징을 잘 살린다.
저희가
텍스처,
운이나 그런 게
텍스처,
아니라
네, 그래요.
진짜 피땀 나는 노력과 그리고 마음속에 쌓여져 있던 응어리들이 를 전부 다 해소하면서 여기까지 오게 된 걸 알아주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
I always kind of dreamed about having Kaide at an event, being able to watch me win it. Just the fact that she's present here now, it means a lot to me. This match is redemption for us.
I've been a fan of 10 since 2021 when I watched him in Reykjavik. Trio Sentinels, I'm saying. I'm gonna
क्लो
call
ओपी
it.
ब्रो, नर्फ हो जाएगा।
Genji, they're
समझा नहीं मैं क्लो।
to be specifically
अच्छा क्लो
against
न्यू
Sentinels,
न्यू कैरेक्टर की बात कर रहे हो ना
so
तुम?
meticulous.
젠지 화이팅 대원.
हाँ यार नर्फ तो होगा ही। पहले पहले सब
자랑스러울
जब वो एजेंट आते हैं ना कोई भी, तो पहले वो थोड़ा सा पावरफुल होता ही है
어찌
बाय
됐든
डिफॉल्ट है,
자랑스러울 것
क्योंकि फिर क्या उनको न्यू अपडेट में कंटेंट तो चाहिए ना
It's
कुछ,
always a
तो फिर वो
perfect
उसको
role.
नर्फ करते हैं थोड़ा थोड़ा थोड़ा,
I'm just really
समझ रहे हो?
thankful.
जेट को नर्फ अभी किया ना तो मैं तो गेम ही छोड़ दूंगा
May the best team win.
भाई। कितना खतरनाक था जेट, उसका डीके वाला एबिलिटी वेंडाल के एक शॉट में मार देता है। ऐसा है क्या? देखेंगे देखेंगे। बात है तेरी बात में, मंदर कस कस पस करा।
Es el gran momento. Es el momento
Momento.
que todo el mundo esperaba. Y la pregunta, ¿estáis listos? Bienvenidos a la gran final del Masters Madrid.
क्या बोल रहा है, मेरे को कुछ पता नहीं चला, लेकिन मजा बहुत आ रहा है। चलो बुलाओ, एंट्री होगी अभी। नहीं रे भाई, मूवमेंट तो है वहां पे, मेरे तो गूज़बम्स आ रहे हैं मेरे को यार। ऐसे प्लेयर बनना पड़ेगा गाइस। ट्रॉफी गाइस, मेरे को लिटरली गूज़बम्स आ रहे हैं, देख रहे हो? कौन उठाएगा ये ट्रॉफी? केस में कितना दम देखो, देवी और सोचनो। सेंटिनल, लेट्स गो। तनेज, टेक्निकल तनेज। आज डेंजर है भाई, आज का खेलब खाल जोरदार है, जोरदार। Don't go to the backbone of team. Second, you will stay. भाई सेन को सेंड करना चाहिए, कभी नहीं जीतेगा भाई। ऐसा मत बोल रे, ऐसा मत बोल, कुछ भी नहीं, कुछ भी मत बोलो। सेसी द टकलू। और कोच कर कर कर। भाई है, बुलाओ रे जेंजिक वंचिक वंचिक को, बुलाओ रे चिंगूस लोग को, टेक्सचर को बुलाओ रे। ट्रॉफी तो है भाई, बटरफ्लाई बटरफ्लाई बने हुए हैं। टेक्सचर ओए ओए, ला किया। कैसे वो चिल्ला चिल्ला के नाम ले रहा है, ऐसे कोई नाम ले मीगो तो भाई मजा ही आ गया। ये आया मंचिक तेरा, मंचिक मंचिक एंट्री तो आया भाई। मीटियोर Let's go. Solo leveling. नेशनल एंथम बजने वाला है क्या अभी? चलो भाई चलो.
It's been a difficult road for both of these teams, from failing to make an impact at the start of the VCT era to now being in the main event. Only one will hold a trophy over their head, and it's now time to determine who walks away as the inaugural champion of the season. Is it the America's #1 or the Pacific #1? We're ready for war.
It's been over 1,000 days since Sentinels and Dens hit a grand final stage at an international event. After grinding it out, finding opportunities for year after year, they've made it back. But they're up against Gen G, a team that has already made history. The first Korean team to make it to a grand finals and a chance to win the first trophy for their region.
And here is your Omen map select, and we're going to see what we're playing in here. And a smart decision for Gen G. They have both of the bans. They decided to get rid of Lotus as well as Sunset. Good maps for the Sentinels.
And to start things out on Breeze as well, maybe looking for
Breeze
a little confidence
bind.
booster if it's even required to start this series off.
It was 13-3 that Gen G won that map last time. Their double
Landslide.
controller, Jet, Yoru comp ripped Sentinels apart.
This is going to be an epic battle between two teams that not only have crossed paths before, obviously, but for both of these squads, they're really trying to see where are the margins of victory, because neither team, I'm suspecting, is going to be giving anything up. But I'm really looking at that Breeze.
Breeze
to be
bind
the tone
SN
setter
split
of this
ice
game,
book
just
से.
like what Sentinels did to Paper X yesterday on Lotus.
I think the tone setter, but then you've got to look towards Split. The question marks that have arisen recently around Sentinels. Actually, this doesn't even feel front-loaded for Gen G now. Can they ride on that previous victory once again?
Kaplan
Lucky
did say
खाना खा लिया क्या?
Sentinels were ready for anything. That give them Breeze, give them Icebox. They just want to play. They're trying to focus
मैंने तो खा लिया.
on their own game today, and that's the same focus that Gen G said thereafter. Still, it's going to be brutal. Back-to-back BO5s, game after game for the Sentinels. Well, Gen G has had time.
चलो
to
guys,
study their opponent
beat him,
and
beat him,
prepare
boom,
for this
boom.
rematch.
But one has to wonder, though, that lower bracket
Ready
run,
for
right,
the-
gives you the confidence, especially taking out a Paper X team that I think were just shooting out of their minds in this tournament, especially toward the later end. One has to wonder if that kind of warm-up, if that initial battle could actually pay off for them here in the grand final.
I mean, scorelines aside, it's an exhausting series to play against a team like Paper X, but whether or not that now, kind of puts them in a position to be ready for what Gen G is going to pull out here in the grand finals.
You really have to focus on how incredible
Texture
it is
गला घड़ पे ही भूल के आया.
made it here right through that BO5. This is John QT's first international event as an IGL at this level. He played Ascension before, fell flat there, but now he's managed to keep up the calls.
John QT का पहला है बे.
Matches on
International
end.
level.
Is it enough today though? That's the question. We're into the agent select.
ये Zekan
There's no surprises.
obviously
Both
guys
teams
Breeze
their
और
same
Jet ना
comps,
मिले.
but I imagine
ऐसा हो ही
Sentinels
नहीं
are gonna have a
सकता
new
मेरे
game plan
दोस्त.
today, Mike.
I mean, the other thing being there's some tape now for this Gen G
Change on
composition.
KO.
There's an
Don't get on
opportunity to
Cypher
go back
as always.
and study where things went wrong,
Zekan
where there's some
Texture और
possibilities or
ओ
opportunities
भाई
to
डेंजर
make things
डेंजर
back
जेट
on the
मिलने
side
वाले
Sentinels.
हमको देखने सारी किताब लेके लिख लेता हूँ मैं ये करना है यहाँ से जंप मारना है.
Very loose as well, yeah.
एक्स्ट्रा है एक्स्ट्रा है डीके भाई एक्स्ट्रा है आपकी.
How disruptive they were in their post ones, fighting forward, not letting Sentinels play the set structured retakes that they love to play. Sentinels, honestly, I feel like have a chance to kind of get dragged down into the chaos here by Gen G with this comp. It's going to be tough for them to take home Breeze though.
Well, this is it. It's now time for the Madrid Grand Final. And let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. It's your boys, Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very
Let's
much.
go.
Let's get this one started in the Madrid arena. What a stage that's been set up, man. The scintillating Sen City trying to
ये
pay
जो लोग
their
बात
road
कर ले
for a
तब
bit of
तक.
redemption, but they got the pride of Pacific on the other side and a hell of an advantage waiting for them. That double map ban looks brutal to try and get through.
And it starts off here on Breeze. A rematch of our upper bracket finals. And this was the decider.
चलो भाई चलो
Instead
चलो
of to
तैयार हो
close,
जाओ.
it's now to open. Side swap though. So what can Sen learn? They barely played any defense the last times that these two teams clashed, but there is footage out there. And another thing to note, Bren, Gen G won all 6 pistols last time they played. That's an almost insurmountable advantage.
Something that's got to be turned around if you are Sentinels. Heading into these series, they've mentioned that they're putting a lot of focus on themselves.
आराम से
not too much
relax
on
हो
the
जाओ guys
counter-strategy.
relax.
I think that might be wise as well. Breeze is going to be a map that really comes down to a bit of form factor. Can you hit your shots? Can you try and take down?
अरे
the big dogs that is Gen G, because they got some heavy hitters. Munchkin now setting up for the wall. Looks like a bit of an A split.
Going straight into John QT's setup.
And John QT just crouched behind this one. Still flash. Molly coming through. Trip as well. And the counter play in order. There it is. Trip kill. Never seen that one before, at least on the big stage. Here it is, though. It's slowed down Gen G to a crawl. Lakia in through the back of the site, though, and there's the response, the return of firepower. Zelsis pick up those pieces, but already a site has been gained and granted. Shock dart kill. 2 versus 2.
And now, as Gen G have to return to grab this spike, Zeken's gone to make the play, wrapping all the way around. He's got a Sheriff favored for long-range fights. That shot not quite as successful as the prior.
Very close.
He's been locked out and has given away his position. And Caron, new to the big stage, so aware, but he's missed the timing.
Just barely. From ranked to rookie to tier 1 stage to the chance to lift the trophy, Caron.
एक round guys, bit danger होने वाला है.
Supportive util, Sassy finding it difficult to really get himself into the position. Second, walking wide. Now the dart finally ready, clearing it. At least onto one position here, but time's starting to work and tick against them. A face from all of them. On top now, Sassy versus Lakia, and they're all players against one another. It's Lakia who cleans it up for the pistol.
And another one of those pistol rounds going the way of Gen G. The individual skill on this team is so high, even after you see this ridiculous opener for John QT. Clearly anticipating an A-split from coming through, Sentinels simply couldn't capitalize on it.
First round जीते, first round जीत गए.
With a lot of focus on him, was there to open up global events in Valorant, and is here now at our most recent, looking in incredible form.
Looking like he wants to have that second shot of revenge. I mean, he's already got it the first time in the upper bracket. Now a chance to really knock them down and flash play here with a util.
Okay brother, okay.
Multiple sections here with Meter.
देख रहे हो?
Down holds.
Yeah.
कैसा cover दिया उसने?
Now with the drone close quarters, combat might be in order, but again, there's that long sight line, and team's finally coming through with the right clicks. Finally, left clicks getting it done. Shot does pull down, maybe a bit frantic in terms of that approach. Sassy getting ahead of himself. Zelsis doesn't choose to peek his cranium out wide. Still going to be playing his life now.
It feels a little bit like a con was missed there because the spike was dropped, and yet Tens is going for a repush elbow, almost anticipating that Gen G would rotate, but they had to recover that spike and had to be cautious doing so. Has Tens read this play perfectly though? Guardian in hand, and the rest of Gen G are coming towards him.
Can this be something here? And he's going to be hearing it. Again, the rumble of the footsteps. He tries to take the timing just before anybody was set up for it. And they run him down.
अभी तो पीक भी नहीं गया तब तक पेल दिया उसको. है भाई गेम प्ले है. फाइनल तो nice bang.
With the outlaw, everybody dies in a single shot, but it's a 1v3.
Manchik.
He's already been spotted out. Beautiful work.
Manchik.
So 3 players
happens guys. दो round तो हल्का ऊपर नीचे चलता है. Best of 5 guys. Best of 5.
They are favored in this situation. They've already played Sen on this map here. They absolutely trounced them.
That was a dismantling. One that had Dappling claiming full responsibility for the choice to end
full
up
boom
here.
bam bye.
Had no choice whatsoever when it came to the grand finals, with Gen G having that double map ban. Heading into the bonus round. Meteor not too far away from being able to get close.
अबे फल बाय है सब पे अपने पे फैन पे. वहाँ क्या रिवील है? हल्का सा इधर हो गया क्या?
Yeah, he's pushed up deep here. Not too much to support him, not too much to trade him, but he sees it.
And
there's the kill collected onto Munchkin, but it's offset immediately onto the other side of the map.
Munchkin को पेला गया है बहुत बेहतरीन.
Increase here from Gen G. Happy to just play for that pick, play for the orb, and now slow it down once more.
And not prioritizing the orb on Meteor as I suspected they might to try to get the dimensional drift online. Instead, just going for texture. And Sen have been picking these kind of timings in the first 2 rounds to go for a little exploration.
बहुत गलत गेम नहीं बना दी Valorant.
Some more info. Instead, though, Zeken and Zelsis doubling up over towards A, anticipating that this would be a re-hit. Just confident that John could hold down the other side.
Just that, though, massive map control that's been lost here for Sentinels. You can feel it just the positioning of Sassy. He's having to watch halls in case.
Cameraman Cypher के साथ मैं John QT.
Gen G now fully grouped up.
Helicopter हो चुका है.
Into this side, that John QT is going to be sitting side by with his rifle. Might have to try and put a stop to this one, but it's difficult.
Full entry है भाई का.
To try and overcome here, still not showing his hand. Dart, potential there to set that one up, but finally a few shots fired and Rattle Texture's been creeping.
Right way, right. Sassy cover दे. Sassy खुद तेरा जा चुका है.
The trigger straight to the dome there. Sassy dropping into the back of the site.
Pinch कर दिया भाई.
For Sentinels. Disadvantaged position. Gotta watch that one though.
Oh, second.
A round-winning play perhaps, but now a safe plant position for Meteor tucked right behind the pillar. We'll be able to get the extension into the round, but can he survive the 1v2 already through? And second!
Second!
Nasty work there.
Round A, baby doll.
Second got shut down completely in the upper bracket final when these
Power
two
of
teams play
flank.
against each other.
Lurk.
But you can't keep
Lurking.
Second down for long. What we saw him do to Paper X, he tore them to pieces. 3 out of 4 of the maps, he was clearly the best player in the server.
अरे वाइपर को देता ना और Zekken तो वैसे भी मिल जाता एक किल में.
On Jet, especially with rifle in hand. The timing on the cloudburst dropping, just giving him the perfect moment to deny the plant.
ऐसा होना चाहिए aim. समझ रहे हो? ऐसा बनाना है आपने.
And also demonstrating once more, Bren, that SEN are looking to
That's why I'm grinding hard, guys.
Not at the beginning of the round, not trying to force the fight, but looking for those mid-round timings to soak up a flank or a bit more info. And Zekken is going to be crucial to that.
It's a good adjustment as well, something to just upset those timings. Gen G, they play pretty close together.
Look at this. Drone into elbow really makes it feel like Zekken could be pushing behind this. So everybody on Gen G scared. Instead, the double push coming down halls. Great distraction play from Sassy.
Meteor, though, potentially getting some of that information over towards the one side with a nice Blade Storm.
Alt is equal to boom.
And the IGL dropped. And now a scurry and scatter.
All these kills for nothing. Gen G will win easily. Ha 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 ha. Yes, yes. Anything can happen, bro. Gen G भी जीत सकता है. Sentinels भी जीत सकता है.
Instead, just choosing to face it.
कुछ भी हो सकता है रे. कुछ नहीं कह सकते अपन. अपने को सीखना है इसमें से. Okay.
Could be that late look play in that position. Meteor could be cleaned up there with the trade still. A tap. No one forced out wide. Lakia though gaining that kill and closing the door in front of him. Neural theft. Given the info. Texture. Now the emphasis placed on him. A dash to the side here, but a pull online, not half.
अरे half हो जाता नहीं पूरा कर दिया.
Could be a massive one in fact. Gen G have got them surrounded on almost every single front right now, picking them apart, the threads unraveling, leave it at just John QT, but again, the time ticking away. It's just far too late for it. Gen G themselves up nice and easy onto that third.
Timing तो
John not even able to secure the rifle, which could have made a huge difference for Sentinel's economy.
Dexter.
If he had been able to keep it, perhaps they would have still been able to buy into the next. I love the play at the beginning of the round from Sen. I think it's really smart. Fake like seconds pushing in one direction, get the pick over towards halls.
Fandom का यही है. मैंने भी आज मस्त spray transfer किया था.
With his ult and get the plant down.
Ooh!
And he essentially did that just all on his own.
Yeah.
And once you're in an afterplant situation and Gen G are walking all over the space,
let us go.
Much more difficult to clean up. And Sen's retake protocols do not look as good here as on some of their other maps.
Definitely tell it's a map that's just been, less honed over time.
Zekken अकेला buying, बाकी बदा throwing. Not throwing, just saving.
Broken early, so Zekken didn't want to take the peak timing. So they're just holding down towards elbow for Gen G again. Happy to play this one nice and slowly.
I believe Texture's positioning, he would have heard John Cutie use the aggressive cam over towards B. And that info may well get relayed to the rest of the team. Yeah, you can see it being pinged out here actually on the mini-map. And so they're expecting the stack to be over towards mid and A.
अरे एक्स्ट्रा का स्टार किल से उसको नर्फ किया ना इसलिए कोई नहीं खेल रहा बाकी बेस्ट ही है.
That's Lakia returning it, see if you can get a kill, but only the one tag, spotting out the positioning.
Pulling and stun is next level.
Usage of the ult, but with 50 seconds left now, Sander make a way.
पहले मेले को भी ऐसा लगता था एक्स्ट्रा क्यों ले रहे हो.
We'll cut this one up nicely.
Full entry है.
Aim for where John Cutie has been anchoring in previous rounds. And this composition has so many different ways of getting into B.
अभी लोग B आ रहे हैं हल्लू.
Especially when you have so many smokes online. That pit did not cover the spike.
Oh, and a lot of respect as well being showcased as well to a weaker buy of Sentinels, but Zekken. See what damage he can do here. Still with the rifle in his hand. They found the first one, but again, a lot to get through. It's murky territory, a blight onto the B side of that pit, but really wrangled control of this one. They found Caron, but again, Munchkin is the player that needs to fall to really stand a chance into this one. Yes, it doesn't cover it. Texture alive and kicking, working his way around, but he's being found. Sassy drops him, and one player left to start is Lakia. Crouched, cowering, fear in his heart. He cannot face them. A thrifty win for Sentinels.
खत्म गाइस, खत्म हो गया.
That is a bizarre one to start us off with.
देख रहे हो? Execution.
With a pit being invested as well, you think Genji have just got that wrapped up. It's a gorgeous flash recall play that catches Meteor, but then there's just a lot of timing plays all around.
इसका हमारा उधर से ऐसे ने उसको पेल दिया.
All of these Genji players
pistol power, pistol power.
Looking the other way. Not being able to use the eco advantage that they had, and actually the pit there ended up hurting them. Not something that's
भाई एक नहीं बाय करा था, सब पे मुफ्त की गन्स आ गई.
They will be moving forwards now. Plenty of money left.
चलो.
Waiting, and a lot of equipment
Alert पे
comes with a full weaponry. Second, so damn aggressive now. Seems to have an inkling that maybe Karen's there, possibly from a cam aggressively getting broken.
Yeah, for sure. John Cudy's cam got broken in that spot. Now he knows where Garon basically is. The rest of Genji working their way up mid. One of the things that Sen said in their press conference was it was difficult playing against Genji, hard to isolate your ones when they travel around in such a pack. But Genji are running a 1-3-1 D4 here. Smoking it up, looking to take a little bit of mid. But Tens has gone walking all the way down halls here, getting good info for his team.
That's fantastic info. He's going to be hearing the scurry of the footsteps from Munchkin, maybe even seeking to punish, but he's going to be calling this now for his team. Look at this.
He starts to go.
Yeah, good maneuvers all around the map. Can really follow those sound cues and follow them well straight towards the B side, but it's going to be setting up for that B split.
Full backstep जा रहा है.
Through tunnel.
Tens has got to be careful here, not to overflank. He just needs to play to contain. He grabs one.
दो kill मिल गए.
And the heads will roll before that space gains. And guess what? Genji just sent rattling now all the way. Movement looking clean with it. Texture's got something to say. Still, only one blade left. Rest of them finding it into the back wall, but there's the refresh and shut down.
Nice, nice.
Really quite low. Only 11 seconds left. It's going to be barely able to get onto the side, but Caron has to clear a little bit. He might just have some time spare, barely a second. And yes, we'll be able to get it here, but Sentinel surely don't let this one slip for 1v3.
Caron, though, is going to be able to reposition slightly, and Tens is weak.
Really weak. He's got so wide. Zelsis needs to be ready. Caron! The movement impeccable, the aim on top.
अब तो 1v1 कर दिया इसने.
Yes, damage has been done, but this guy.
Taking us his car on, guys. Let's see.
Ranked to superstardom all the way on the grand stage. He does not seem phased at all. Zekken to face him now. Again, slow walking onto the angle. All the noise and information just being cut.
SEN भी जीत सकता है.
He could just come down to chance. Cloudburst straight up into the air. Zekken diffusing. Drops down. By taking a one. Caron! A menace to him. The scourge of Sentinels rips away the chances of that round.
1v3 था भाई ये तो.
That's an absolutely monstrous, heartbreaking 1v3, and the aim and the precision is pretty natural.
सीधा हेड पे देखा.
You do not see that with a Phantom at long range on breeze, ripping off heads. Yes, the timing on the trade is not perfect. It's not a double swing from Sen, but they don't expect the guy to be holding that and winning that.
Caron is just that guy. I mean, he just seems unshaken throughout this entire tournament, throughout all of kickoff. Doesn't matter the obstacles that you've thrown at the guy. The entire team as well just been persevering. Sassy. He's going to have a hell of a lot to deal with here. Drone gets all the info.
Let's go.
Possibly seeing multiple targets. Now the Hunter's Fury of his own. That is going to be left rip. And look at the targets!
Oh,
It just cleaved right through them.
What a perfect counter to what Genji were going for. Immaculate stuff from Sen.
दो को ले गया.
And still throughout all of this, they're looking to go aggressive in other places. Tens has gotten deep. He's going to be able to hear rotations. I think that's such a pivotal part of Sen playing in this finals. Genji love to rotate around the map on their attack side and their defense side, getting people into good positions like that for info. Impeccable.
Seems like a clear game.
But also Sassy, really, the playmaker there.
Of course.
I thought he was going to get overwhelmed. You saw him get the tag on
Save
Meteor. And I thought that Sen were going to get baited into the fact that there was only one there. Clearly,
40 seconds तक ऐसे ही खड़े रहा.
The Hunter's Fury obliterated them.
few layers too. I mean, Celsius, the bodyguard, playing inside the smoke, making sure
30
that
seconds
there was
left.
no punish in sight when Sassy was ulting.
Yeah. It's very solid stuff. And Gen.G are just going to go for a save here after Caron got them a 1v3 to start their economy flourishing. SEN making sure it dampens just slightly. I don't know whether they saw Zeken's operator this round. They didn't really interact with it very much because he went for the peak double doors at the beginning. I have a feeling that Gen.G don't know that this is online. You can see he hasn't even shot a bullet. So that could certainly be another twist in the tail as we head into the next.
They're not revealing the hand that they have purchased that one. They might be able to check the money at least in the follow-up now into this round, but yeah, here's that play before as well. I mean,
it's so lovely.
Vulnerability as well.
Yeah, especially with Celsius throwing the snake bite.
Real nice.
Zeken is going to be here to try to receive this hit if it comes through A.
He's taking a gander through double doors, at least looking like he wants to. Wall.
I feel like this is going to be so difficult when Meteor has his Yoruba online.
5 tags though. 2 found. Deep control of mid. Now Caron is playing a really far back position here. Just seeking to contain. Oh my god. Against the wall. Could just be walking straight into it. Shot missed though. It's a jiggle. And guess what? The entirety of the site has been gained. Given up entirely here just from that dimensional drift. Out of it now. Meteor.
बस Zeken का भी रखो मेरे को देखना है कैसे खेल रहे हो.
This is brutal. You're going to end up having pulls on this. You've got people running, you know, Munchkin's got lineups that he can throw. Offsite post plants, buy time for post plant lurks to come through, and this is the game plan for Gen.G. SEN are not in a position to play this quickly. They have to clear so many areas and then put pressure so deep to punish Caron and Munchkin.
Already the lineup sailing across. Dart quite broken. Reveal onto multitude targets. Again, this all causing issues, and it is too much to overcome, too much to clear. Ults are being rattled off here. Texture from the high ground, eventually traded, and now the flash, pop flash, round the corner, Tens, it was all dodged here. Massive play. Zeken sticking inside the cage, broken. Destroyed and dropped. Gen.G finding that bit, but you're right, Josh. It all began just how long it took SEN to really get their ground, get started onto the retake.
Frankly, the push into main, I have no problems with. Ten's doing a great job, but how is Meteor turning this and still getting a double kill out of it? If you remember back to the defense side pistol that SEN ran on this map against Gen.G, they flash peeked Zeken in Meteor. I'm just getting flashbacks of that again. The Gen.G players are so skilled and have demonstrated that all year. You think you haven't dead to rights, you simply do not.
Slight edge being held now for Gen.G. Rounds have been oscillating wildly back and forth. It follows the trends, it's SEN's turn. Gen.G playing quite split up though, 2 players. Texture and Caron. The dynamic duo making waves. Damage focusing on that. That was a potential reclear being called there by SEN.
No flash peek being used there, so that was just a dry double swing. 1 for 1. And Munchkin's wall not going to be available to them if they hit A, so that puts more pressure on Caron now. But he still has the ult to be able to work with, so not a major problem for Gen.G.
Aggressive Tens is holding this angle. Not a far back position, he wants to hold them before they can even get themselves into the choke.
भाई सबको SEN इतनी पसंद क्यों है?
Potential setup.
Due to tonnage. And वैसे भी पहले से ही पॉपुलर है वो. समझ रहे हो? तो अगर मैं नया आया गेम में, ओके, फॉर एग्जांपल, सबकी पसंद चेंज है, तो मैं भी फिर उसको ही पसंद करने लगूंगा ना, बेस्ट है ऐसा बोल. इसलिए ऐसा हुआ. समझ रहे हो? जो पहले से देख रहे हैं उनको पता है. बाकी फेवरेट वैसे भी हो सकता है कि भाई इसमें चेंज है, मेरा फेवरेट चेंज है, तो बूम. समझ रहे हो?
Astounding control. Commanding position there. Having lost the Viper early on, to still be able to deal with that A main aggression and come out top is
Sentinel को वो करते हैं.
We're talking about the fact that their composition, honestly, they're happier with it on the attack side, or at least
team भी मस्त ही है भाई, बेस्ट ही टीम है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है.
And that was what blew us all away when SEN played against Gen.G last. Now
Team
we're
भी
really
बेस्ट ही है.
seeing how comfortable they are in these spots. It doesn't all have to be fast execs with the Jet and the Yoru. Celsius would love to keep the weaponry.
Oh, no way. Flash through.
बाकी मैंने क्या है, जो टीम जीतती है उसकी टीम में मैं होता हूँ.
QT, last one left, slowly being hunted. We'll push back. The enemies and adversaries, so if they do keep at least one gun into the round, but already you're looking at almost similar scenes here. Here's that opening when they try to re-clear out through.
An unbelievable shot onto Munchkin, but the trade's still coming through. The level of quality in terms of the rifling in this match is unbelievable.
वो तो ऐसा ही होगा ना भाई.
To see it in the upper bracket final between these two teams. Sen talked about, Kaplan in particular mentioned, the atmosphere was bad when they began that game, and they crumbled.
भारी होगा रे, बहुत भारी होगा ये ट्रॉफी.
It set the entirety of the series off on a bad note, and Sen, though they tried to recover it on Lotus, ended up going out in a flop. Now we are actually seeing Zekken, Tens, hitting really nice shots, bringing it to the Gen G players, making it more of a game that's about how they play the macro and how prepared Gen G are rather than just running over them with the individualism.
Because that's the first step, right? To conquer Gen G, you kind of just need to be matching them pound for pound with the aim.
And man, how difficult that is, because Texture, Meteor, Karon are all up there with the best players in the world right now. In terms of form, they might be like all three in the top 5. I don't know who else you would put up there, because you watch Texture, Meteor or Karon in a
चल रे, चल खेलना है तेरे को.
Yeah, you do. I mean, they're just cerebral.
ज़्यादा पटेली मत कर रे.
Instinctual in nature, really, the way they tackle and handle a lot of those clutches, and just the aim and the movement.
कुछ भी बोला होगा रे.
It's all there, perfect package for a lot of those players. So that is the first obstacle to
ये
set
टाइम अब होता है ना, वो मेरे को लगता है कि मोटिवेशन टाइम होता रहेगा कि भाई अपने टीममेट को मोटिवेट कर देता हूँ मैं. टीम वालों को ऐसा.
It's a kill trip, but with no one really.
ऐसा कंपनी में भी आना चाहिए.
All given up. So Meteor once more building up towards dimensional drift. On his way through, he'll be able to clear out most of this side as well. Basically, the human drone just spotting out these trips. Kill trip lucky. Oh. Wait a second. John QT is there onto the angle in time. Gets the punish onto Lakia. Karon, the chance to really for him to clean up, but no, the crosshair placement just wasn't expecting that one. The deep contact play and push out from Sentinels. On the first time, it feels like they're in a really advantageous situation.
Yeah, definitely. They're realizing the fact that Karon and Munchkin are going to be playing in very passive positions. They found them both. They even isolate Munchkin, who's so far away. And yes, this has taken a lot of time, but it's set them up in a great situation to win the round.
Chance of playing the lineups anymore for Munchkin. Meteor, Texture have to go absolutely massive, but he instantaneous there with the trade and shut down in time. So the
time out power.
Are willing to make it that repeat of what happened last time these two teams clashed here. That fourth one on the board, steadily, slowly but surely, chipping away, trying to make it at least even at the half.
Look how John gets at it. It's after the kill trip came through, but it's this re-push, not looking to try to go for the retake at all, fully waiting to try to flush out Karon and Munchkin before they ever go towards site. It's a great adaptation. It shows that they understand how Gen G are playing the post plans. This is the kind of stuff that made Sentinel split so scary. You know, we'll forget about the last 2 times they played it.
Yeah, I mean, they've had their
4-6
there as well. You can tell that just from the way that the map veto ended up shaking out. Wasn't the first map that they ended up picking. Deep dive here, Texture want to take advantage of this one, but it's broken. Sassy using it. They did miss second. Hello, spots it. Up in the air. It's all about the reactions. Follow through there, just a clone, but a shorty. Defending the area and teammates flooding back in.
Let's go, Zekken.
Here's a veil. Munchkin, though, has managed to get himself a gap into the A site, but the spike has been dropped down into the center of the mid, and it's all down to the individual plays. You can see Karon also thinking about the same thing here, and Munchkin
and Karon
down into mid for Sen, but they need to keep their eye on almost every single angle here. And guess what? Plenty of backs facing away from them. Karon, it's majestic.
And
just like that, turned away, ripped away. What should have been a slam
मैच बदल दिया बे, ये भी मरेगा.
Looking in every possible direction, barely able to get it, but they do in the end.
अरे यार उसके हाथ में वो आ गई सोटी, समझा?
Karon with another. Played this specific style of using Zekken as bait and everybody flooding through from tunnel and double doors to try.
ये कर ले वाईफाई, तू ये कर ले. नहीं तो ये कर ले ब्रो.
To help, they gave up the sights and Gen G are just too smart with it. They read it, they react so quickly and get into positions where their players can pull off magic like that. Final round, Zekken glass cannon operator. You're watching here as he tries to take contact.
Dodging that initial wave of utility. There'll be too many targets.
Now, once more, Brent. Sassy drones out through B main, making it feel like perhaps there's some level of aggression happening over there. They're trying to prompt the reactions out of Gen.G. But this team is so
टेंट से
smart.
भी बढ़िया कारण
Full commitment before they decide to do stuff like
भाई
that.
उनका ना वो सही है
Playmaker actually here, making his way
अपने
all
आप
the
में
way
मस्त
up
खेल
through
देते हैं
halls.
अपने आप में
It's not a
मस्त
full
खेलना
commitment
इज
on the
इक्वल
A
टू
split just yet.
सोलो भी
Trying to
वो
make a play
अच्छा
against
परफॉर्म
Info.
करते हैं
Does like to take the initiative though. You know, player to watch for here.
ये क्या कर रहा है
Holding. Kibi's a util, potentially the flash there, I believe, in his hands, but thinking twice about it. Again, it's just pure silence. They're letting Sentinels stew, hoping that they make a mistake.
No real reaction though from Sen. They're not going to get baited into defensive aggression.
Now the drone. At least should trigger that reaction with the knife down. Cancels it! Reactions! There from Zekken. Repositions there with a dash, but might want another go, I think, still with the door opened wide. He realizes it is back. He's open to two different directions, and he's really got to try and watch this one here, at least get some help from the rest of his team. Gen.G are moving into the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, they're going towards Zelsis, who's reinforced with John Cudy's utility.
The players haven't budged. Snared into space. Zelsis hearing that one broken. Now wants to take the fight to him. Out wide, onto the wall here, Keron. He's worked and wiggled his way into the back of the side again. Back to it, reload! Oh my!
अरे यार reload आ गया
The spike drop down. Sentinel surely a favourite, and yes, indeed they are. No chances here in the final round of this first half. Not for Munchkin. So maybe
घुमा के पेल दिया
look for Sentinels here on Breeze.
A much more competitive opening to this game on a map where most would write them off. Gen.G dominated this map when the sides were flipped last time we saw it. He had great awareness, dodged the drone, used the knife to cancel it, punished the player coming in. There was a trip there onto texture. He had to kind of adjust in mid-air, and Zelsis caught him, plucked him out the air like a butterfly.
Absolutely insane stuff for the first half.
भाई आवाज आ रही है क्या आपको
To go in Breeze. Let's send it down to the analyst
तो
desk
ठीक
to
है
discuss everything so far.
Thank you so much. Wow, what a way
Half
to
time आ गया
start
भाई
things off. But let's just jump right into it. Our Ryzen high-speed moment of the match came in the first half. We had multiple, as a matter of fact. It was kind of, your choice pick of the litter here, Hypoc, because
quite dangerous.
this kid's putting on a
Very, very
Yeah, I
dangerous.
mean, just looks so clean. Time and
यहाँ
time
पे बस मार
again.
दिया
These high-pressure scenarios as well. Last alive here, like back against the wall to try and find a bailout round to really try and recover this. We're so used to seeing him now in this scenario.
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous because this guy
एक
just
मिनट
turned 19 in his first international final. He had that birthday while he was here in Spain. And the journey for
भाई
this guy has been
PRX
long.
PRX वालों
When we
को
first saw him internationally, he was only 17 years old,
That's
playing
wild.
with Exet on
Yeah.
stage. At the time I talked to, his parents were there with him, going
Tour
along to
tour.
Istanbul, but they've been with him the whole way.
कर रहा होगा हाँ
Americas of his grandma out with him,
नहीं
supporting
रे
him
भाई
in the crowd. He's a young guy, but he's had
PRX
his
का
family
कोच
all
एलेक्स
the
थोड़ा
way
ऊपर नीचे तो है नहीं
throughout his journey here in Valorant, and now
मतलब
he's
थोड़ा
at a
गुस्से
point
वाला और
where
लग
he's
रहा है
in an
मेरे को देख के
international final and really in that discussion for best player in the world.
Yeah, what's so impressive here about Zekken is just not only does he carry himself like an absolute pro, but the man is just so meticulous in the server, Hypoc. But he's going to need to continue to output more if this team wants to get back into it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Josh was leaning on this in the cast as well. You've got people on the other side, Texture and Meteor to
ये लोग
really
पप्पू
open
लेके
up.
आए guys
Karen obviously being the clutch master on that controller role. Zekken's definitely going to have his hands full today if he wants to continue frontline versus this Gen.G roster.
Gen.G's post plans got them a great half here, but their comp also excels in the retakes. They have a lot of util to bully Sentinels out. Gen.G looking strong in this first map.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult here for Sentinels. And for Gen.G, hey, it ain't going to be a walk in the park either. I'm expecting some fireworks in this second half. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
The pistol round is where it really needs to start here for
चलो
Sentinels.
start हो रही
Already
है
highlighting
start हो रही
the
है
importance of it. Gen.G winning, was it 6 out of 6 when they last played each other?
Yeah, so now 7 out of 7. And heading into the 8th, Sen need to be able to get some of those online. And this is the half where we saw Sen have no success. Kaplan said that they came in with an anti-strat that they thought would work, but called it wishful thinking in hindsight.
Oh, ways Meteor just taking that fight straight up.
Good punish though. A lot of damage. Yeah, it's not the kill, but they forced that back.
मीटर को हल्का एचपी कर दिया एकदम.
And now this drone's really going to make it feel like it's a commitment into B. Instead, the spike is going in the completely opposite direction. I think this is looking more like an A split where you rely on the fact that Zekken has holes control.
Gen.G, they do play to those sound cues. Oh my, just missing the chance and the timing there for Tens, but with the orb now bloomed and blossomed, can start to get a move on onto the A side still. It's Kieran. It's locked down into the corner position. Guess what, Zekken punishing the rotation.
Wow, beta, wow.
The three heads roll. Down and out here. Kieran blinded as anything. Cannot win his fight out.
Zekken 4.
They're chanting for it. You can feel it. The roar of the crowd behind him. And he knows what they want.
Ten spots him.
Munchkin spotted. Ow. Wow.
अरे यार.
Denied, but that is the first pistol that SEN have put on the board in the rivalry that's blossoming between these two teams. And what a fantastic attack side strat that is. So much better against Gen.G than what they were pulling out in the third map of the upper bracket final.
बेचारे का एस था वे.
They call a fake. They use
But
the advantage of having
फटाफट खाली कर दिए इन लोग भी. जमा कर दिया उन लोग को न्यू राउंड के लिए. चलो.
It just ticks every single box to me.
खत्म करो.
Learning from the failures of before.
How rotate heavy Gen.G play. I mean, maybe a bit of fakes and finesse might be just exactly what Sentinels ordered. Really doing that prep work here. Now the orbs can be farmed up, granted for them, without too much pushback, of course.
मैंने आज 1 मिनट में फुद्दू जैसा थंबनेल बना दिया और डाल दिया क्योंकि यार मेरे को भी शर्म आ रही थी वो अभी डालने के लिए थंबनेल जो मैं 50 साल से एक ही डाल रहा हूँ. मेरे को थंबनेल का कुछ करना पड़ेगा अरे बिडू.
No one on SEN looks like they want to get into that area at all. SEN running a default looking a little more like when Loud played against Gen.G, not going for the early round group ups in A main, but happily now grouping up together to make sure that they can trade out the lower eco players. And like I said, I don't think they realize that Meteor is this deep.
Meteor going for walkabouts as a face early on. John surely hearing this one now, facing him, but it's too much to overcome there. Meteor with that Sheriff, and again, a bit of stray damage through Tens. Let's try and at least lock this one down into the side of the smoke. Oh, but they have that. Right-click bundle diff, apparently so. 3 players still left to stand here for Meteor. Find that one, maybe could be a chance, but it does go down in the end. Traded with the nade, flushed out wide, and found in the end. There it is.
Let's go. Round.
It is a conversion for SEN. It looked a little difficult to be able to get across the line. It's always going to be tough when Gen.G have smokes that you have to
Very
play
dangerous.
around.
यहाँ पे देखा उसने सीधा स्विच करा और क्लासिक से पेल दिया.
Understanding of how Karen's going to be playing. I think one of the key
टेंज ने पीक लिया लेकिन टेंज की स्ट्रिंगर में रीलोड था. बच गया वैसे. उसने भाई स्पाइक प्लान करते करते फिर मार दिया उसको. तो वन है मतलब ऐसे ने.
Now coming into a bonus round. Do we have another great strategy called here by the brain trust of John?
7-7 हो चुका है गाइस.
And Drew as well. I should give
Anything
credit to
can
my
boom bam
killer
हो सकता है.
Neighbor from the north.
दोनों छमिया और तनिष गेमिंग दोनों के दोनों मिड से जा रहे हैं.
But it has been evened up in terms of the scoreline, 7-2-7, and like you said, the bonus round is where Sentinels will look to see if they can get over that hurdle here. Texture, Toast, okay, not going to be able to play anti towards that one, and everybody playing inside this cloud. Burst, not expecting him. He pounces up.
Texture को पकड़ो बे.
These Sentinel players are left scrambling and wondering exactly where these
Phantom,
players are coming from.
Phantom girls से start Phantom guys.
Now with the dash, smoke to play in 4-10s here, but how do you really overcome this? You just can't. It's just raw mechanical prowess on display.
भाई क्या मारा है टेक्सचर ने. एकदम मस्त क्लीन. समझ रहे हो? इधर से इधर से
Gen.G are just so good when it comes to defending the standard hits, and this is a very standard A split that Sentinels send in. Gen.G's crossfires are amazing. Karen can always play around pyramid.
हल्का सा माइक्रो एडजस्ट करा उसने फिर वो देखा
You
क्या?
have Lakia up towards stairs, Texture in that gutter. They've always got triangles going on that are extraordinarily difficult to break.
Very dangerous. Very dangerous.
The weakness with Gen.G's defense is to do with Lakia and him being overstretched, having to run around.
लेकिन नॉल्स अभी मजा आएगा.
Real opportunity for Zekken to get that punishment. You are right, it is that weakness. That's why they have to put bodies into it. But now a double walk up and phase second. Got to be ready for this one here. Is it going to be cleared? It's an off angle. Lakia in the crosshair. Precisely on exactly where it needed to be.
बुरा लगा बे अल्ट पे मर गया वो.
Genji are going to go for those occasionally because that is the weakness of their composition, and they need to make sure that they have info in that area of the map. Meteor going for an info peek when they're up 5v4.
Everybody's got their backs turned to every possible position. Texture, though, seems to be more aware of it than he is. Shuts down John QT. Sassy out in the open. Dart into the back of the site, and it is traded and cleaned up by 10 still.
2v3. Very dangerous.
Here for Sentinels. We'll get control of the B side and the plan online. Even more so, try and overcome Texture, Lakia and Charon, taking their time with it.
They know that Celsius does not have
सपोर्ट करने की बहुत बेहतरीन कोशिश करते हुए ये लोग. पता नहीं है एक लड़का से पे सच इनको लग रहा है. But
reclear. Just feeling unsafe, but they do take control of main once more. They can play this post plant from this position still. Smokes are available. Black, at least Charon puts that one up. Still, Starter just
he's got to do it all.
Does have a nade, but still he's got to deal with this. And what a play to make. Texture so damn aware, but there's the shot still. Will the nade land in time? Lakia sticking, hard, spam, damage! He's just got it! Unbelievable from TenZ!
Wow, TenZ, wow! देख रहे हो? TenZ.
That is cold. That split second decision.
जो स्मोक के पास एम था, उसने जो फ्लिक करा ना, सेक्सी. ये अभी जेट पे.
That's on a nice edge though, isn't it? Look at it. But my God, look at it slow down.
Oh, very,
very dangerous. प्रूव तो करा है भाई कि मैं हूँ तो सही, प्लेयर तो हूँ मैं.
8-8, where SEN actually have the economy advantage, putting together much better rounds using more of the map.
Very good round.
Even though they're finding advantages,
अभी टेक्सचर आया है अल्ट पे.
This time, Munchkin going wandering, tucking underneath where John QT is playing. This is always a dangerous spot. It's obviously a risk. If the player on window checks, you're just 100% dead. But taking a risk on a round like this where you have lower economy is absolutely worthwhile.
Oh yeah, the time to do it.
And of course, he will be able to hear rotates if they go heavy towards B. And he'll hear them early enough to call those defensive positions.
Gaya Bucky?
Back here with the Bucky.
2.0 में आई होगी.
He's going to be going for a peek here. Still wants to hold that close angle. The Dart
मेरे को बहुत सी चीजें नहीं पता यार.
Reaction out of Genji, thinking that
लगता है जॉब छोड़नी पड़ेगी मेरे को गेमिंग के लिए.
A bit of confusion into the camp for Genji, wondering where the hell are these players landing with only 40 seconds left. Time could start to become a problem. He was the real danger in this round, at least with those knives.
Jet अल्ट पे मरती है ना तो मेरे को दर्द होता है.
Wide of Munchkin immediately there.
Munchkin ने छोड़ दिया फिर.
Flying Bucky Gaming, Lakia.
Bucky Gaming.
Straight down to it. Removes him from the fight. A main control.
TenZ को फेल दिया गया है.
Tucks it up and doubles up.
हेलीकॉप्टर को भी मारेंगे.
Running and gunning. Celsius time. 12 seconds left. He needs to find this kill, but the rifle has been handed over.
अरे शूट करना bro.
Spike. John QT. Head on a swivel. Too much to deal with. Too much to overcome. And
बेचारा.
Surrounded.
That's the value of Genji.
Very bad, very bad.
I'm telling you, Munchkin tucking into that spot. You won't see him do it often on a rifle round, but what a timing to do it. And Lakia, he gets the perfect glimpse of TenZ right before that. But also, they had no idea that Charon had already pushed down through halls and was in this position. TenZ is coming that there's only one person in A main there for sure, because they just had no clue that the Astra was also ready, holding Lakia's back during the drone. And just like that, all of TenZ's good work in the 1v3 undone in a moment.
Right back at it with the economical disadvantage.
कास्टर कुछ भी बोलते हैं इतना वो मत करना.
They love using Meteor's ult to help them defend
उन लोग को चालू रखना पड़ता है इसलिए.
Using the Aura ult, that means there's another player that can't. Hello, huge pick.
Against his adversary as well, the Nemesis on the other side of things. A clear win con is that Zekken can shut down Texture as a player. It's a fast reaction going to be called here with the neural theft, gives him a lot of information. Hunter's Fury, Sassy's hoping that he can at least set this one up. Meteor out wide here with a dimensional drift. He was hoping for a chance to really get that punish onto Sassy, but it's all cancelled in time, and now the rest of his team flooding in. Munchkin spots it, just the shoulder, and finally the kill. Straight to the dome, a wider peak indeed, but this is going to be face down! and sprayed through entirely. Tens finally deals with him. Pesky intruder to a site that should have been theirs. Lakia is out wide, firing that util. A pull already going to be used and utilized, but 3 players left standing now for
Munchkin ने 2 को फोड़ दिया.
Already in position. A 1v2 for Zelsis. Doesn't know where they are. Wall up, reposition spots. Care on, splash, blinded himself.
अरे उसके फ्लैश में वही फ्लैश हो गया कैरम के फ्लैश में.
Bailing themselves out.
अरे मीटियोर के फ्लैश में. मीटियोर के फ्लैश में मीटियोर ही हो गया.
Is that when Sentinels got in position to try to hit the B site, I believe Zeken's waiting for another piece of utility there. He's just delaying, waiting to peek at the right time and sets up Munchkin for the triple kill. If they had been able to move a little faster and had that set up a little quicker, Munchkin probably ends up just going something like 1-for-1 and Sen are in a much better spot. Nevertheless, that was an eco round for them. We come in 8-10. Rifles again online. And Sen on an eco swing round with big ults for Gen G.
Massive ults. So far this map, I mean, it's just been a tenuous tightrope walk, hasn't it? Either side, just Thrifty's making it nice and even, potential chance, but overall Gen G just holding that edge.
They saw Lakia droning through double doors there, so they should have an idea that there aren't too many players halls unless it's being pushed. But that's not where Sentinels are going. Looking instead to dominate mid and set up this line. Karen is sometimes going to peek that, but it doesn't look like this round.
Textures planted himself onto the half wall. He's locking directly down into the tunnel angle.
Can they cause a distraction in B main that pushes people into Zeken's crosshair?
Zeken. It's all about the reactions, but Texture, of
course,
is favored. On LAN, already in position. It's all on Zeken. Zelsis seeking to
Texture तो है भाई.
chaos and discord into the map.
मैं texture तो है.
Gen G feel it really imperative to try and clear this one, but they're already just losing players. Sentinels toppling like flies. Tens, he has worked his way deep. Gate crash now into the back of the site, so Meteor's going to be rejoining his team, and they have reinforced that area with 20 seconds left. Jumping away and on a high. Still surrounded with this pit. How did they even get themselves into the site? It's 12 seconds. Time working against them again. Lakia to play to do the most. Spoiler, there it is. Finally spraying them through with 5 seconds down. No chance of sticking. I don't believe there's any time. And even if there was, Lakia could have absolutely sealed it up anyway. Beautiful work from Gen G.
क्या round है बे?
And that round should be the first nail in the coffin here for map 1. They're going to push Sentinel's economy down into a really rough spot again. Texture opening things up. It just looks so simple from his point of view. All of these Gen G players, they're so skilled, they make it look easy. It certainly isn't. Almost every other team is
very bhankar, guys. Very bhankar.
Gen G wiping them out. This is a map where they're favored, and sure, it's closer than it was last time. But it's
Sentinel का time out आ चुका है.
Take a time out. What Gen G have done with this squad. Yeah. This is not like Sen, where it's big, heavy hitters returning to the stage looking for
अरे ओ चिंगूस.
redemption. Gen G are on a 9-match win streak, beating out DRX, becoming the top Korean team, beating PaperX, becoming the top Pacific team, and then beating every other team in Madrid playoffs to find themselves here with map V2 advantage in the grand finals, 2 rounds away from locking up map 1. To say the pressure doesn't faze them, I think would be an understatement. They look elated on stage.
Just having fun. They're happy to be here, absorbing it all up. And yeah, I mean, listen, the pressure probably would have gotten to some of these players a little bit ahead of time when they're playing against the top, at the time, Korean team. That was DRX, even in just the kickoffs. I mean, Gen G, this is a squad that was put together.
भाई आपका वाईफाई चिंगूस है. हाँ हाँ यार मेरा वाईफाई पता नहीं आज थोड़ा सा चिंगूस हो गया है. इसको थोड़ा मेरे को करना पड़ेगा कुछ.
And now the pressure is on Sen's side. They've taken this tactical timeout, and it's going to be for this round.
900 mbps ले आऊँ क्या? भाई वाईटी पे देख VCT ट्विच में ग्लिच है. तारिक भी वाईटी पे गया अभी. अच्छा मेरा वाईफाई चिंगूस नहीं है, ये भी चिंगूस. यही चिंगूस है. अब होगा तो चले जाएंगे. ओके मंचिक भाई 3 के ले गया.
Smoke to just prop it up and divide up the entirety of the side, and now a tasty morsel has been claimed with the spike drop down. The advantage again rolling its way to Gen G.
अब तो जीजी हो गया इसमें तो.
To react.
Unbelievable play from Munchkin. How he's got the awareness and the composure to do that boggles the mind.
पीक लेगा, पहला जाएगा Zekan.
This is an almost impossible spot that Zekan and John find themselves in.
Gen G are not giving him anything. Diligence off the charts here.
No crumbs.
पर मेरे को लेफ्ट वाले से डर लग रहा है टेक्सचर से.
Never overextending.
वो पील ना दे इसे.
30 seconds remaining. Out, dash forward for Munchkin again. They weren't expecting it, right? From behind.
एक ले लिया Munchkin ने.
And credit where credit is due for this guy. Munchkin, one of the players with the most international experience. He's been to these events before, but guess what? On a completely different
replay आपने लिया यार
deepest
replay.
runs he's ever been.
Woo.
To 10.
And now finding himself pushing up with an ace to get to map point in the first of the grand finals, and not just any
Danger, bhai.
not an eco ace in an incredibly important round under so much pressure.
मैंने पहले ही बोला था
running
Munchkin जिता
towards his
देगा.
opponents, making a mockery of them.
कुछ ज़्यादा
Set
dangerous
up the
है
force
बे.
up again, but it's odds and ends. It's not looking
एस
strong.
में एस ले लिया. Zekan भाई दिखा दो, आप ही हो गॉड. आप अल्ट पे हो.
To drag it into that territory to stand a chance.
ये मैच तो जीत गई Gen G.
And I think they've found the most success when they've tried to find people, push people into aggressive positions, but that's almost impossible to feel good about lurking and then taking a 1v1 if your player has, you know, a bulldog or a stinger even.
Yeah.
You just don't feel favored.
Contacting as well into these angles with texture, opping. It's apparent, it's known. Puts that little bit of fear, that little bit of doubt into the back of your minds. John QT, it's all about the corners being cleared, and guess what? Doesn't look like he wants to open himself up to it.
He's not thinking about it.
Not thinking about it at all. Lakia, punishment.
यहीं पे
There
छिपा हुआ
in
था.
place, over the top with the knives, dodging, dashing, and away for one blade left. And the Zekan needs that rejuvenation.
Woo!
He's got it, but instantly again.
Short है, short है.
The trade is there. Fundamentals off the bloody chart for Gen G, and this is it, surely, with the map pushed into the positions, already there. Clone revealed the position, flash through into the box. Sassy's out, wide and alone.
चलो हो गया.
Scared for his life, too much to deal with in the Gen G. Lead the charge here in our
हो गया guys, हो गया इन
finals
लोग
of
का.
victory, taking map 1.
Looking calm and collected, doing it too. It could be a long series, but Gen G are going to try and wrap it up as
Let's
quickly as
go
possible.
Gen
They
G.
had the double map back.
पहला मैच आते हुए
They
Gen
got
G के
to
खाते
pick
के
the
अंदर गाइस
first.
एक सेकंड. पहला मैच Gen G के खाते के अंदर आते हुए जैसा कि आप लोगों ने देख लिया है. अब देखेंगे सेंटिनल इसका क्या जवाब देते हैं और इससे क्या सीखते हैं कि हमें क्या आगे पीछे करने की जरूरत है. समझ रहे हो? अब आगे.
All so far at this tournament, what are they going to be coming out with here in our grand finals?
ये उसके ऐसा नहीं है रिकैप देते थे सीरियल में, पता है पिछले एपिसोड में हमने देखा कि गोपी बहू ने और उनकी सास ने उनको पानी भरने के लिए भेजा था, लेकिन गोपी बहू पानी भरने के लिए नहीं गई. अब आगे अब आगे अब आपको पता है It's time for the best game in this world. Let's go. $32 को खेलना है. अरे मर क्यों नहीं रहा? Let's go. अरे ओये अरे हाथी वाले आ गए. हाथी वाले आगे, बहुत आगे भाई। अरे अरे अरे, क्लू का देखना था बे। अरे क्लो का वो देख लेते अपन। आप लोग मेरे को बोल क्यों नहीं रहे? न्यूक्लियर में शेयर है, ऐसा बोलो ना भाई कि क्लो का देख लो क्या हुआ है क्या नहीं। आप लोग भाई यार, पैसा ही पैसा बाबू भैया। ये लोग मारते नहीं क्या आपने को? जल्दी से खत्म करता है इसको। किधर बे? ये रे। तीन और किधर है? तीन और किधर है? ये मिल गए, सबके सब मिल गए। जल्दी। अरे इसमें क्यू वो से एबिलिटी भी है। अभी 1 मिनट की देरी है। डुप्लीकेट करके टैग जाते हैं। अबे लिखूंगा ऐसे ही जाओ ना भाई, मिल जाएगा ऐसे ही मेरे को क्लू। अरे वो तो देख, ये क्या है भाई?
We'll just get our first proper look at Clove and their abilities in Valorant. So in this video, I'll be breaking them down and explaining to you what these abilities actually do. Starting off with Clove's E or signature ability, which is called Ruse. Now, at a surface level look, this is pretty much just your average smoke. You can see the UI here is sort of similar to Brimstone. You have this iPad type effect. You have a bird's eye view of the map. You can drop the smokes wherever you want. We don't know the exact duration of the smokes. I imagine it's going to be around 15 seconds. And it is also worth noting that these smokes are going to be hollow, like Omens or Astras. What makes this ability really unique though, is Clove can actually place down these smokes even after they are dead. So you can see right here, you're spectating Omen, and then you can still place down smokes near to him even after you've died. You have 2 charges of this smoke at once, that'll be on a cooldown, again similar to Omen. Clove's C ability is called Pick Me Up. Now you can only use this after you have eliminated someone, and then you get 2 buffs from it. First of all, you'll get an overheal similar to Reyna. It won't go over the maximum health of 150, it'll just top you up. And then when this effect is active, you will also get a speed boost. I don't know exactly how fast that's going to be. I would just imagine it's somewhere between the normal speed and Neon speed, like not quite as fast as Neon, but faster than the average player. And then those 2 effects, the overheal and the speed boost, are going to last for a total of 10 seconds, I believe. And it is also worth noting that heal is not permanent, so unlike Reyna, as soon as this overheal effect ends, you'll go back to your original health. Next up is Clove's Q ability, which is called Metal. Now you can see it right here. It's going to land on the ground, stick to the ground, and then shortly after it will explode and decay all enemies nearby. The decay itself is actually massive. You can see here, Omen has no shield that takes him all the way down to 10 HP.
10 HP हो जाता है पूरा.
Time as well for decay. You can see he's stuck on 10 HP for a while. That health will eventually come back, but if you can capitalize on that quickly enough, you'll be able to kill them with just one vandal shot, or combo it very easily with other damage dealing abilities like Gecko's Molly or Razor's Nade. Finally, we come to Clove's ultimate ability, which is called Not Dead Yet. After being eliminated, you'll have an option for around 5 seconds to come back to life. You'll then get an effect similar to Reyna's Dismiss for around 2 seconds or so you can reposition safely, and then you are back alive again. Here's the catch though, you have around 12 seconds to then get a kill or assist after respawning, and if you don't get that, you will then just go back to being dead. So again, you have to get a kill or assist shortly after respawning, or the ultimate will just get wasted and you'll go back to being dead. So those are Clove's abilities explained in Valorant. I'm getting early access to them later today, so make sure to subscribe and stick around to see the videos I'll be making on Clove.
Yeah, early access apne ko kaise milega?
Abilities, the interactions, anything like that, let me know in the comments and I'll test it all out when I get early access to Clove.
Best be.
What the game plan was getting ready for this one, Mimi. They had to beat him on Breeze.
Yeah, I mean, like the coach was saying there, they absolutely did. Sentinels, I think, changed up a lot of their ideas coming into this, but Gen.G did a great job of adapting, slowing down from going for these forward aggressive plays on their defense, instead playing more of these set retakes with the Euro Flash dart combos, and it worked really well.
Yeah, and I think as well, the key thing to know here is every time we watch Gen.G, the protocols, the fundamentals, they seem to improve time and time again. And Sentinels are the perfect sort of team to dismantle that sort of play style. And I mean, players like Karen, obviously Texture, Meteor, the ones that we time and time again talk about, these ones really actually reinforcing that play style.
Yeah, I mean, they're also, if we want to take a look at a specific round, round 17, I mean, this came off of a 1v3 from Zek and Mimi, and then Gen.G's like, hold my beer.
Yeah, I really thought that second clutch was going to be the turning point for Sentinels to maybe take this map home, but this Thrifty round was utterly pivotal. When we talk about Gen.G, we tend to really focus on the fundamentals, how good they are at converting advantages, being clean in their trading, but they win a lot of scrappy rounds too, and this in particular is a great example of how good they are at kind of disrupting those timings, getting weird in those thrifties, and oftentimes coming out on top.
Yeah, capitalizing, being creative and reactive to what's going on is also something Gen.G have excelled at, and really that comes down to Munchkin being the one to really take hold of, take hold of the mid round and actually push the heat back onto IGL John QT that we've kind of bigged up as that's where he excels, the mid round, the reaction to information gathered across the map.
Yeah, of course. Let's go ahead though and take a look real fast at our aim lab shoot around with tens as we break down what we should be expecting here on Bind coming up next.
Yeah, the entry duo for Sentinels, second and tens, did well this map, 10 and 4 in their opening kills. I think they were taking over a lot on the attacking side in a way they weren't in the last Gen.G series. However, Gen.G's really good at sneaking in, converting those advantages, making the hero plays when they need it.
मेरे को भी करना है बे.
All right, well, I do want to hear what Coach Kaplan actually has to say before we get into map 2. He's always got to drop some nuggets. Let's see what he has for us as we get ready for Bind.
I'm now joined by Coach Kaplan from Sentinels. Now, you guys looked a little bit more comfortable on Breeze this time around, but looking at the rest of the map pool, no Lotus, no Sunset. So what other areas do you feel like you guys feel comfortable on right now and could potentially give you a map pool advantage?
I mean, we feel really good about Bind and Split. We feel great about Ascent after yesterday too. I would say Icebox out of the maps left in this series is our least comfy, so I was relieved they put Ascent ahead Icebox for us. Yeah, that's where we're at with maps.
Thank you very much, Kaplan, and let's see if they can indeed bring it back on Bind.
Well,
I'm now joined by Coach Kaplan from Sentinels. Now, you guys looked a little bit...
That's what we're wondering here, right? And I think, if anything, this is going to be the opportunity, Mimi, for Sentinels to really make the statement.
It absolutely will be. Gen.G haven't played this one since Pacific, whereas Sentinels came to Madrid.
ये लोग के ड्रिंक्स में क्या देते हैं? एनर्जी ड्रिंक नहीं होते ना? मना होता है ना?
Implemented it really well, taking down a Team Heretics. We're looking
या फिर एनर्जी ड्रिंक ही होते हैं.
Gen.G have a trump card to obviously pull out. Last time we saw it's very one-sided versus PaperX, whether or not they're feeling as if this is the comfort composition they want to pull out. But it's interesting, obviously, in the coach interviews to hear, the allusion to Sentinels prep. Actually, is this a question mark for them?
आज Bind में आपके भाई ने 30 पे ले.
Very early on in this
Still हार गए.
He said yesterday,
due to
Coach Kaplan
some
being him,
communication gap.
Sentinels was kind of playing for a 3-0, and that's where their prep was focused on in those first 3 maps.
Draw हुआ वो, हारे नहीं, draw हुआ. 1+ हुआ मेरा.
Is that they're playing for the 3-1 here? That these next 3 maps are critical.
अगर वो जीते होते हैं तो आज
absolutely right. Sentinels have not played a ton of Icebox. When we've seen it, it hasn't looked great, and that has been one of Gen.G's strongest maps in this pool. So if Sentinels is going to lift a trophy today, I think these next 3 maps have to be where it happens.
There is a method to this madness. You love to see it. There's a game of I mean, there's the battle of the coaches and the picks and where we're going to end up in this game, and that is also part of this journey that we've been seeing both of these teams go on, where they're not just trying to, especially with the format, try and counter pick against their opponent. They're trying to play their game, but in this format right now, you kind of have to manipulate it to your favor.
Yeah, I mean, but it's a big question mark for me. You talk about expected results and expected scenarios with the map pool. Let's not forget what's happened.
मैं सारी बात से एग्री करता हूँ. गेम स्टार्ट कर दो बस.
There's questions sure of how deep the strength runs for Sentinels, but if that's kind of the MO coming in, Gen.G were the team to kind of throw that off balance, right?
Yeah, I mean, they were the team who dominated them on Split, the map that has been their home this entire tournament. Even back in Americas, they looked incredible there. So honestly,
they rattled them so much that they gave them they gave PaperX the playbook when they played against last time.
I mean, it is crazy to think that Sen has lost their best map twice in a row now, and I'm not going to focus on hindsight because they were amazing at that map, and they still are.
It takes nothing away, but I think it gives massive credit to the teams that can dislodge that sort of statement.
And it really goes to show how close all these top teams are.
I like my
dig up all the fundamentals, all the ideas Sentinels take. But it just takes one good day of prep, one good team showing up, and that can really change.
Well, we do have the agent select coming up here. We'll see what we end up getting. And again, I think really it's just high pack. It's just going to come down to the margins really at the end of the day. The small details between these two teams.
Yeah, don't expect any changes here. We're not seeing any. Obviously, Gen.G previously. Whether or not this is a comfort pick for them coming out of the grand finals. Only saw 2 occurrences of it regionally, but they look damn good at it. A close fought affair with DRX, sure, but that finals versus Paper X, this was the home stretch for them.
I think the struggle for Gen.G will be playing the solo Sky here, not having that refreshable utility that the Gecko gives you. Sentinels can re-clear extremities, can have that Dizzy back online. Gen.G, on the other hand, doesn't.
It's time to see who has the better ideas here on Bind. And let's go ahead and send it to your cast. You got Sideshow, and I had to say it, Bren, the birthday boy. Love you, buddy. Have fun.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Bind being a stage that has been set here between these two teams now for map number 2, and it's a series of unknowns really for Gen.G. I mean, we haven't seen them pull this out in quite some time. They are running the same comp as they did when they qualified for this event of Madrid just before it all occurred in the kickoff. And yeah, some question marks really about their play, about SEN's preparation, how comfortable they are going to be heading into this. Level of that. It was the first map that Sentinels got their pick off when they actually wrangle that map, pull that map veto out of the hands of Gen.G.
Pistol round again. Very clear focus. Gen.G looking to fight over Shower's control. That's where Tens and Zekken both are.
Oh boy.
They are rapid onto the corner here. White face, 3 players left to fight them. Tens hightailing it out of there. Backs away. There's a smoke drop down at his feet as well just to cover that retreat.
Looking like they want to take another fight immediately over towards short. Tens just trying to make sure that nobody walked up behind the Viper wall. Risky to try to take that kind of play, hoping to catch a timing on Munchkin had he gone for that. Gen.G's approach here is quite slow. Sassy's already used one of his flashes just to let him know that Fountain was clear at the beginning of the round. But now Lakir and Munchkin gaining information, peeking into John.
John should see this, as you said here, with the jiggle. Bit of damage done.
But John, look, not pushed off that angle. So still getting information that Hookah is clear. That's going to keep 2 players over towards A. Right here. So if Gen.G were hoping that that play would open up A as the weak site, it's not going to be the case. Zels is still with Molly.
Whistledough will be about to be set up here. Now, what's the emphasis being placed towards this A side? Dogs straight through to Molly doing a bit of damage. It has slowed them down. They realize Showers is open. The reposition out into the back of the site. Dizzy up and away. Broken in place. Sassy, good kill. Wingman with the swing. They are absolutely running over these Gen.G players. It was the fast TP and a wrap around. Shut down. Sentinels. A pistol round gained.
Pistol round तो है Sentinel का.
Fantastic
लेकिन वहाँ पे पिल गए.
Completely turning the tide of the narrative in the previous match.
3 बंदे भी clear है भाई Power Ranger पे.
And the player to watch there was Tens. He did such a good job. That's a fantastic play from Sassy too, but I love the wingman usage. I love the double up with Zelsis and Zekken.
ये क्या मार रहा है Zelsis उड़म के?
To me, when I watched Gen.G last time playing on the attack side on Bind, the player that stood out to me was Meteor. He gets so aggressive on Cypher.
Oh yeah.
A little Alpha Yer-esque.
A lot of solo takes into Showers. This time though he's supported with the whole pack almost here. Still Outlaw. Next meets his match, drops to the floor, and he's a kill funneling into Zekken. Don't want him to get those showstoppers online, but with Showers control gained, peace of mind granted for but a moment. They still need to deal with potential lurks.
They've actually pinged out where John Cutie was playing in the previous round, and everybody on Gen.G looking to group up over towards Hookah. So perhaps, you know, because they found that positioning previously, they're going to look to try to punish it. Look, again, setting up, making sure the crosshairs are in the right place, but John playing a different angle.
Yeah.
Escapes without any danger.
Good jump spot from Tens too. Gen.G again, the whole pack just roaming around here, looking for those openings. Here's Meteor. Talk this guy up, bigged him up for good reason. His mechanical ability's off the chart and he can just solo open things up. Cool Karma aim, has to really steady the hand now through and out into the site. And they have dropped the players for assaulting the positions.
30 seconds
Karen
left.
spotted. Tens holding position, just waiting for these reinforcements to come through. It's looking fairly clean. Nicely done from Sentinels. Tens building up to what looks like a fairly speedy Thrash. which could be a massive ultimate to work with. I think this is the dangerous side, actually, for SEN. When I was watching them play this composition against Heretics, bearing in mind that we've only seen them play it once, they've really adjusted their defensive setups, or at least did in that game. Whereas previously, when they played the Yoru, they were focused heavily on Showers and B-Long. We saw much heavier focus towards Hookah, Shaw on defense.
Seems to be a return to that, right?
It seems to a little bit, but bear in mind we've only seen it once prior to this. So that could have just been their game plan against Heretics. This defensive setup, for example, much more reminiscent of what they've been doing early on in this game, and more similar to what they've done classically on the map.
Here's the Meteor Classic, as I was talking about. I mean, the guy just likes to go walkabouts. Solo plays towards Showers. He tries to play off the timings as well and noise that the rest of his team makes.
And I would say that this is Munchkin's weakest map individually. One of the reasons that SEN will have picked this and felt confident about it too. Genji's map pool is just outrageously good, but this is probably down towards the bottom. If they're able to recover here and put up an X, might just be the goats. Who knows?
उन लोग ने buy करा है. अगर ये आ रहे हैं ना तो इकोनॉमी की आईपी की
bonus round as a call being made fast. Look at that Stimmy 10s following it through all the way into Lamps. Stunned up. There was that connection and they are just running and gunning. Current stand a chance. A second go of things now. Dizzy. There's some value. Blinded up, but at least Lakia can stand his ground. Rooted into place with 40 seconds left. Time. Not too much of a problem just yet, as long as they do slow it down and pick off these remaining players around. Sassy, back at a sight, Ghost, winning it, but now just facing all together. Second realizing it, backs himself away now, up towards heaven.
But Lakia is very low.
With 3 HP. Zekan has a nade. Is he going to be able to get into position to deny this?
Opens himself super wide, but he just takes the risk, actually just goes for the wider swing, and Lakia, yes, he does go down. Straight bit of damage, 140 to the chest and texture. Back at the sight, round gun round.
उनको जीतना ही था.
One out. So no bonus to get away from them. SEN don't get that luxury.
But they've done an enormous amount of damage, honestly. Genji's economy is not going to be in an amazing spot here. You know, Guardian, Bulldog coming into the next one. And there was certainly danger. I love this decision to fight back sight. It was a little disjointed from Genji, but a nice call. SEN's defensive setup again prioritizes Showers at the start of the round of B-Long. Quite different from the last time they played against Heretics.
Certainly does. It's time to be split. Waiting out the molly, and Texture's just not scared at all. Look at this guy, wide facing. Not worried at all with the wall was down. Plenty of angles left and waiting. Flash through there, getting the acknowledgement. Tens, what is the call to be made? They are really just out wide and open. If this wall goes down, they should know the timing for it, but it's going down. Flash through and out there it is. Meteor falls, deleted. Lakia! How's he done that? I'm not too sure. Jumping up and hopping up. That was a trailblazer kill. I just saw filling up the feed, but the spike dropped down. Texture will seek to reclaim this one, and all this action has happened with still a minute left on the clock.
What is Munchkin's call here? Zelsis is still waiting over by Showers, expecting them to use that teleport, because Sentinels have lost B-Long control. Love the play from Sassy and Tens. Going for a fake B-Long re-clear and then a real one afterwards with the wingman. But it still left things in an even scenario. This is still looking like they could take the teleporter, but Munchkin's getting into more and more of a committed position.
30 seconds
Slowly
left.
now assuming correct positions, like they want to try and exec themselves into this site. Here it is. Munchkin has a snake bite, will send it flying. That's just to block off that CT exit and entrance. Still the face, and the fight is called. Munchkin, a lot more left to do now here with only a few seconds left. Removes the Seeker, was pesky in his face, a bit of a problem, but again, time against him. With the spike in the middle of nowhere.
1v1 है guys.
No time.
Clear win cons, acknowledged there. Zelsis, yeah, he
Time
runs his
in
way
here,
out.
Very well handled from Sentinels in this round, and Sassy
But
stepping up.
पैसों के लिए करा.
A lot of what Sassy has been doing on this team, in this new version of Sentinels, has been purely supportive. You don't often see him at the top of the scoreboard, putting himself in good positions to dominate in the same way that we saw him when he was on Loud. But this round, finding great impact. With the re-clear, with the swings as well, shutting down Genji. And all of that economic damage that Sentinels did on the bonus now really paying dividends.
Stacking up. It's a much weaker buy-in approach here for Genji. They're sending out that cross-map molly. Should be familiar with it by now. It's going to be landing onto B-Long. Allows Texture to claim that ground. slowing it down. In the right moment, waiting for the team to back him up right behind him here. Classic playbook of Gen.G, just contacting in, hoping that they can take a fight and trade it out if it goes poorly. Sassy is the one to watch for here, and look at that texture. I mean, insane awareness, shots fired and rattled, but there it is, Celsius returning. Few of his own,
जीत जाएगा शायद, हो सकता है ब्रो, क्योंकि थोड़ा सा मेरे को लग रहा है, मेरे को भी वही लग रहा है.
Second and 10s want to re-clear.
Oh, theft. Molly was sent flying.
Oh, they missed it.
He missed it. Still walking into the Molly. How are Gen.G finding all of these kills? Are onto the A side already.
That is ridiculous. I thought Tens and Zekken had the awareness that Munchkin was there, and Zekken caught as well, so giving away his positioning. He's going to have to pull out heroics to get this. It's looking awesome for Gen.G.
Yeah, doesn't do anything there. Gen.G doubled up. Almost every position accounted for. Sentinels.
2v4.
Backing away from this one.
Brutal decision that they have to make in this spot. But terrible economy on Tens, Celsius, Sassy as well. How have Gen.G managed to pull that one away?
That's a confusing one.
It felt very similar, though, to that eco round that ended up swinging things when the score was something like 8-8, 8, you know. I think it was round 17, actually, yeah, on Breeze, where Munchkin tucked underneath window over towards B, and he made that aggressive move, and he got rewarded for it. And this is similar again. There's a distraction play over towards B, and Munchkin gets into position. This opener is lovely, but I think what actually ruins them, oh, that's brutal. He just didn't hear the molly or realize. But this is the play that I think wins the round for them. Munchkin finds the timing to be able to punish Tens and opens up the A site for his team to rotate. SEN have been aware of that before. Tens was looking to re-clear, but they just didn't go deep enough down short to catch Munchkin hiding behind that box. Flips the economy on its head. But actually, Gen.G are taking 2 Guardians into the round. 3 players that'll die to a double tap.
We're just trying to min-max as well, that money. Keep it flowing. Face now out wide. Munchkin. Great awareness and even better aim. That's 3. Drop down red, filling up the feed. Sassy, yeah, of course he returned the fire, but guns being reclaimed out in the open. No chance left here, so Gen.G all but certain now going to be that 3rd round. John happy to do a bit of that damage, but yeah, guess what, Meteor, he's not letting him get away with that.
Punishing the gun pickup instantly there. And I said earlier that from what I'd watched in Pacific, I thought Bind was Munchkin's weakest map individually. And I also said earlier that when I think about Gen.G, I'm thinking mainly about Texture, Garon, Meteor being the 3 powerhouse players. When Munchkin is finding
Munchkin तो बोल रहा है सही है वे.
winning duels like this,
Munchkin देख रहा है कैसे पेल रहा है.
Yeah, because it adds that additional layer. Munchkin
delete कर रहा है, सीधा delete कर रहा है. Enemy को पकड़ के delete का बटन दबा रहा है, ऐसा लग रहा है मेरे को.
He's been outrageous in this tournament.
He's doing it again now here on Bind. Nade off the Dizzy's contact and a fight as well out into the open. That's the one who's going to be coming up on top. Seekers here out. This is a little bit of chaos now. Strown really into the mix here with the orbital strike. Was committed. No kill from that one though. And Gen.G wounded.
4v3, but Munchkin and Caron भाई दोनों के दोनों ऐसा लग रहे हैं 2-3 को तो लेके जाएंगे ऐसा लग रहा है.
So they know that there's a brimstone around there with ult to be able to deny the plants. This isn't around where Gen.G can just try to fight quickly.
उन लोग को पता चला है हल्का सा कि ये आ रहे हैं.
The teleporter at the very beginning of the round as they took sand control, expecting a crunch from SEN. But instead it was that double up under Hookah that did the damage and put Gen.G in this spot.
It's been rounded by Munchkin. Call to just contact all the way in. It's done them wonders.
Ult कर दी, चलो.
Worry about that ult. And there it is. SEN flying out to the side like here. One flash play. Out and collected. All sorts of kills and damage, but then wide face of Celsius. Beautiful with the movement.
Very good, bro. Very good.
Leaves it down to that 1v2 still with the pit up. Munchkin. Plenty of options left here. Is he going to be aware of this? Potentially. Keeps the pit up. Tap.
He actually might be able to tap here and use the teleporter even, but he's looking to try to take the fight instead.
Trying to make a play. Every angle needs to be watched for, and it is.
What a round by Celsius.
Yeah, Vibe Merchant in the flesh.
Celsius ने बहुत danger पेल लिया वे. Ult करा. Ult से सब हुए distract. जैसे ही लोग distract हुए सीधा बाहर निकल के begin.
They're thinking about the fact that they could get sand crunched at the start of the round. Then they call the mid-round over towards A, tap, and look to flash backside to punish the players who are going to be trying to get into the pit at that time.
Boom bam bhai, boom
But
bam.
Celsius shuts it down from his position on top in heaven.
Let's go. Secondary बोल रहा है. Let's go.
Very competitive game that we have here. And Texture has yet to really show his dominance on the entry, coming straight down mid.
No direct hit.
He got rocked.
Straight to the back wall. Yep, it's second.
क्या मार दिया बे?
In that one here, Nade will get sent flying. Players seeking to try and plug up that gap as well. You can
अभी
see
तो उसने अल्ट भी नहीं निकाली थी.
a swarm that position. Mosh pit does relieve that pressure, but okay, Meteor still alive and has dropped him down. Now the showstopper. Earned up and a bound. Zekken eventually claiming the kill. Just using
उड़ के मार रहे हैं
Here it is.
भाई. मजा आ रहा है एकदम.
Sight. It's Meteor. He splits it up.
He's distracting. He's pulling 3 players over towards A. Munchkin, though, instead of rotating, decides to reinforce his player, who's in a deep position. But this crossfire looks impossible to break.
Can you break it? You just can't, surely.
Well, they're worried about a B lurk, so this might break it themselves.
No way. And
They don't swing.
The trade's late, the swing's late. Meteor, he's gone for seconds, you greedy, greedy boy. But spam down at a triple point, and now there's the call. Finally, a TP by Munchkin. Gives the indicator again, but Sentinels left worried. Didn't make the right read onto this one.
फिर से आ रहा है वो.
If they double swing at the same time, they're going to be able to catch Meteor. Do they predict it?
Discipline, the diligence, Meteor can't land his shot. Still 30 seconds left, and again, it's a wrap around, the ring around the roses, straight through to TP. Munchkin, though, will be met or placed. It's going to be blocking them off, at least from being able to flood themselves back into it, but he actually didn't
Very
activate the
dangerous.
orb.
And he didn't throw the snake bite either.
Bit of a misplay potentially, but now finally out into the open. A few bullets to pay for the price of that one, still alive.
Sen was so worried that Munchkin was fake tapping there that they didn't even get into backside in time. So now Munchkin's snakebite with the orb completely locks them off. They are worried, where could Munchkin be right now?
एक बाइट है उसके पे.
There's that misinformation strewn into the round. Now Munchkin has a snake bite. Can play it as the first point here. Sassy just sticking, holding with faith in his teammate right behind him. He can feel it all the way through. Paranoia sailing in for John, but still he lands
Pro
the
never
shot in the
fake,
end.
bro. Pros never.
Great call by Sen and a right smile on Munchkin.
ये danger हो
Look
गया.
at that. Fantastic positioning by Zekken, and he hops over the
वो
top
रास्ते
of
में
it.
था, रास्ते में भेज दिया भाई.
Playing jump rope up there. Kaplan's happy about that one. Sen starting to pull away. Not doing enough damage to Genji.
वो भी बोल रहा है nice one,
just
nice
yet,
one.
But they've got themselves in a great spot. Ults abound. Their defensive
Yes,
setups are
Sen जीतेगी
working.
ऐसा feeling
Another
है.
fight potentially here. They've got the read that Meteor just keeps placing Cam in similar positions.
That's why the fast face comes out, it looks like, from Sentinels, just making sure that they take away the cam, don't let Meteor set himself up into that spot. But John QT, his pit blocks off his one
Full
section
कर
of
दिया.
sight.
Long पूरा full कर दिया है. Ult से.
Timing. I mean, Zekken here might be looked to be bailed out by the Thrash. Yeah, you can see this setup. But it's possible that if Genji have enough players here, this could just be Zekken in a one and done. And everyone is here, all 4 players for Genji grouped up.
Dogs contact.
Either going to be amazing or terrible for
Sentinels.
Sentinels.
Thrash being held on the Trailblazer. Here it is, sent flying, but it's a little bit late. It's delayed, it's delayed, it's delayed. Second. Needs to get out of entertainment. Right on time, Kieron. Oh, he's barely crawling away there. Death's door, but he will survive into this round. And guess where Meteor is? Go and walkabouts once more. He
made a noise.
So damn good at trying to play the map into this fashion. But yes, he did
Change
make a
को
noise.
indoor है
He's
बाबा.
being usable, pointing towards him. Has to break it. Drops down the cage. Direction. Genji turning and facing over towards the B side. And again, Sentinels will be running and following them fast on them, hot onto the heels. Inside the smoke. Meteor dominates the angle and dominates the space of his own neural 5th down. Genji stand a chance and more. The decision to be made. They fight into the back of the site, and it is going beautifully for them.
Spike planted.
The
फटाफट
pace
हो
from
गया बे सब
Genji
कुछ.
is just far too much for Sentinels to deal with. This team reacts so quickly. The calls are amazing. The decision there, realizing that the solo play from Meteor had taken enough space to get in, and instead of doing something simple, like throwing Karen's molly over towards that smoke and stopping the Sen flood retake, they get inside it themselves. And I was seeing this all the time when these two teams played on Split. To me, one of the biggest issues was Sen could not keep up with the pace of decision-making from Genji. Like there, Tens throws the wingman because he's thinking, I'm going to stop somebody from getting inside this smoke, and I'm going to get into it first. And he doesn't realize They've already thought of it and got
भाई क्या हो रहा है समझ नहीं आ रहा भाई मैं खुद प्रोसेस कर रहा हूँ कि क्या हो गया यहाँ पे
Cool idea as well from Sentinels on that short haul. Just not quite enough. Look at it as well, the extra layer of flashing through the smoke. It's just so good.
प्रोसेस नहीं हो रहा है ब्रो प्रोसेस नहीं हो रहा है
They were pulling away with their wins in
एरर आ रहा है
7 and 8. It's actually them with a battered economy now.
Shoddy by.
Now Zelsus can still be.
Gameplay is out of your league.
Do not count that out.
Please.
Oh my goodness, you do not want to be standing there.
Yeah, they're expecting somebody to be playing for the orb, but nobody's won away, so just a hard read perhaps that they were going to go for that on the eco. Sassy and Tense set up to go for that re-clear down B long again.
Paplu.
Texture though, is in an anti-flash.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Gen.G are aware of it.
Sassy's out wide here. He's jiggling. All that information. Trailblazer, this timing could be absolutely everything. It's broken up close and personal. Knows that Gen.G have come knocking. Seems like they want nothing to do with it. Dizzy, flash play. But back only around, they've called it to go back again.
Yeah, Dizzy only shot one person. So Gen.G might be thinking, right, they think we've left. Let's re-hit B now.
जेलस भाई जज लेके खड़े
Rooted in place.
हुक्का में हो सकता है बूम बाम
Dog taking ground there. Lakia faking like there could be more presence over towards it.
Sound आ रही होगी
इनको to just triple up into hookah, but with Lakia not spotting anything, now the call has been made again. Another pivot
सब
here.
फटाफट भी जाओ सब फटाफट भी जाओ
Cementing this idea that it's going to be that open sight for them. They're not worried at all, are they? Nade, almost a punishment on Nid. Caron gets out alive. Heal on line 2, so he will be topped all the way back up.
नहीं मरा कोई.
And this is where the Judge and the Stinger don't look so good anymore.
The post-line position is immaculate. Munchkin playing a deep angle into Showers, even just Lackey with the late rotate now doubled up with him. Too much to deal with here. Sentinel surely.
वाइपर का और उसमें मॉली.
Absolute miracle shots, and they're already setting up and gearing up for it now. Out wide again, but guess what? Yeah, Meteor is too fast onto the approach.
Round नहीं है भाई.
The smokes inside every possible
Sentinel के हाथ में round नहीं
Could
है.
have been there for Sentinels, and second, the only thing he's focused on his mind is trying to get out with that gun, but even that is denied. 5-5, Gen.G.
5 से 5 मिला दिए गए हैं यहाँ पे दुश्मन के द्वारा.
I'm loving this attack cycle.
एक दूसरे के दुश्मन के द्वारा.
I think they're playing the macro game.
हम लोग तो वो है.
It's been one of the things I'm most impressed with this.
देखने वाले.
And one of the reasons is.
भाई ये क्या मारा उसने ना Meteor ने.
We've seen him at global events before.
दो पेल दिए.
But bear in mind, nobody on Gen.G has previously been in a position to do this kind of thing. They are not the creme de la creme of Korean talent, at least not until
Sentinel का टाइम आउट आते हुए बहुत बेहतर तरीके से उनका कोच उनको बोलेगा कि भाई मत मार. फिर से ये दिल दिखा रही है मेरे को. फिर से दिल दिखा रही है. मैं बोल रहा हूँ यार.
Lakio languishing on the bench. Texture of duelist. Karen not even a pro player, for God's sake.
दोनों ओर से टाइम अप नहीं है सिर्फ और सिर्फ सेंटिनल की ओर से एक टाइम पे एक भी ले सकता है मेरे ख्याल से. चंद ए ओ भाई जेन.जी को वो बोल दिया ब्रो. जनरली गार्बेज. भाई क्या लगता है यार ई-स्पोर्ट प्लेयर एक सेकंड क्या लगता है ई-स्पोर्ट प्लेयर कितने घंटे सोते होंगे. मेरे से तो ज्यादा सोते होंगे इतना मेरे को लग रहा है.
How many times have we seen DRX and PaperX try to break through that glass
तूने
ceiling?
क्वेश्चन गलत कर दिया ब्रो. तेरे को वो क्वेश्चन करना था कि भाई क्या लगता है ई-स्पोर्ट प्लेयर कितना घंटे प्रैक्टिस करते होंगे.
Maybe right.
आपका क्वेश्चन गलत है हल्का सा.
Deep smoke dropped down here for Sentinels just to try and at least hold on to control of bathroom showers. Towards that A long angle, but B long.
I don't know, bro. फोन करके पूछू क्या? तनेज को. चल वेसिटी के बाद पूछ के बताता हूँ. अभी वो खेल रहा है ना तो डिस्टर्ब नहीं करते.
Sassy barely survives. Very lucky for Sassy there. Does Meteor have a read that seconds in this corner?
हाफ टाइम में पूछ लूंगा उससे.
Not to make a footstep while staying agile.
या फिर कोच को करूँ उनके फोन. रुक जा भी करता हूँ.
Noise being made all over the place here.
क्या आप
for
लोग
Gen G.
कभी
Just, I mean,
सोते भी
how
हो क्या
difficult it
ऐसा
must be
करके
for Sentinels. They see the dog go up B long, the shots fired off towards A.
पंची फूटा लेकिन कोई ब्लाइंड नहीं वेरी गुड नो इन्फो नो इज
Anti-info and Sassy's leaving. How has that happened?
That is ridiculous. I have to
Badlo
see
ki
replay of that
Molly.
one later, and it's already just being sold even further. Nades, snake bite, full combination. Terrible concoction. John QT, the sole defender, just needs to hold down his little portion
Full
of territory.
ability hai.
Meteor just seems so damn aware of it. He is. Hunts him down, sniffs him out.
सेसी तो हल्का सा एचपी है 5 से गोली निकली तो भी मर
Brutal
जाएगा
situation for Sen to be in. This site's so difficult to retake Lakia. Oh, body block there for a moment.
Surely no chances though with the gun advantage for Gen G. They are just crossfired up out the wazoo, making sure that they can beam down anybody who tries to step past that mark.
beam down new word
Zekin will take the death. To be able
Apex
to
में भी
hold the
वैसे
kill,
करते हैं
sure.
beam के
To be
जैसा
able to
मार
get
रहा
his
है
ult
मतलब
online for the next round. But it's just all focus on round 12 here. Oh, and they're just playing with Zassi.
भाई चाय पानी पी के मारा रे
I
उसको
really did.
And any
कॉल मिला होगा कि वो
danger
लो
in the
है
round for Gen G. Completely upset by that bird telling lies over towards B long.
Let's see this one.
Yeah.
Way to go. Not
Flashes
too
around.
sure.
I mean, it just
Bird
goes in the
telling
garden,
lie.
but everybody's playing an anti-flash position. I'm not sure on purpose there, really. Just happened to give terrible information.
अरे ये क्या कर रहा है हाथ में फूंक क्यों मार रहा
Bird disappeared without a whimper. A canary in the
है
corner.
नया
and
फ्लैक्स
Sentinels
निकला है क्या
quickly did the same. 3 ops online for Gen G here, looking to try to close things out.
अच्छा
if Sen
गरम हो
get
गया हाथ
aggressive.
से
Okay. Let's get silly.
They've all got rifles, I would assume, to be able to pick back up as well.
लाकिया
Round
एंड
12, final round of this
टेक्सचर
first
दोनों
round.
ऑफ पे
And actually a really important one. I
वेरी
think, for Sen to be
इंटरेस्टिंग
able to get
और
online.
कारण भी ऑफ पे
They've got the
वेरी
ulti.
वेरी वेरी
Celsius one
इंटरेस्टिंग
away from having an orbital strike too.
3 लोग ऑफ पे क्या कर रहे हैं बे इतना पैसा है क्या हेलो
The body just trying to gather the information from Sentinels.
नहीं 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 एक ने छुपा ली
Again, jiggling Meteor, eager for the fight, eager for it indeed, and there it is. The first punish online. I mean, operators across the field. It's Caron just plucking tens out of the picture.
And that reaction trying to set up the showers crunch where Zekin could re-ult back onto Meteor. Didn't realize Meteor had already left. They'd read the play and punished the reaction.
Hiding inside the smoke, doubled up now. They want to flood back into this one, trying to catch that timing, and here it is. Doubled up high low.
Ooh,
Sentinels.
Sassy.
This may be the right read for them, but Lakia is brute force to barrel through Sassy.
Sassy by 3 pil gaya nice
Might have brought them a window of opportunity, a chance, very narrowly. Nade rebounds, but not enough to stop this one, and Zekin still has the rocket.
Two के भयंकर situation
Pit. Now going to be dropped down here with the rocket to clear through and out over the top. It's lifeless. Baron in nature, but he snipes him anyway. Expected a position. Sentinels claiming the
let's
6.
go bye
Zekin takes over in the 11th.
भाई मारा है
To
अल्ट
tie
तो
this
है
one up at the half. But if this is where Sen thought they had the biggest advantage over Gen G, this first half has taught
इसका
them
तो
that they
replay
are
बनना
not going
चाहिए
quietly. This map pool,
कैसी बेचारे ने
it's an ocean for Gen G. Lovely
बहुत
play from
भयंकर
Sassy
मारा
there,
बे
utilizing the brim smoke, ducking, dipping inside of it. But this is anybody's
उसने बोला well played
Series of unknowns really as we head into that second half of find despite
देख रहे हो
Sentinels map pick. Absolutely insane stuff. But on the floor standing by, we have a special guest, a very special interview.
स्पेशल गेस्ट के लिए स्पेशल
We're
इंटरव्यू
joined by Valorant studio head Ana Donlan and obviously our global head of esports Leo Ferreira Madrid. Uno de los motivos y las razones por los que estamos hoy aquí es gracias a ellos, así que os voy a pedir un fuerte aplauso para darles la
सही बोल रही है
bienvenida y las gracias obviamente por este pedazo de evento.
te vendo
Thank
yes
you
yes
for
te vendo
this event. Now Ana, I want to ask you, today we just introduced a new agent to the pool. What can you tell me about them?
So Clove is something we've been working on for a really long time. I'm so proud of the teams back at Riot. They really pushed themselves on this agent, both from a design perspective, creatively. I think they are so vibrant and beautiful, and it's going to do so many great things for the game. So I can't wait for everyone to get to play them next week. I thought the show match today was amazing. It was so good. Congrats to Mixwell and Team España. That was amazing. And yeah.
Okay, we love that. Thank you very much. Now, bueno,
Volver
obviamente
dos,
creo que lo
Kuwait.
habéis entendido, ¿no? Que tiene muchas gracias de que tengamos a Clove entre los agentes, que el showmatch ha estado genial y que solo en una semana ya podéis estar probándolo y creo que va a estar muy, muy guay. Now, Leo.
Muy guay.
Of course, you're on the competitive side. What do you think about this gorgeous, gorgeous event here in Madrid?
Oh my God, we are so happy to be here. We've been dreaming about coming to Spain for a very long time. This is our first time here. You all have been incredible hosts. Thank you so much for embracing VCT. We love you. This is just the first event of the season. There's a lot of VCT to come in 2024. We're gonna jump straight into stage 1, and we're so happy to be here, so thank you all again.
Nos da las gracias por estar aquí, por ser tan acogedores. Esto para los que no habéis hecho el workbook. Pero la verdad que lo estáis haciendo. Obviamente todavía nos queda todo el stage y todo lo que queda por llegar en 2024. Cuanto más ruido hagáis, más conscientes serán de lo que necesitamos estos eventos en España. Pero obviamente esto no ha terminado, así que seguimos con el partido.
Vamos. भाई ये लैंग्वेज इतनी फटाफट है ना, मजा आ रहा है. एग्रेसिव लैंग्वेज है क्या? पानी लेके आया ऐसा बोला मन का पर कर रही हो, ऐसा फटाफट बोलना पड़ता होगा. मोली देख रहे हो, ये बूम, ये गया स्पीडर, वाइपर का स्पीडर.
It was a lot of short execs with late showers backstabs. Have they got more in their arsenal? Are they prepped against what Gen G are going to bring out here? This is a must-win map for them.
Lakia feeling the heat now and the pressure from that one. Bundle of util be going to be used. Trailblazer holding his ground just for a moment, baits it out the shots, but he does get the info that he was after.
Oh, Ten's taking the ult up there when I think he was aiming to pick up Wingman.
He'll be happy with both.
Yeah. Didn't get punished for either. Gen G are so happy to follow the noise and trust the read with their defensive rotates. This is such a key thing when you watch them. They stack sites like nobody's business. You've got to run fakes against them. And now, Trailblazer coming down short, trip broken, that starts to pull Texture away. But only for a moment. He realizes there's nothing following it, and they trust their gut and stay on B.
30 seconds.
It's so difficult to sell a fake against these guys.
30 seconds left.
But I think SEN have just about managed it. The B control actually turning into the fake, looking to commit down short again. And I said, these 4-1 execs, they were bread and butter for SEN.
Mutia is going to be spotted. He's playing deep tucked inside that smoke, and he could again be the difference maker. Guarding. Body away. Place back up. It's all about how he gets played into the post, but Mutia, he was spotted out. Wide into the smoke, Nate flushing him into the back of the side. He is down and low, but hopefully a heal online, potentially there. Still, need to hold down onto this ground here for Sentinels, in through lamps, and Gen G, they are methodical. The way that they approach a lot of these retake situations, it all comes down to the minutia. These tiny little details. Flooding now, front of the site, shots found and kills. Online! The Junkie team and the defuse, Karon half already. Has he bought them time enough potentially for Gen G here with 2 players left? Lakia, the orb, at least there, another kill, found and out and defended!
Let's go!
You're kidding me!
From the first Masters event, coming out here in the most recent Lakia, so clutch!
क्या मारा है बे?
These shots are unbelievable towards the end.
2, 3,
from every
4
avenue, popping off.
Oh my goodness.
Lakia himself said in a recent interview with Pedro Romero that his biggest mistake in his career was joining DRX, then known as Vision Strikers, after having that success in his first Masters event.
That is gold.
Yeah, imagine that.
Gold.
And now, he's overtaken that team that he ended up joining and having more success here in a grand finals.
Potential off the charge, but Sentinels is a great charge out wide.
Lakia को मैं दूर से मचा था, wow.
Combined and collected. Growled into it. Gen G obviously favored. He's got the spike and he's
अबे नो बोले तो VGT में थोड़ी ना जाते वो लोग. क्या बात कर रहे हैं यार?
Actually, if Karan ends up going down, although I don't see how he possibly could.
Not with the judge, surely not.
ब्रो अगर कोई किल नहीं कर रहा ना तो वो पैसिव प्लेयर होता है, समझ रहे हो? वो यूटिलिटीज मस्त करता है, कॉम्स मत देता है, वो उसका सही होता है.
left on Zekin.
ऐसे ही थोड़ी ना वो जेनजी वाले रखे कि भाई तू नूब है, तू चल आ जा, तू एक नूब चलेगा हमारी टीम में, ऐसे थोड़ी ना होता है.
Made from his teammate. Zekin earns himself a plant at least here. Really.
प्लान तो करा है जेकिन भाई ने.
Any opportunities for him to win it out? It'd have to be a bundle of mishaps and mistakes here from Genji to really topple this one. So.
These are just the consequences of Genji winning a beautiful pistol round here. They get themselves up to 8.
प्लान के पैसे तो मिले.
And Lucky is going to take the defuse. He's now only 2 away from getting Seekers online. They know that Karen's saved the Judge into this as well, so might anticipate him being positioned over to Hookah for the next. Normally that's going to be Munchkin's job, defending onto Hookah. And when I was watching Genji playing Pacific on defense, they loved to push. Not in a coordinated early round manner, but just looking for those mid-round timings, trying to abuse the fact that on Bind, teams don't tend to be as spread across the map, watching everything all the time. Of course, SEN's comp doesn't have the Cypher to be able to rely on. Those trips are not going to be there in market, so if
एक मिनट में आया. आप लोग कंटिन्यू करो, कंटिन्यू.
And it is Munchkin looking to cover Hookah, while Karen picks up short.
Sentinels.
Clearly aware that Munchkin likes to play that aggressively. I think this side is where we've seen weaknesses from Munchkin before, but he also loves to take fights so much that if he's on fire as he has been today, and he was in their last match, he could easily be the win condition for their team, in fact.
Genji looking like they're calling for a reclear in through Hookah, so they're going to get information pretty rapidly at least.
But Bren, if the Judge wasn't in Hookah, where else is it going to be other than short?
Now they're walking right into it. Caron. Too much util. The dog doesn't clear him, but he does break it anyway. Kill trip. Lands a shot. Good adjustment in the end, but Tense does return that fire. Now flash blinded. Texture still only for a moment. Sen's line and 8. Now there's 45 seconds here for Sen. Collect yourself and cool down your senses and look for potential pivot to a different area, but they've committed the smokes. They want to know what his last play is. That Texture. What is that? Pulling away. Trip's still not dealt with. Lighting these players up. Yeah, John QT is right there again. TP through. That was only Zelsis. What is the call to be made? Bonus from for Genji finally. Full committal. But they're going to be walking again into Munchkin. Never losing his ground here. Always holding on to this space. And now Meteor doubled up crossfire setup. This could be nasty. This could be brutal. Obliterated! Genji! Just have such an immaculate read. Every position, every scenario. It's all
बहुत भयंकर मार दिया बे.
It's these defensive rotations again, Brent. Genji are so far ahead.
दोनों ओर से घेर लिया.
Think that they've got the timing to be able to go through the teleport like that. Genji have already got Meteor not just over towards B, but already set up a crossfire with Munchkin. And beautiful little bait play there. Munchkin letting himself be seen first and dragging them into Meteor's crossfire.
तो है.
When you watch Genji on defense, you would call it over-rotating if it wasn't winning so often. They have such a trust in the read. This nade to push Texture away from his position.
Nasty one landing right on top of the box satchel. Second setup now with this Bucky forward position, but Meteor. Oh, Meteor! Oh, what a snap to the side! That's the wrist breaker there from Sassy, and hello! What a time to come alive here for Sentinels. Much needed, much anticipated now. Texture trying to dodge and juke that timing here. Detainment onto Lakia is back to all of them. Chasing them down, hunting them down. Sassy wants even more. Offloading the Seekers. Why not? A winnable spot, a winnable position. Caron all alerted to the presence, but he picks up the rifle almost with the pre-fire. Still 2 versus 4. Spike has to get planted here, so Sentinels will at least earn that.
Everybody on Sen inside lamps. It's a really unusual post-plant position.
Gaps to be played within. Sentinels cannot let this one slip, not after losing previous gun round, not after losing most of the scenarios where they had that advantage. Thrash off that tap. Satchel over the top here and a seek to punish. There it is. Texture, last one left, last one alive through the box. Nade earned again. But tucked, hiding away from the position. It's Sentinels trying to play this one just with a little bit of intelligence. And John gets that information.
Let's go.
A shot to the head. Thrifty here. MasterCard well earned.
What a timing for it too. Definitely felt like Genji was running away with this game. And this is a must-win map for Sen. This is where they felt the most favored. This was their pick of all of the maps they could have gone to. And as the desk was mentioning earlier, they're kind of playing for the 3-1, hoping they don't even
Zen का में पे उनको जीतना पड़ेगा.
Incredible shots being hit there, and Sassy
अरे ओ bro hello.
here on blind.
Ball pen ना तोड़ दे वो.
We expect to see those a little more, I think, from the Gen G players. But here it is. Texture with an operator looking down B long.
Yeah.
Texter.
He's got himself onto a really nice forward angle. Spotting out this operator is going to be pretty key and essential here for Sentinels, but they don't have anything concrete to clear it out. Look, even a Dizzy just clears it. Jump spot from second.
5 seconds पे please peek मत लेना long.
Giving up that space.
Operator है उससे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. Texture की operator है इसलिए दिक्कत
Such a
है.
heavy premium on control of just both B long and showers. Even got a cam set up. Munchkin willing to hold it down.
TRX भी बोल रही थी पता है ना. Texture is हल्का सा हमको बहुत दिक्कत दे रहा है.
Interested, Munchkin didn't quite find the timing to take a duel, but he's now tucked in a position going to get cleared by that flash.
Yeah, certainly should be. Zekin, eager to take the fight there with a boombot just right behind him. He knows the rough position here of Munchkin.
Karen's back immediately over towards A, so there's still 3 players defending this.
But only 30 seconds roughly left here.
Chalo, abilities आ चुकी है.
Now as well, trying to take the space. It's only 10 and he's left alone to his own devices. So for the rest of his team here with only 25 seconds, that's a spike drop down on top of it. It needs to be heroics and it needs to be masterful play at that. Munchkin almost going down to the stray satchel, but it matters not. Overwhelming aggression from Gen G. Full lockdown in approach and play. And seconds dwindling down to nothing. It's Gen G up to 10.
Danger है बे.
The stack, the crossfire.
Technical तने जैसे ही बाहर आया पेल दिया गया.
And not just that, Gen G fighting close. Not trying to hold into backside and rely on the fact that, you know, they'll give SEN the play and try to push through smokes or anything like that. They fought almost even before Meteor was taking contact from the short trips. Look, they pick off 10s here. They're looking to try to fight them in short. They mollied off showers as well, so Zekin couldn't help. They picked that apart and fought aggressively. There's a really interesting quote from HSK, actually, during another interview where he said that Gen G tries to make the plays that other teams would hesitate to make. That's a very conscious thing that they've come into this year trying to do. We are going to try to be the team that picks that timing and fights you.
Been working so damn well for them here, Gen G.
Look at the rotates, Brent. Look at the rotates.
Set up and yeah,
I mean, it's less than 10 seconds into the round, and they're planning to 5-stack B.
Second showstopper. Loose here was vulnerable, but up close to the corner to clear. Lakia! Blinded! What? Found what? Stops it! Sentinels. They found an advantage, but it's about converting it now into a round
मार दिया अर्ज से.
And they've got an inkling that there's a ton of players here stacking the site, but they're not fast enough to pull the trigger and go for the rotate through the teleport, which would have been a play to open up the A site for a free plant. They found themselves that player advantage, and now Gen G, with the players stacked, looking to re-explore.
Oh man, look at this call to contact re-clear. Are they going to be ready with the rifle play? It needs to be online. It is Sentinels. Clean sweep there, out towards it, forcing Gen G out to the open. That slight pause keeps them alive for now. And it was really necessary, Josh. I mean, you end up losing that one. Gen G up to 11. The economy just been dwindling. Sentinels getting rocked left,
यहाँ पे
right, and
Zekin ने
center. But what is this?
उसने वहीं पे फोड़ दिया, मार दिया उसको.
It just blinds Lakia, right? Yeah. Well, he was 1 HP, I think, after he went through the Viper wall as well. Yeah, so just, but still, caught down extraordinarily low. And the crowd here behind Sentinels, willing them forwards.
Not easy rounds that Sentinels are winning.
They're not at all. Again, Gen G had 5 players B.
That's fast though. Zekin is in front of the snake bite as well. A little bit of damage, almost a kill onto Lackey. It's good damage. It's going to be permanent. There's no heal online. At least he can't heal himself. Now the Trailblazer for the re-clear. Munchkin, you can't be calling for that one again. He just goes down with it.
Yeah, and these are the times when Munchkin ends up getting punished, and it's looked rough for Gen G. We haven't seen very much of it. Munchkin's been playing a superb game, but that's the kind of stuff that was happening in Pacific, and SEN have taken full advantage. There's 3 players very close to key ultimates as well, though the orb is not here. SEN put another pause in the round, maybe hoping that Gen G would do another exploration. They've got to be cautious about Texture's ultimate, and Garon's, for that matter. The more they let the time click, the more that those ults could just win it for Gen G.
Josh is waiting for the fuel here, just to prop both of it up, make sure he can clear some of this util. Trip. Spotted and broken. Not be pulling any of the Gen G players away. It looks like positioning is being shifted. No, still a reclear of Texture. He's happy to hold this close angle.
30 seconds left.
This one he has the rocket available to him. Another trip. This time. Noise pressure on either side. The TP rotation is now cool with 20 seconds left. Guess what? What about gone now?
What about Karon's ult?
Karon's ult, yeah, it's not really going to be handled here at all, and that's going to be sending it out with Wingman.
ये Munchkin oil gun से हो रहा है.
They disabled it correctly, but it does catch on the second, so the plan is online. 4v4
Point away.
though. A must win for Sentinels, must win.
थोड़ा aggressive दिखा रहे हैं.
Fast wrap around, flanks on, flanks Lakia, punished for it. At least recognizing SEN the weaknesses of their own compositions, but it's immediately answered and evened back out.
Celsius got ult.
So, advantage now for Gen G here with the ult. Here's the first tap, but he's waiting for the second point. Karon's fast onto him. Karon's fast onto him. Already approaching and expecting that position, and he just has to let it rip anyway before anybody even taps. Gen G so fast with the moves, yet Sentinels shut it down.
Round be.
The tension in those kind of rounds when it gets down to the post plant is palpable. Sentinels were so close to major ults getting online, and I think if Celsius hadn't found the kill to be able to get his up, there was all the chance in the world that that round was going towards Gen G.
Technical
gorgeous kills towards the end, off the back of the Dizzy, and Gen G forced to take a timeout. Their first of this map. Frankly, it might be the first in the match that we've seen. I'm not sure whether they threw one in on Breeze.
Certainly a rarity. You don't see him often.
देखो कितना crowd है बे.
Calling for that timeout, cool down in the play here, because this is Sentinels
Final
actually making a very decent go of it. Yes, they won here and there, a couple of half-buy rounds when the economy wasn't too good, but that was, full-on gunplay occurring.
Remember though that this should be the map where Sentinels are the most favored, and they're still behind by one round.
Yeah.
Even though they're favored in the next due to the economy advantage. It's not clean sailing here, not by any means. Gen G fighting for every inch of this. Not willing to give up any of these maps that they so carefully selected. Now, in terms of what Gen G are going to be talking about in the timeout here, I think it's going to be about those defensive rotations. They've been stacking the opposite site to the lurk. So when John QT goes and puts pressure and breaks that trip, if it doesn't feel like an exec down short, they still keep players on B. And this time, John QT took the space and called for the rotate over. So that's kind of the opposite, I think, of what Gen G were expecting. And it's possible that Solo and HSK are just addressing that and coming up with a slight variation in how they play the defense. We'll have to keep an eye.
सुनना थोड़ा क्या बोल रहे हैं लोग.
Lakia now eager for this orb, looking one away. The ultimate.
Castello.
Might just earn it himself, he does, with him dropping, sent to the spectator seat. He's gonna have to sit on the sidelines and really fester and wonder about what went wrong there. Explosive second, through and out to the elbow position. Spraying down Texture.
Phantom. Oh, तीन ले गया, very good. Round खत्म है, Spike अभी तो plant नहीं हुआ, round खत्म है भाई.
Huge one, clean one. Sentai the game up. And those ults that were close to being able to be put online a couple of rounds ago, where Zelsis Orbital Strike made all the difference. Now look at them.
Sentinel. ऐसा बोल रहे हो.
Available to SEN. If they're able to lean on those, it will knock the Gen G economy once more. And the game, which Gen G had under some level of control, will start spiraling away from them.
10 कब से गेको खेलने लगा. 10 पता नहीं, अभी तक तो ओमन ही खेला था, मतलब वो ड्यूलिस्ट नहीं खेलता अभी. अब उसको वो पपलू रोल दे दिया है. तो अभी वो पपलू खेल रहा है, समझ रहे हो. बट खेला है बे. सेकंड बेस्ट है अभी ड्यूलिस्ट में, ऐसा लग रहा है मेरे को. टेंट में उसको ही खेलने दो. ऑल्ट कर दिया है.
Finally planting, elbow control for them. On top of that, it's Hookah.
They didn't plant though. They're still getting it down now, and Gen G are taking elbow control in the meantime.
Might work against them because it has cut off these angles, and the core made to contact works out beautifully. Thrash
like
through with
the
flash as well. On top of it, it comes down to how can they win this game? As the Rango the Beast, that is his rifle.
Let's go, भाई.
Sentinels.
ये होता है राउंड भाई, ये होता है राउंड.
I'm sure it's not, but they get that lead, at least by one.
रिप्ले हो जाए थोड़ा, हमें भी समझने का मौका मिले क्या हुआ।
So heavily on getting those ults up.
लेकिन अंदर गया, एक को पेला, अंदर गया, दूसरे को पेला, तीसरे को पेला। फैंटम, कल से फैंटम। जेलिसिस ने ऐसे हाथ किया, टेन ने कुछ रिस्पॉन्स नहीं दिया, वो अपने आप में खुश था, तो उसने लेट्स गो ऊंचा हाथ कर दिया, ऊपर हाथ कर दिया।
And it's a great time to do it too. Oh, the punish on the back here. Huge.
भाई जेकन के अंदर भूत आ गया क्या? कि भाई पेल रहा हूँ, मैं पेल रहा हूँ।
That's play just going their way.
Yeah, that's what you need. You need to keep these anti-ecos clean for Sen. If you want them to start building up. Because Genji are super dangerous in these kind of moments. You cannot count them
कुत्ता
out.
हो चुका है दोस्तों, लॉन के ऊपर बहुत इंटेंस सिचुएशन होते हुए यहाँ पे।
Well in the series so far.
Clearly ignoring Hookah. It's a smart call as well. You don't want to walk into those shotguns, but the trips close will cause.
टिप्स रूप्स छोड़ने की कोशिश करी गई, लास्ट टाइम उसने स्पोर्ट करा होगा, तो इस बार उन्होंने देखा कि क्या कर सकते हैं। जेलिसिस अंदर जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, सबसे पहले बूम बोट जाएगा, फिर जाएगा सेटल एंड अल्ट। भाई अल्ट में है, एक्सपेक्टेड प्लेस ही वो मारता है, वहां पे कोई स्पॉट नहीं हुआ तो यहाँ मार दूंगा।
They can feel it on the precipice. They're getting that 12th round here.
OP or what? Yes, bro. Very, very OP.
The juncture that is this series.
Shot. जोड़ तो क्या ही बोले, वो डेंजर है, अभी तो इजी टीम है। Let's go. टेक्सचर एक को पेलते हुए राइट में, दो है, दोनों को जेलिसिस यहाँ पे पेलते हुए टेक्सचर को बहुत बेहतरीन तरीके से यहाँ पे 2 नहीं 1v4 का सिचुएशन। और ये मंचकिन यहाँ पे बाहर खड़े हुए, यहाँ पे 12 मिल जाएगा 10 को, इसके बाद एंड बूम गाइस, सेंटिनल का मैप है, वो जीतेंगे। नहीं होगा बट इसमें भी मर गया वो, खेल नहीं दूंगा, ऐसे मर जाऊंगा।
These recent rounds have all gone the way of Sen. A reminder though that they did it by using ultimates.
अगर इसको किसी ने नहीं मारा होता तो वो मार देता जेकन।
To be able to get into B. So Genji, do they actually need an adjustment? Wow. Not just the save.
Genji की ओर से टाइम आउट आते हुए और ये सब के सब
the second of the map to allow their coaches a bit of input.
देखिए भाई, कल आपको बैन किया था ना वो नाइट बोट ने, मैंने नाइट बोट ही उड़ा दिया।
But crucial rounds have been won off the back of ultimates.
कुछ भी किसी को भी कर देता है वो, अगर उसके मन में आ गया कि भाई ये बंदा नहीं लिख रहा सही से, चलो भाई इसको वो कर देता हूँ मैं। चेंज टाइम और अब कमबैक होगा, हो सकता है बे। 2 राउंड की तो बात है। चेंजी क्या कोच बोलेगा, अंदर से मंत्र फूंक के बोलेगा ओम भट, कम बैक हो जा। अब देखते हैं क्या 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 बोला उसके कोच ने। आज लकी तूने जो स्पैम कर दिया, लेट्स गो, फिर भी तेरे को नाइट बोट ने नहीं मारा, देख रहे हो, नाइट बोट को खलास कर दिया मैंने अपनी दुनिया। मेरे दोस्तों को जो छेड़ेगा उसको पेल दूंगा। Let's go guys, let's go.
Seekers are going to be online surely.
What have you got up your sleeve, Meteor? Team needs some magic.
Let's go.
He's backing away. It's just that aggressive cam.
He's been putting that there a lot though. Yeah. They've already seen that in a couple of post plant situations. Sen are going to know. It could trigger some kind of showers crunch though, so they've got to be a bit cautious. Look, Tens, Zekken ready to punish the players that might come through the teleport, using Sassy as bait. And now they walk forward, get Seekers online.
Texture. Close up onto the angle. Dog broken. Boombot as the first layer of contact.
Munchkin pushing out through sand.
Is Munchkin, and he's been doing this at least in the qualifiers. It could be a punishable element. They have
बहुत ही ज़्यादा इंटेंस राउंड है ये
Genji
के लिए,
it looks like Celsius
और क्रूशियल और इम्पोर्टेंट।
But they've left that tiny window.
These are slow rotates second though, making a little bit of noise.
अबे आवाज मत दे,
rotates from Genji, all come in, beating the rotate.
नहीं दिया वो ऐसे यार।
Into B. And Munchkin has not overplayed his hand. Make sure that he just feeds the info his team needs. And what a call this is.
Gets the hell out. 30 seconds. This is going to be a full committal. Straight into the more. Why they're not expecting it. Genji players holding their ground, rooted and snared into place, but they're willing to just fight tooth and nail. Spike dropped down, Molly's at the feet, nobody can advance, nobody can step over the line. There's going to have to be those shots, going to have to be that firepower. But again, is it enough? Is it enough? It's not! Meteoric from Meteor himself.
Meteor bhai.
Munchkin, man. We saw him go for those sand pushes all throughout Pacific.
Very, very dangerous.
For them, but played this one to perfection. Sentinels have got to be scratching their heads after that, thinking, how on earth, when we were fairly quiet the whole way over towards V and had made noise throughout showers, how did they get the read? How did they know?
Let's go.
Incredible play from Munchkin without really even popping up on the kill
Danger mara be.
All just
Time out आ गया क्या SEN का?
and hearing the footsteps and calling the rotate.
देखो तुम लोग बिनु लोग तुम लोग को सही से खेलना पड़ेगा एक ही ग्राउंड की बात है ऐसा
push the very boundary of what you can get away with.
इंटेंस सिचुएशन है पूरा समझ रहे हो अब ये एक जीती जेनजी वन मोर राउंड लेट्स गो वही एक राउंड जो बदल दे आपकी दुनिया
You don't want to go to OT, not against Genji, not when they've been making these adaptations over time, directing towards it.
Yeah, and not just that, Brent, we were talking a lot about the ults being on the side of Sentinels. Well, now, the coin has flipped.
Very dangerous!
Munchkin still has access to that Viper's pit. Caron, one away from being
very dangerous round, guys. सब अपने अपने दिल थाम लो जो सैंड के साथ है वो अपना दिल थाम लो जो जेन के साथ है वो अपना दिल थाम लो और मेरे जैसे न्यूट्रल लोग let's go guys enjoy the
Genji are going to
round.
start the stack on A with 4 players. What a gamble to push them through into OT.
4-1 setup. Don't see it. Looks like they're going to try and set up Munchkin for that deep pit in through the main choke, and he is going to layer it down. Needs to be defended in time. But here's that showers fight. Molly drop down. Genji walking, Genji walking, Genji walking, but losing the fight. Initially, it's up to Lakia.
और है क्या वहाँ पे इसको नहीं पता होगा और फेल आ गया देखा
comes up huge. You're joking. Getting away with murder.
It just flips in
वहाँ पे जेनेसिस फेल आ गया बे
Genji not happy to just sit inside the pit. Pushed outside of
जेनजी
it.
का राउंड है बे जेनजी का राउंड है
Up
जय
to
जेनजी की हाँ
outrageous decision from Munchkin and the Genji coaches coming out of Sen's tack timeout. And now funneling the final 2 survivors straight into these
जेनजी को लगा कि एक ही पीक ले रहा होगा फिर तो मैं चला जाता हूँ हाथ में नाइफ लेता हूँ थोड़ी पूरा नाम ही घुमा लेता हूँ अबे तेरी राइट में चेक तो कर
Not only the trips, gonna worry about Caron's ult, delaying, denying.
भाई ऐसे लाइन में मत चलो रे डर लगता है कहीं एक स्प्रे में दोनों को खत्म ना हो जाओ
Out wide, there won't be any punish onto these trips, but they're not going to walk into it anyway. It's just concealed, but that TP through Munchkin.
They just know.
He's got to read. I mean, they just know now with the camera, spotted it all. Look at that, Caron sends it and splits them up. For OT,
चलो
all the way here.
जेनजी का राउंड है
Not going to be denied it at all. John
हो गया
QT dropping to the
हो गया very good जेनजी very good
There's a perfect
very
example. I mean, look, let's look at this for starters. Second and Celsius trying to hold the push and just got minced. Tense as well, not realizing that Lucky was in the corner, despite the fact that he caught a little bit of chip damage. But for me, that final moment where Munchkin just comes, all right, there's 30 seconds left. We haven't seen them over towards A at all. They've got to be taking B, and they just went through the teleporter.
Overtime.
They're not worried about the fact that it could have been a late A hit at all. They just trust.
अब देखना है कौन है खिलाड़ी
A lot of the coaches have been talking about.
और कौन है अडानी अनाड़ी
and EG talk about that all the time. Trust in your gut. I feel like no team embodies it more than Genji.
Yeah, full committal to the calls that are being made here. But the sides are swapped around now. Opening a round of OT. Meteor. They're going to go with this one here. Cam attacking, but already through the choke point. Still, they deal with him. Pesky intruder out towards, and Showers control is going to be essential. What is the call now for Genji?
A plan for backside here and
full healing आ चुका है.
The defense spawn seems like a good idea. But Genji don't want to commit to it just yet. Now Karen's got one smoke to play with. You can smoke off heaven, you can have somebody watch over towards pipes, but they're not making a decision here. They're slowing down and they're kind of trapped.
Waiting for Munchkin.
Yes, but what is Munchkin really going to do? Tens is on a great angle at B long.
It's just all hinging on this, isn't it? It's an off angle at that.
Munchkin पिला जाएगा मेरे को लग रहा है.
This.
Yeah,
चलो पिला गया.
Spoils it for
Very
Munchkin
slow,
here.
very slow.
It's weird though because they don't know where Genji are. They could be all the way up heaven, all sorts of spots.
It's going to cause the push out here by Sentinels, meeting them right into texture, but he wasn't waiting for it. It's a trade attempt by Carroll. He will fall too. Everybody topples Sentinels.
Let's go. Flawless कर दिया अभी.
First round of OT and another chance to seal up this map.
Slow तो है.
Rare moment of hesitation, I think, from Genji there. Munchkin clearly wanted to take matters into his own hands and was hoping that Genji would find Sentinels making a mistake, going and re-exploring A for information. But Sen was so happy on B. Just one watching spawn, one watching B long.
Let's go.
Very good patience and diligence from Sen.
बस एक round.
To yet another map point. They've got to start closing these though.
Attacking में करना पड़ेगा Sen को.
You look at the overall map pool in this best of 5 grand finals. It's an uphill battle almost all the way through. Bind is a necessary component that they need to take away.
Brent, Munchkin's in a really committed position here at hookah. I don't see how he dodges Boombot Dizzy.
Here it is. He's out wide anyway. Just hates the fight.
Munchkin दो ले गया. चलो. Spike भी down है इधर.
Are you doing something like that, Munchkin? The two best players, arguably, on Sentinels, put down like nothing.
Lakia
finds that timing before the utility's used perfectly. This is going to get scrappy though because they want to fight over the spike. They're not content with just playing the numbers advantage.
He is willing to join them, but he has cut off that angle here with the Trailblazer not broken down. Is he actually going to be stunned up? Bullets raining through. TP Cortex is right there, fast in it. Here's the reinforcements. Here's the whole bloody team. Everybody joining the fight and the fray. Evacuation.
That's an amazing read by Sentinels. They know that all three players are there, and this is a race that Sen have won. Rare for them to be able to beat the defensive rotates, but wait a moment. A rare mistake as well from Genji. They haven't got the plant down.
Sassy, here's the noise cues, but he just pre-fires and kisses incorrectly. The gamble not paying off still. Not willing to get that space. Finally here, but South is out in the hole, but still the kill found 2v2, running and gunning to just retreat and cover that section. Now the defuse meteor sticking all the way. Spray down happened, but that will be it. Sentinels even it up 1-2.
Round है भाई, round है.
And I said it was necessary. And it certainly was necessary.
Let's go. भाई स्पाइक उनके पैरों में था, पैरों से लेके गए. 10 प्लेयर के बीच से स्पाइक लेके गए रे.
A grueling win for them, forced into overtime, but they do it at the final moment, converting a 3v5.
Absolutely.
भाई जीते. मैं जीते अल्लाह कृष्णा वाहेगुरु से दुआ करता हूँ जेंजी जीत जाए. भाई वेरी डेंजरस बे. क्या राउंड निकाला बे. 2 लोग उधर. भाई यार ये क्या था भाई. था गेम प्ले था बे. गेम प्ले था भी. 2 लोग बैठे हैं उनके पास से. एक बार फिर से देखे. इतना टाइम क्यों लग रहा है यार.
For me, that final moment where Munchkin just comes, all right, there's 30 seconds left. We haven't seen them over towards A at all. They've got nothing. Finds that time before the utility's used perfectly. This is going to get scrappy though because they want to fight over the spike. They're not content with just playing the numbers advantage.
He is willing to join them, but he has cut off that angle here with the Trailblazer not broken down. Is he actually going to be stunned up? Bullets raining through. TP Cortex is right there, fast in it. Here's the reinforcements. Here's the whole bloody team. Everybody joining the fight and the fray. Fast rotation. Stimmy. Evacuation.
Very dangerous day. मस्त खेला बे. राउंड ए ओमन. गेम खेल सकते हैं अपन. बट हम देखेंगे पीसी बिल्ड अंडर 80 के कैसा पीसी बिल्ड होता है? ओके 3050 ये क्या? अच्छा सिर्फ ग्राफिक कार्ड का प्राइस 4060 इतने में बन जाता है क्या?
with RTX 4060 तो अनसर इसमें हमने क्या-क्या भी कंपोनेंट्स यूज किए?
इसमें यूज कर रहे हैं इंटेल का i5 12 जनरेशन 12400F कॉस्टिंग 12600 ग्राफिक कार्ड इसमें यूज करा है लेटेस्ट 4060 जो आया है हमारा गीगाबाइट का कॉस्टिंग 27900 पेयर करा है इसे गीगाबाइट के B660 मदरबोर्ड के साथ कॉस्टिंग 9600 NVMe इसमें हम यूज कर रहे हैं WD की ब्लू SN570 1TB विद 5 ईयर वारंटी आती है 4200 की और RAM यूज कर रहे हैं Corsair की 16GB 3200 मेगाहर्ट्ज कॉस्टिंग 3100 और SMPS में यूज करा है गीगाबाइट का 650 वाट जो कि 80 प्लस ब्रॉन्ज है ये 4300 कॉस्ट कर रहा है कैमरा हमारी इसमें है Antex की NX360 जो कि 4 ARGB फैन के साथ है कॉस्टिंग 3500
तो टोटल पीसी बिल्ड क्या जा रहा है?
टोटल बेस अंडर 65000 कंप्लीट हो रहा है इंक्लूडिंग विंडोज कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री
और अगर DDR5 में करने चाहे तो
DDR5 में अगर हम चाहते हैं तो इसमें 760 वाईफाई मदरबोर्ड यूज कर लेते हैं CPU भी 13400F ले लेते हैं और Corsair की RAM ले लेते हैं इन सबका टोटल डिफरेंस 7000 ऐड हो जाएगा हमारे
ओके मतलब 70000 में DDR5
हां 72000 के आसपास पूरा कंप्लीट हो जाएगा विद DDR5 वाईफाई
ओके तो गाइस अगर कोई कंप्लीट पीसी बिल्ड बाय करना रहेगा तो आप आईना से कंप्यूटर शो को जरूर कांटेक्ट कर सकते हो तो गाइस
हाय 72K में Amazon 37 वो कितने का बोल रहा था? 27 का बोला क्या? 32 में भी है गीगाबाइट ड्यूल फैन ड्यूल फैन 4060 FPS टिप्स ये भाई बताइए।
Hello guys, Crispy here. Welcome back to another video. Dollars or 335 euros in the EU.
Last of Us.
To install this in our system now.
Okay, bhai, okay,
playing them. Shall we? First up, we got The Last of Us Part 1, super intensive game, and we're playing at 1080p using no DLSS and the high settings preset, which I think are very adequate for a GPU like this one, especially because if you set it to Ultra, it actually goes over the VRAM limits. Okay, here we go. Let's start counting our FPS and turn on our flashlight so we get like a single frame less or so, making it a little bit more intensive, you know. Get out of the way, Ellie, please. Now, another thing about playing on high settings instead of ultra settings is that it also does look really good on high. It's basically the same. There are a ton of comparisons out there on YouTube showing high settings versus ultra settings in this game, and after the latest patches and stuff like that, it looks so similar that I'm glad to say that in this particular game and some other games that we'll see here today, the 4060 is actually a lot faster than the RTX 3060 12GB model. I tested the 12GB 3060 in Red Dead Redemption 2 in a separate video. Right at the beginning, Roach, are you kidding? Settings, it can actually play the game at high to ultra settings with above 60 FPS all of the time. Around here it's dropping slightly from 100 FPS at times, but it is really damn smooth, guys. Like zero stutters whatsoever. Yeah, it's also way better than like the Arc. Actually, these FPS are super similar to what the RTX 3060 12GB got at 1080p ultra settings instead of extreme settings. Now, there is a little bit of an issue with extreme settings. It's that after like 15-20 minutes of playing the game, it will give you a VRAM warning message, and it will...
Valorant तो देखे.
Next up is Valorant, a competitive title that runs extremely well, so we're actually playing it at 4K resolution. And using the high settings, UI quality set to low because it doesn't really matter, and anti-aliasing is turned off. Needless to say that if it plays this game at 400 FPS plus on average, and 4K resolution, it will
Acha,
play
4K
it absolutely
4K पे
flawlessly at 1080p as well. The adequate resolution for this card, or at least a targeted one. That's insane. Like, you are likely gonna be CPU bound if you play this game at 1080p resolution. That's why I'm not playing at 1080p, because it was getting like 70% GPU utilization, even with the 5800 X3D. God damn it! Stop killing me, you bastards! Wait, what? Are these doors? What the hell? Wait, we need to go there.
इसके आजू बाजू कौन है 4060 versus
How do I open this? Come on. Come on. There we go. There we go.
47.
Okay.
लैपटॉप में कौन लाया इनको?
You don't play games like it's the 80s. Stop buying games like you're
10 FPS का फर्क हो सकता है। 1% लो। चेंज है, बहुत चेंज है। 43 and 73। साइबरपंक मैं देखना चाहता नहीं हूँ, मेरे को कोई ऐसा डेंजर गेम दिखाओ। साइबरपंक मेरे को पता है बहुत डेंजर गेम है, कोई टेस्टिंग पता चलेगा वो सब कुछ निकाल देता। डबसान 4070 तो जॉड बे। असैसिन क्रीड कौन सा है? मिराज। चलो गाइस, वेलकम दी बैक। ये क्या हो रहा है? इतना टाइम क्यों लग रहा है इसको? आ चुके हम एसेंड की गलियों में दोस्तों।
Recent gaming over towards tiles. Both teams, when we saw them play against Paper X, did a lot of the defensive set plays. But I think that was a specific ante. I don't know whether we're going to see as many of them here. It's a trap play in mid for Sen. Turret to watch contact over towards B.
The question is, how do Sen pivot now that the turret takes a contact? It's going to be Zekken. Eyeing it up onto the angle. Orb. Picked up. Now a smoke.
And this is quite nice because once you break the turret, you actually break the trap setup in mid as well. So Sen's setup that was dangerous to walk mid on, dangerous to walk cat on, now gets dismantled a little. The macro game continues to be played really beautifully by Gen.G.
Taking a bit of a wander now, straight down mid. Got the alarm bot to notify them of this one here. Sentinel's potential chance of a reclear, but no, just a shock dart. Bit of damage now onto Munchkin. Now steps going to be made with the alarm bot broken. Here it is, the flurry and rush from the Sentinels players. They have to really back them up. He does have the flash. Paranoia goes wide and does not connect onto the necessary target, and that is Second still with that dash, spraying away, quite praying as well. It's all Sentinels. Collecting and colliding. Only two left to stand here for Gen.G. Munchkin lack here. Side by side. Now, there's damage done, but the door has been broken into their face. Only 12 seconds left. Spike drop down and spawn on top of it. You have to make a good go of this if you are Gen.G, but you have to take liberties. How's he got away with that then? Time? 4 seconds, barely enough, but now broken.
Woo! Zekken!
Slaps him down with that one. A pistol round now granted here for Sentinels.
Zekken gets the cleanup on the final two, but his positioning tucked behind the box. Getting the pick on Meteor, I believe it was, who tried to push lane. That's the one that's huge. This kill right here. If he ends up losing it, Celsius is under pressure. Suddenly the B side looks like it's going to fall a little. Very good setups from Sen. From the pistol into the adjustment. All looking good.
Somebody to keep an eye on as well. I mean, Second does seal it up onto that pistol round here. Getting a bit of acknowledgement, but we'll be taking a gander, that head-to-head, him versus Texture. Texture, another great map too on Bind. Seeing how that made manifest. Will there be a continuation into the series? Yet to be seen. Now Gen.G looking to just take control, maybe get an orb if they can, but they're really just being pulled over this every step of the way.
Yeah, mowed down.
गया ये round भी उनका.
Not really funneling the ult orbs into the players that would want them most. That's a silver lining to what has otherwise been a very simple round so far. Trying to bait out the second shot so they could punish. But second as well. Yeah, knocking that one out.
Next level, by next level.
Yeah. Sentinels can now set themselves up going into that third round here. Really critical one.
And I think this is where we'll get to see, are Sentinels going to go for the defensive set plays and that aggression? Because this would be the perfect round to try something like that.
Yeah.
You know, flash recon into mid, have TenZ teleport into a smoke or something like they've done before, or even go for a tiles crunch. It kind of looks like they're set up for a tiles crunch, except that there isn't a flash in mid. Maybe just a bit of aggression over towards B main instead. Doesn't particularly matter anyway, because Gen G, all 5 players grouped up as if they want to go for a fast A.
Stacked up. No time wasted with that one, just a flash to get them control towards A main. Deep knife. Quite deep enough actually, really. Looking to tag. Or it does in fact actually now, but the turret's going to be broken with the Nana Swarms. Still not deaded.
Yeah, nobody has gone to close the door, so the Nana Swarms haven't been used. Now they're popped. Karen took one of them out and gets a safe door down.
Insane pathing by Gen G, just avoiding all that Sentinel utility, but it does set it up now for the 5v5 retake. Now, of course, guns not on the side here for Sentinels, but they do have the util. They have been clean with it in the past. Texture wants to take the fight there, but caught out in the open with the paranoia. Tight into these positions, being flooded and swarmed. Not enough with the bullets to spray them down. Reflank attempt now in through it. TenZ, he spots it, but doesn't expect the second player. Still, Celsius not being able to stick that defuse. He can't even get second onto it, and the damage has been done to all of them. Sassy has to really stick this one and pray for his life. Not enough. Barely over the line here for Gen G.
And they lose that here too. So that's a very expensive round to get on the board for Gen G. I like the idea that they went for their 2 players, Munchkin calling it, going for the wrap, back down through Catwalk, and then playing it one at a time, so TenZ thinks he's dealt with that post-plant lurk. And Meteor's able to pop through. At the end of the day, though, I think that's a win in the column for SEN. It's not technically, but they've done quite a bit of damage, kept the economy under control for Gen G, and got themselves the Odin, the op. Big tools to work with.
Massive tools. Essential, really, to any good hold of Ascent on the defensive side. Zekken took an early peek down mid, but think twice about it, I think, off the back of all that noise that Gen G are making. Open for a bit of a tussle here. Now, the drone does tag. Will there be any danger for TenZ inside the position? This time, Texture aware of it. Flash through around the back as well, but he can't quite lend a second one. At least his teammates can. Lakia cleaning up duty for him, and now retaking with the operator. Second, a stray shot. Gamble in that position.
Spike planted.
Oh!
अरे यार.
Ridiculous.
Smoke में मार दिया
I think
बेचारे.
this is one of the situations where you just need to save the open Odin. Yeah. Get out of there. Not a
Open Odin दोनों महान weapon को
The smoke that
save
TenZ
करना
is
होगा.
using, got no problem with that. The one way used to be more standard, but plenty of teams running the full smoke that blocks up A main. It's really annoying for the attacks to deal with. You're seeing that Lakia is investing the drone pretty much every time. And actually, if they start to get the read on that, you know, TenZ or Celsius could start dominating that smoke and trying to
last round हो ही
when
जाता.
he's going for the drone. Standing ahead. There are little counterplays that you can do, but just not a huge fan of the timing that TenZ chose to try to get back into the kind of aim.
तेज वहाँ पे थोड़ा सा गलत चला गया क्योंकि Power Rangers पूरा खुश रहे वो लोग.
The attackers are going to be in there a
2-2
little
हो
faster
चुका है.
most of the time. All right, so SEN, silver lining, they still kept the op and the Odin. There it is, that entry. It just puts a lot of pressure on Celsius, then backpedaling.
इसको यहाँ पे pocket में kill मिल गया ऐसे ही.
We have the devs in house.
तेरे बिना मेरी सांसें चले नहीं.
We'll see. SEN have managed to at least scramble a bye together ever so slightly. He's half armor and Guardian.
I think this is going to be fast here, Brent. I think Zekken's going to want to look for an aggressive position. Or are they going for the one-way and tucking into wine?
Gearing up for it, and that didn't tag.
Yeah, but it did onto TenZ, who was thinking about using Paranoia.
Now mid. Name of the game.
Catwalk से जा रहे हैं सबके सब.
4 players waiting. Zekken, too much to account for here. Wow,
Oh,
still gets
support
out.
कर लिया
Starts to
सबको.
dash as well. In fact, is he going to use it? Yes, opts for it. Can't hit it with the readjustment there. Still, oh, he nails it. Body's hitting the wall. Texture though, he's so rapid. Look at this guy. He's all the way up into heaven, but he is going to be shut down in the end. John QT Good awareness from that one. It's about trying to keep up with the tempo. Can't let Gen G run all over you.
Yes, flick लगती ना भाई, danger था.
Sole survivor. One shot left for Zekken. Shot darts. Pushes him out.
Great punish.
अरे यार.
A lot more to do. Wants to make a go of it.
Like it has been astoundingly clutch, but he's not going to get anything this time. Celsius shuts it down. What a round from Zekken with the operator in hand.
Oh yeah.
When we saw him play against PaperX, barely pulled out the op on defense actually. Mostly rifling, mostly going for those defensive aggression plays. Now he's just allowing people to walk into him. Gorgeous reposition onto some of these angles too, playing around the utility very well. Bit of a question mark for me, honestly, how Zekken was going to play with the op. We saw him absolutely dominate on this map. But like I said, mostly with the rifle. He's looking very good to open here.
Hello, jump spot. Real chance here. Doesn't anticipate it. Texture. What the hell is that? Ferrari peak.
That's amazing though, playing with that. Oh, and look at this, Carol. So deep.
Oh, through, and he gets the punish there onto Celsius, looking for that information inside the smoke. What of his own making? Drone clears through, and now he can just retreat back into the site tucked. What a play by Gen G.
अपनी side से आ रहा है वो.
From both of those players, Texture and Caron. Now Sen. Got more than they bargained with. Gonna play a disadvantage retake.
And they've got an off. Very difficult.
Nothing to write home about here.
No, Gen G should really be in an advantage position. Yet Texture goes down close. Quarters, action for Meteor, action indeed, but he does go down to the follow-through, spray-through of Sassy, anticipating it. The reflank now, just a re-clear into mid, and now regrouping up here for Sentinels. Damage done, but so is still on the opposite side, Zekken. You respond with that one. Need to deal with these players though. Anchoring tucked, close Caron, he's gone. Lakia, Hunter's Fury available.
हो गया.
How he wants to play this one. Sassy's just sticking this, and it is watched.
Let's
Get down, Mr.
round
President
it.
Sentinels. I mean, pulling that one out of nowhere. I'm not gonna lie. Player disadvantage with the up ready. You shouldn't be winning retakes.
But it's Zekken again who actually finds 2 kills. One by peeking Heaven, if I'm not mistaken, and the other, they throw a recon dart that forces a swing, and he gets this kill kind of for free, but good awareness. That is bonkers that they've turned that one around, especially when Lakia had the Hunter's Fury to work with towards the end there. You're right, it really did seem like he wanted to set up a shock dart play or the Hunter's Fury and just
Very good way. Very good.
It's a tight turn.
Certainly is. Still danger though. Knife going to be stopping a few of these Gen G players in their tracks there. Caron actually can't get out of here, but it's a knife on either side, so there's no util to flush him out of that spot. And finally, they get their abilities back online.
अरे हल्का सा लेट कर दिया.
Dodge. While all this has been going on, Gen G happy to take that B main control. We're going to try and set up Lakia there in the meantime.
Yeah, looking to just try to farm the ult orb, Meteor 1 away. So it's entirely possible that they're playing for that. Zekken pushed away, they know that there's no op over towards A. Texture clears out the entirety of A main.
Texture अभी
This is
घुसेगा
going to allow,
फटाफट.
I think, Meteor to get his ult online. They might really want to go for this with the lockdown.
Consider it.
I don't know what is going on here though. Gen G retreating away, but they haven't picked up the orb. So they can't use the lockdown to fake towards A. They've just got some kind of read here. And to some
उनको
degree,
read आ गया है.
Zekken was hoping towards mid, now he's picked up Heaven. You know, they are hitting the weaker
चले
side.
भाई ध्यान रखना. तनेज भाई ध्यान रखना.
Oh my goodness, what a timing for the ult. Rips away the knives, and now Texture, weak as anything, declawed.
बेटा Texture की ult
Back away
suppress हो
That
गई.
might have been based off a flash that Munchkin threw over towards A. Are they expecting this on B?
There's Nana swords.
Look at the minimap.
Munchkin. What the hell is going on here? Still,
Flick away,
just
flick
was there
away.
with the flick of the wrist, and Gen G again left scrambling.
There's 15 seconds left and they don't want to survive.
Don't want to keep these into the next round. I mean, Texture's got nothing. You don't keep the blade, so you don't keep the ult. Flash, pop through round and aside here, spamming and spraying. A reload, no punish. 5 seconds left. Plant online, maybe enough. Maybe enough. It's going to be going down to the wire. And they do get that continuation, and Meteor gets the kills. Added concatenation, man. Round to the back, it's watched for. Texture will get shut down.
3v2.
Need to be
Sen,
managed.
Sen,
Paranoia
Sen.
now.
अभी पूछ लेंगे,
Door
पीक
down,
लेंगे
bottom
वो लोग.
players blinded. That is perfection. Immaculate placement. Meteor with 32 health. Another
भाई communication देखो उन लोग का.
Sentinels.
Synergy देखो.
A scrappy turnabout round.
कितने मस्त कॉम दिए होंगे ना.
Macro from Gen G all match, but that one boiled the carrots for too long. No, turned it into mush. I think they could have played it a little more simply. I mean, Munchkin almost gets an opportunity to get in there, but Zeka makes up for it with a gorgeous refight with the operator. And he's frying, by the way. If you want to talk about individuals, Zeka's looking just as good as he did when he played this map previously. And Texture's not really finding those options as easily.
Of course, it's harder when you're the attack side Jet. I mean, you have to be set up with util. Not going to be favored into a lot of those fights, but
also it's Texture.
Exactly. You kind of expect more from him. Here's a fast play though, Texture. This time not shying away. There's a dart over the top that sets us up on either side here. Texture now is into the site. He's worried about backside. Still, he could seek to deny. There's no one watching the back here of Zekken, but he does dash away and out of the fight here with the smoke. Covering it, 4 players spotted. Good information here for Sentinels, but Texture again needs to be this playmaker.
Karen teleports in over towards lane, only with 30 health, and they use the lockdown as well, but look at the lockdown positioning. It denies mid and market. It's so good for keeping control of side. Karen dies, but he'd already stuck that plant.
Zekken will get detained, will slow them down just a tad here with the plant down. A potential difference making. Look at Lakia's position. Again, he's got that Hunter's Fury. He's going to be waiting for the right time to strike. Same with Meteor. Takes up that space, but he was blind as anything, and John QT, a little bit delayed, but eventually getting that trade. Hunter's Fury now is being used proactively. 2 tags, no kills though. Damage being done. The backside players, they need to be dealt with. Up and through with the flash. Texture putting them down side by side. Tens will follow through. Time has run out entirely. And another's been bought here with all of these plays. Gen.G barely pulling that one out from the jaws of defeat.
I really can't believe that Lakia decided to send that Hunter's Fury instead of playing for the time, because time seemed like it was the biggest asset on Gen.G's side. That ended up being the deciding factor anyway. I was worried there for a moment. That aggression from Meteor is so classic to the way that Gen.G love to play as well. The Pacific teams, Paper X do this too. Not happy to just fall into backside B when they play the post plants, always looking to contest.
If they think they've got that timing, they will take it.
Okay, so Gen.G get their 3rd on the board. A recon looking to push away Zekken if he was playing around mid.
Very mobile though.
Yeah, he got smoked off, and now he's going to pick up mid at the same time as the recon dissipates.
Seen the player move over towards Cat here. It's going to be called out. At least it should be that awareness. Double done. They can't hit it. No way. No way. Tens. My God, man. And the follow-up, the backup arriving in the form of an ultimate. Couldn't have been better.
You give him an inch, he'll take a mile. They just whiffed on him for a moment, and he readjusted his aim and took down 2. He looked completely caught there. The game plan worked for Gen.G, it's just... they just couldn't land the shots in the moment. 2v3 though, and we've certainly seen Gen.G pull out rounds like this before, especially when SEN lose info around the map. You know, Karen could be in a position here where he just shoots them all in the back.
Yeah, reminiscent of Breeze. There was multiple scenarios where Sentinels threw away those player advantage situations because they didn't know where the enemies were, and now with the plant down.
Yeah, do they go for the ult? If you ult, you kind of have to just sit there and defend it.
Down on line, that's what they were waiting for. Here's a lockdown, pushing the players out wide. Caron,
you have to defend
forced
this.
To make a play. Yeah, you do have to defend this here. He's not going to be detained from this spot. Here's it. Tekken not adjusting for that angle. Not even expecting it here. Now they have to worry about this crossfire set, but John QT is halved already onto that defuse. Sassy responds with the fire, but here he does not know. Finally, shot dart fired. Sassy tapping, forcing out wide again. Lakia this time prevails.
Monstrous in the clutch. Time again. The enemy of Sentinels. They had a player advantage, but they had no information about where Gen.G had disappeared off to. Another great play for Tens that ends up being wasted somewhat by his team's inability to capitalize on those advantage situations. And Gen.G using other advantages, map control, info denial.
Next
they
level.
don't need the players online.
The nades very good bro, very good. I'm back guys. हमारे बंदे बस गाली देते हैं। ये क्या हो रहा है भाई? होता है ब्रो, हमारे यहाँ थोड़ा इसीलिए लोग सिंगापुर सर्वर खेलते हैं, समझ रहे हो? हल्का सा मैं गया था एक चीज लेने।
Sen are going to have to make a proactive call here. They can't just wait this out.
Genji are just doing the exact same, waiting, hoping to catch that proactive call. It's a great read.
Manskin ko pakdo re.
Might just walk and wade right into it. The crossfire of a sentry, and look at that. The call to 3-2-1, peek it down, tap, 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 second.
Let's go, second. Let's go.
He's got plenty more to deal with now. He wants to make a go of it.
He's got two, but might be too little, too late. He has read this though. He might be able to get into spawn at the right timing to cut this off and get another for free.
Doesn't break the knife actually, yes, and he's got the dash back online.
You just don't think logs here though. You just never think about that.
Don't expect it. It's going to have to be reactions and adjustment potentially there. Still close to the corner. Jiggling from Lakia. Decides to take the timing and a fight right to him. So 5-5.
5-5 kar diya be.
Up now again for Genji. And this is a really good spot for them. Attack side of Ascent. We've got to imagine it plays out a lot more typically.
Sentinels going for their first piece of defensive set play.
Full maram mar ho raha hai.
And it's dominated. They already used this. It was round 6, I believe, the last time they played on Ascent. And Tens that time was able to get into the smoke before his opponent, dominated it, and got the win. This time, Texture just a little faster, just a little sharper. Sen knocked down onto an eco and going for another set play by the look of things.
You have to take risks here. I mean, when your money's so dire, if you're letting Genji take the lead on their attack side. Ooh, missing the silent jump up. Second, he's giving an indicator.
Good awareness, though. Here. Yeah, it doesn't do any damage, but it indicates that Zekken is not going to get
away
with his lucky play.
Movement, enough to survive. Doesn't even use the dash.
बच गया.
One of those rounds that Genji would love to keep clean. While there's a little moment in the round as well. 5 rounds.
Guys, kheer kha lo.
Is looking pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
It has been somewhat even. Sen have in fact actually been pretty good on the attack side too.
Up through mid. Gap is spotted here by Genji. Now a fast play. Approach. Trying to slam into these anchoring players, but it's on them to try and hold their ground. Sentinels standing side by side here, but again, the weaponry just not ideal for the job. Now, Texture feeling it necessary to really clear through a lot of that. Hello, Karen spotted an upgrade here for the anchoring players. Again, close, tuck 2 dice, but there's no trade and no swings. The anchoring players out back here with the Sheriff. John QT, but not expecting it away with the Bucky! Gaming! No!
भाई Bucky को delete कर दे.
10 set up, it's a 1v1. That's such an important one at that. The money was dire. 10s. 6 bullets accounted for.
Let's go.
Exactly.
Bucky के 2-2 शॉट में नहीं मर रहे बंदे भाई. मतलब एक से नहीं मर रहा क्या?
Another miracle. Ritualistically brought down by the crowd, willing it into existence, I think. How are they doing these?
No shot.
What a timing. To be honest with you, I thought it was over when the Bucky didn't deliver those 2 clean one-shot kills.
I mean, I'm shocked Zekken didn't one-shot them.
Yeah, he was so close, but still able to finish one of them off. The other week, Tens wins a 1v2 towards the end after opening things up.
Zekken भी बोल रहा है भाई ये Bucky delete कर दो.
So many rounds like this.
चलो.
It's a Red Bull clutch, but it's also
चलो Odin time.
Economically upset the tide.
Ever so slightly for that final round.
ये क्या हो गया?
Lucky not to be dissuaded away from it.
ये क्या हो गया था?
He's going to be earning his ult as well.
And Sentinels have got to be thinking about the fact that Texture would love to do some kind of updraft dash engage into B now that they have B main control. So, you know, you're playing retake B at this point because you don't want to challenge that. He's got knives. But you've also kind of set up for a bit of a retake A approach. Now Tens and Zelsis looking to re-explore perhaps.
Right here.
Pinging out the alarm bot, important. Genji have to make sure that nobody followed that drone up.
Walking up now, Sassy. It's all about when you pick your time. It's a counter spam. Almost gone down potentially there with the damage down, and out of here with the drone. Everybody lit up, but a shot goes wide and just goes a miss. Second though, he's still alive in the fight here, but a TP into the back of the site now. There is that danger. Only 30 seconds left. What is the call to be made? The reposition backing away. Hunter's Fury. And Lucky is hoping to set this one up for the rest of the team. They're going away. 20 seconds indecisive.
They're going back to B.
Running back to B. be making plays like this, man, but maybe just getting hectic in those final moments. TP engaged, Meteor! He's lugged his way in. Damage done, and another kill found. It's all being added up. Right click. Kills here. Needs to stick in. Right click. Gamble incorrect. Oh my god. Absolutely unbelievable.
By right click है ना.
1v2. Rushing entirely into it.
I don't think I've seen a round that chaotic the entire tournament. Gen.G didn't know where to end. What a way to finish that half.
भाई राइट क्लिक मैं छोड़ दिया पता है आपको. मैं कभी भी राइट क्लिक नहीं मारता. मैंने राइट क्लिक छोड़ दिया. क्योंकि वर्क ही नहीं करता अभी कभी भी. कितना भी क्लोजर नहीं वर्क करता. इसलिए मैं करता ही नहीं. राइट क्लिक ही छोड़ दिया.
Ludicrous. Munchkin, you crazy little raccoon.
वही तो बोल रहा हूँ.
6-6 is where we stand here on Ascent. Absolute insanity, but standing by on the floor, some of Sentinel's biggest fans.
It's another great half of Valorant here in the grand finals, and I got two very special guests with me here.
Ten's की मम्मी और ये
mom Valerie and Sassy's wife Sophie. Welcome to the grand finals. Now, every map has been so close so far. They were so pumped on stage when they won Bind. I wanted to know what was going through your mind when they managed to close that out. I'll start with you, Sophie.
It's crazy actually, but it's a 6-6. We're even. I think we got it.
Oh, I like it. I like it. What about you, Valerie?
I was a little nervous, but I feel good, and I think they got this. I think they're bringing the trophy home. I can feel it.
Oh, well, it's been 1,029
ट्रॉफी लेके आ रहे हैं. ऐसा फील कर रही है मम्मी जी.
So tell me, what's it been like to follow his journey and support him all the way back to the top?
It's amazing, entertaining. I love it. I'm in awe of him all the time. He's awesome.
We think so too. Come on, guys, give it up for Tez. Come on,
guys.
And for you, Sophie, you won there in Istanbul when Sassy became a world champion. So what are your emotions right now to know that he could potentially win a trophy here with you in the audience?
I think if we get the trophy, it's gonna be a really step up in his career, and the boys are amazing. I love them all, and let's go SEN!
Come on, you guys know what to do. Sentinels! 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 Well, let's see if Sentinels can close this one out on Ascent.
इंटरव्यू खत्म. चलो राउंड चालू करो.
Crowd certainly rallied up here. Right behind
अब
Sentinels.
ये आप डिसाइड करेगा.
And a reminder, it is only Tens returning to the final stage for SEN, but Sassy also making his third time here, both looking for another trophy. An elite group.
दोनों के हाथ में एक गेम है गाइस.
Players, I believe, who've been able to lift the trophy twice, and they would be looking to join them.
Very dangerous.
Also never had somebody win a Masters and a Champions before.
Sassy, he ended up overcoming this grand finals against the demons that is Gen.G. Would be the first player to ever do it.
Pretty incredible.
We spoke about the importance here, getting the rounds up online, sent with these compositions, you know, by all metrics, from what we know, it's not an attack-sided map.
Scanning ahead.
That puts even more importance now into this pistol round for Sentinels.
And I think again,
I'm
looking at the Gen.G defensive rotations and how John tries to play with those. Because Gen.G are just so happy to trust the read. Look, I mean, at the beginning here, Caron getting info in A main. Oh, Lucky is going to start calling people back over towards B. They were thinking it was A.
He's out open. They could be fast onto him, but they're not really going to be quick enough here. Just waiting for the drone now with a shock dust through as well. A lot of damage. Tagged him up. Zekin. Slight pause into the play. Slight pause into the angle. Waiting now. What is the call from the rest of them? A flash play into the back here, but they're just waiting for the right time to strike, potentially, but now jumping right, leaping into his face. And there it is from Gen.G. Calling their bluff. They want to fight it.
Texture सीधा dash मार के अंदर.
The paranoia is good, and it blinds them all up. 3 players tucked to the site now for Sentinels, and they still don't have that plan down.
I feel like as soon as Zelsis goes for it, Gen.G are going to explode, and he thinks the same.
Think. Straight damage. It could come down to anything. A few stray shots now. Paranoia flying forward. Still no spike being planted. One-way smoke.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Caron? Has he got a pixel? No, not quite.
Not quite at all, but waiting for it. Now the knife. Takes away the abilities, takes away the threat of this one, and as the turret's getting broken, they swing right into it, Gen.G. Surely not, they're doing it again. Wonderful, wonderful patience. And capitalizing off the right moments there.
Certainly. They look great with it. As soon as SEN put pressure on the player backside, that is instantly turned into Texture dashing into a smoke to take front sight. So as soon as they know that Sentinels are focused not on them, they go and get themselves into a retake situation and start putting pressure even before the plant is down. They are looking good. Taunts being thrown across the stage. And a great way to open this up on the defense side.
Yeah, Gen.G can be really quite happy with this one.
It's all the fundamental stuff. The timing is excellent, they're confident, and they're doubling up together in these moments.
Disrespectful from Zekken. Tagged up by the knife, but still decided just to take that fight
Zekken पे ला जा चुका है.
close to them.
You're hoping that Gen.G players were not
हल्का सा खा रहा था
trying to
guys.
take a fight aggressively. When actually I feel like
आज
that's the
पता
way
नहीं
the
मेरे को
Gen.G
भूख
plays.
क्यों इतनी लग रही है.
They're not afraid to try to challenge angles. They're not the kind of team to just drop back and keep giving up room over
कहीं
and
मेरे
over
को
again.
टेंशन तो नहीं हो रहा.
They like to
कौन
disrespect
जीतेगा
the
कौन
ability
जीतेगा
a bit
इसके चक्कर में
post-up.
मेरे ज़्यादा खाते जा रहा हूँ.
Clear game plan here though from Sentinels on their eco. Can use a flash to re-clear into A main, make sure that the orb gets
और यहाँ पे
loaded up there
बहुत
onto
ही ज़्यादा
Celsius.
भयंकर वाला
Away
है.
from his ult, so they're just thinking ahead here.
तीन
to this
बंदे
round.
बी पे.
Yeah, but they are still
Gen.G
quite a
के
way away from this.
ए पे दो
Because
बंदे.
there wasn't any
ये
damage
लोग
in this
पूरे
round.
ए पे.
Celsius is still going to be 3 away from getting that online.
उन लोग को पता चल गया है. स्मोक आ गया है. Blind आ गया है.
I should say. Yeah, now they're going to be hoping for a bit of a plan here, but a Paranoia sent flying TP forwards. Blitzing, lighting here by Charon, 20 HP surviving.
टेनिस पे लग जा चुका है और यहाँ पे
But look at that, just a collapse.
खत्म.
Straight into the fragment nade and the bullets.
Flawless.
Sent flying, so flawless. Everybody surviving for Gen.G.
Beautifully done.
Beautifully done,
This
guys.
is where I
Beautifully
want to
done.
see what Gen.G have got planned. You see Texture buying the operator when the rest of his team is going for the bonus. It's not too crazy. Lots of teams that end up going for that.
Gen.G जीतेगी
They
क्या?
have a game plan to set him up. One of the other things that stuck in my head actually from listening to an interview from HSK was that he said one of the things they've tried to focus on is snowballing the game by utilizing their aim and aggression. Like, not by trying to make smart game plans necessarily, but by putting pressure on their
KJ में जितने भी है वो थोड़ा
wanting
देख
to
लो.
fight in moments like these.
क्या करा है उसने? Perfectly जेट के लिए करा है
He wants to take the op for a walk off the back of Sova utility.
अरे
That's
यार.
great information, knowing exactly where John is. You don't have to be worried about other sidelines.
Texture आगे तक आ गया है.
Turret broken. John still in the lineup here.
He almost got caught, didn't he?
Almost got caught, but look at it. I mean, the dash still.
शॉट लेके गया वो शॉट लेके गया.
Smell it, blood in the water.
That's the same pace and anticipation problem that I was noticing before. Gen.G are quite a bit faster than SEN expect.
Burst used to just try and cross Sentinels now. Scurrying away, trying to take control of A, but then there's a Paranoia. Goes flying, actually missing onto Sassy. No clear connection, but he still maintains control of A main control.
Yeah, 10's caught. Sassy dropped as well. This is looking like a monstrous bonus.
I mean, this is
खत्म.
beautiful for Gen.G.
Round खत्म.
SEN never had an inch in this. Never had an opportunity.
भाई वो जो एग्रेसिव होके केजे को पीला ना, चलिए उसको पीला ना. नहीं जोन को टिको.
Tried to make some approach in that department. Tens was the only player
ये
he
जो
made.
पहला ना.
Threw a Paranoia, got caught in a smoke, and it's
Must.
over at that point. You're in a 5v3. It's just done. He just wanders into this smoke, assuming that Karen must be focused on tree because that's where he threw the Paranoia.
अरे
And the anticipation from Gen.G is just so much better. They throw the Paranoia and they're like, right, this is the timing that the A main player is going to take. Let's stop them. The awareness is so good.
6-9
And again, from a player
लकी तेरी टीम जीत रही है.
who has not been a pro
Gen.G let's
before
go.
joining Gen.G. It's insane. He played on an amateur team, and basically that was a long time ago. He frankly just got picked out of ranked.
Ranked player on the big stage, but he's really performing. Unshaken against it. Flash repeak. Carol knows to respect that one. He's going to be using the TP just to get the hell out of there. And a call is made again from Gen.G. All stacked up.
Yeah, look at them. I mean, Meteor is already starting to rotate away from B. I'm so confident this is going to be an A exec.
Probably util expended here though, with the dart fading away. Charon shuts that down, doesn't he? Tens forward at the sheriff, but again, not too much you can do, not without the rifles.
One enemy remaining.
Sassy weakened down. Full awareness of the positioning here. This is Gen.G. Not just in
Gen.G
control,
by
they're running
Gen.G आने
away
नहीं
with
दे रही
this map.
उनको.
It's Gen.G's map pick, but it's one where Kaplan earlier in the coach interview said they were feeling very confident coming out of their game against Paper X. And the implication there that the desk picked up on is that they were going for a 3-1 win by winning on Bind, Ascent, and Split. This is looking less and less likely the more rounds go on. I want to see John start messing with the defensive rotations. It's not something we've really seen. You need to be faking at least half as much as your opponents are over-rotating. And so far, they're nowhere near.
Texture seeking out to ruin them here with a flash. Okay,
Oh,
return of the fire.
second.
Second. Right back at you with the nades, rebounding. Meteor dodging over and around. No way. Second was blind as anything. Dashed forward to try and punish, but Meteor is tucked into this corner, and there should be that punish online. Karen.
भाई एक के बाद एक टीम के एक जमा होते जा रहे हैं.
Rez to pull him back
It's
up.
going to get punished. They need to be aware.
Surely picking him up. Celsius there, but no. Spamming through the wall, but no kill collected. John QT.
What a play.
ETA cosplay in effect. This guy is found the gaps and more.
Let's go.
And another one to the collection. Sight opened up right when the team needed it.
That's incredible. What a read by John.
1v4, 1v4.
Into logs because Meteor went down early and that was open to them. Huge play. Not exactly running a fake, but just challenging Gen G for the map control and beating them. I don't think Tens is going to survive this interaction. But
Never doubt him.
Well, I'll shut my mouth. Not the world's most important kill, but a funny one to end it. There was a bit of a disaster in the middle of that round, though, with Tekken getting full blinded. Was that a team flash or what
Looks like
happened here?
Perhaps.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a team flash play. Yeah, he just full stares at Zelsus. Bit weird, but didn't really hurt them whatsoever. John bailing them out of that situation. Not necessarily with his macro calling, but with a great solo play. Reading the game.
The bankroll runs deep here for Gen G. Sentinels that need to dig even deeper.
To spread default to try to start the round. Not over-investing over towards A, but certainly making it feel like A, right? And this is where you start to see the defense pulled towards that A defense.
Helicopter. अरे पकड़ा गया एक.
But now as there's a little bit of mid pressure, you see things shifting around and Texture with an operator looking to take that pick through mid.
Right down mid, they might just walk into him.
Texture's quick. Is he there before Zek?
देख रहे हो फ्लैशर
It looks like it.
उसके साथ ही जा रहा है.
And now he's found the time.
ये फ्लैश करेगा ये आगे बढ़ेगा. फ्लैश करेगा.
And again, a difference maker. Second. He's left Texture reeling. Back-to-back rounds now.
That is a ludicrous swing. Perfect pre-aim. I mean, pretty much a pre-fire, I think. There's no time to react to that. He just knows exactly where the jet is going to be set up.
Grouped up, gathered. Lakia. A shock dart. Here's that
one.
Now.
Spot okay.
No,
almost got it.
John, yeah, it was a critical target. It needs to stay alive with the lockdown now in play. What is the call to be made? Gen G, how do you fight this one? Split up across the map here. I mean, it's just really only Munchkin, and they're just trying to get Lakia out of there. Hunter's Fury through and out into the spawn. To the location. 12 seconds left. They need to get this spike down and plant it. Maybe to push this one back and away, but Gen G, they're out of there.
It's only John in an aggressive position in the post plant right now, and Sassy's miles away. Doesn't have that ult to work with.
Doesn't indeed.
He's not going to have shock dart lineups from there, so he needs to find some way of having impact.
Start clearing the paranoia here. Still close quarters enough. It has revealed, and they have cleaned him up. With John down, finally a kill found. Second. Not going to be blinded up by that one, but still emanating out with waves of the suppression. He's dropped to his knees. Meteor, last one
तो ये
left.
सारी चीजें प्रोसेस करने में भी टाइम लग रहा है थोड़ा.
Fading out the spray here. 3 players left out in the open. Sentinels running over.
Sentinels. Zekken. क्या मार रहा है यार. ऐसा मेरे को भी खेलना है यार. वीडियो की लिंक मेरे को कोई दे सकता है क्या? How to play like this.
And he did it. This opener is sublime. And then he also follows up by being able to punish Lakia and to stop Munchkin. It's an amazing round from the star player of Sentinels. I say the star player. One of the superstar.
Good job.
Plenty to pick from. Plenty to pick from.
So Sen is still making a go of this, even though Gen G are in the lead.
Arguably still favoured, but they are starting to put a dent into that economy for Gen G. The loss round here. Gen G vital for Sentinels. They're
It
going
looks
to be
like
hoping for a flash repeat.
Yeah, another jet duel.
Dash just fades away. They're going to be using util of their own now. Paranoia even layered on top, spamming away. Exchange of lanes. No casualties.
Genji not over-rotating this time. Keeping a
Chalo,
couple of players
spot
in
kar liya dono ko.
realizing that it's not a full commitment from SEN here. They're just fighting for map control. You could consider this a win though for Sentinels.
Very dangerous situation hai abhi.
Only has 3 players on it.
Yeah.
And that's assuming they commit to A.
जाए तो जाए कहाँ?
Munchkin gathering that information. As the nade ready here.
भी हो रहा है market पे.
Short, John GT. Hello. Flash forwards on top of it here. Backing away. Will get cleaned up eventually. The air is sprayed down. Fragment, nade, texture, and Munchkin all combined. And they have shut down his approach.
Tens with ultimate. It's going to try to get into the B site and get the plant down.
Yeah, it's an open site for him. Still rapid
Sassy get there?
approach. Sassy, he's picked them apart. Texture onto that rotation, but he is alone now. Tens is going to do a hell of a job to try and hold on to this one. Keron sticking no way up onto it. Just gets that information. Now 2 players assaulting the position slowly, surely.
Sassy's so far away.
He needs so much. He needs so much here. Sassy is miles away. Reinforcements are lacking. Lakia seeking to disjoint it. That dart, it was fantastic though. Still playing inside the smoke. Lakia shuts it down. The time has been bought. A tap, Sassy. Does he think it's 1-2? The fuse, spamming away. Counter spam from Munchkin, sticking from Lakia. Defensive setup. 11 now on the board.
8-11.
Nice try there with that dart, seeing if he could assist while still being positionally a long way away. I think it wasn't quite planted in a spot where he was able to get the wall back there. It's this triangle set up again over towards A, stopping Sentinels getting in on the A splits. It looks really nice from Genji. Anytime Sen have tried an A split, the A main players have not been able to have any impact. They're just sending a drone in there and they can't actually push the players from Genji who are killing the people on cat. The A splits are being defended immaculately. But look at this, Sen are so convinced that this is going to be defensive aggression in this round.
Obviously, उनका मैच है.
Had to pop knives.
अभी होगा
They are
इधर
ready
से
for the
उधर मुड़ा.
Hunter's Fury play, a classic set play that teams would love to do.
Really far back.
Has pulled 20 seconds off the clock here.
With how time has been playing an issue for Sentinels.
Split का सेन का best मैच है
might
bro.
make the difference in the round.
Split देखेंगे.
Grouped up now with Texture. Fast rotation to try and back up the rest of his team out towards the A site.
Love this positioning from Lakia as well. If he stays over towards market, he'll have a perfect ult line, but instead he drops back towards B. Spotted people in mid and maybe just worried that it could be a B split.
50 seconds.
Time certainly is ticking here.
Decisions need to be made. I mean, you haven't pulled out good util from Genji. They can just stall you out. Right, they're going to be showing some presence, but with the knife tags, just a second.
This doesn't give you too much info. It could be a cat push, could still be a B split.
They're going to get destroyed, but they're trying to fake A presence, perhaps. I mean, the spike is in the middle of nowhere. And certainly they are fast. It was Zek. He's rapid on the uptake. Texture, even more so. And the Hunter's Fury to punish. Alarm chasing them into the top section. Mid, that's tense. He's got to try and get some value in. He's got to try and get some kills.
The lockdown.
It's really just absolutely brutalized them, slowed them to a crawl. They can't break it. They have to fight it. Tense here onto the angle again. They're swarming into the position, but behind them, Texture rips them to shreds, rips them to pieces.
Has to stick.
And there's no chances, not anymore. Genji up to 12.
भाई घुस के मार रहे हैं.
You watch what Texture does on defense. It's so good. He gets pressured here with the paranoia, instantly updrafts, kills the player, dashes forwards to re-fight that. And he immediately notices it's a fake. If he dashes away there, they don't get the info, and those B players might not have stayed on B. But because
ऐसा पता है
Texture is
आपको?
so confident
जब जी में था ना टेक्सचर, ऐसा एक बार उसमें भी मारा था. पहले में. ऊपर से आया, सीधा चिंग 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 इधर मारा, boom baby, round up now.
Looking disastrous, to put it lightly here for Sentinels on this map. Now, of course, it's not like the whole series weighs on there, but I think that every single map matters, and especially early on, you know, going back to what we were talking about. I mean, Kaplan in that coach interview saying they felt comfortable in the earlier maps in this series, Ascent being one of them, Split coming up. And it's Icebox, that territory where it gets a bit messy. If Gen G end up taking this map, they're forced to win out on split.
चैनल की ओर से टाइम उठाते हुए वो बोल रहा है कि भाई
to play on Icebox.
And bearing in mind, Gen G beat them 13-5 on split.
अरे भाई पर क्या
And does Gen G look like they've taken any break today? Does Texture look like he isn't performing incredibly today?
देखो कि अपने को गन देने की बात कर रहे हैं लोग
themselves shooting back a bit more. But I think they're also just getting
थोड़ा सा
outplayed. The
चिंगो है क्या ब्रो
the way that Gen G are playing off each other and their
हल्का सा दिमाग से पैदल है क्या
so
ब्रो
much more info to play with on their defense side. This defensive ascent has been lovely to watch. Certainly feels like there could not be a better moment
चलो भाई
for
सेंटिनल
Pacific to pick up their
ये
first
राउंड उनको
ever
दे दो
global
इजी है
trophy.
उनके लिए
Gen G, if they get this one step forwards on ascent, they'll be one step closer to hoisting it.
On the precipice.
सेकंड कार्ड है
In through mid, that's Sentinels. All eyes on that now. Second with the knives.
सेकंड विद द नाइव्स
Grouped up as well. Might be looking for a flash peek through. Drone.
पता चला एक ही तरह
Forwards here.
अब ये चला जाएगा
Oh, doesn't break it in
अरे
time.
यार
Both players and they're already up
स्पोर्ट
through
हो
mid
गया
as
वो
well.
भी
Paranoid misses. Texture.
Texture.
Clean shot.
Texture.
Rips it away. And this is Dreams being dashed. Out and away. John QT. Maybe a chance. Turn with the one kill, but it's still a player disadvantage, and they don't know where the rest of them are. Come into the corner. Hello. Finding Lack here.
Jesse.
3 versus 3. Munchie.
3v3 है
Walkabout. Celsius dropped dead to rights. 2v2 still Spike in the open. And a control gained and gathered.
चलो
Munchkin follows through with the fire.
जैसे
Double
अकेला
up
है
now, understanding the win con. Smoke to block it off. It's all on Sassy.
They know he's not close. Karen is actually
30
looking
seconds
the
left.
other way too. They've split up to form 2 1v1s. Could Sassy be given anything? He just doesn't expect them coming from
No,
spawn.
there's no way you expect this, and this could be it. This should be it. The map
Let's
done and
yaar.
dusted. Gen G. It's ever closer
Let's go
to
Gen
that
G
title, ever closer to that trophy. But it's not done yet. The job isn't finished.
They said that themselves when they won the upper bracket final. Just because we won here, they said, doesn't mean that the job is finished. But they're in a great spot.
They're in a fantastic spot. It's yet to be seen if Sentinels can fight back. Don't go anywhere. You know you don't want to miss it.
Gen G win 2-1 अब ये राउंड
Excuse me, would you mind
सेंटिनल
taking
को
a picture of
जीतना
this?
ही पड़ेगा
No problem. Thanks. Yes.
वरना 3-3 हो जाएगा गाइस एंड 3-3 इज इक्वल टू बूम 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 समझ रहे हो ना बैक टू हम किधर थे यू हैव नो इनफ मेमोरी टू ओपन ओए ये क्या नया बना रहे क्या लो सेंस स्मूथ हेमिंग क्या आ रहा है बारबी बारबी मूवीज प्लीज स्टॉप मिस्टर डीके already being wrong pronounce for flow make the same to work एवरेज जिग्नेश भाई को मिल गया है क्या यस Logitech G Pro X Superlight ASMR unboxing and Logitech G Pro X 8000 9000 2 मिनट गाइस 2 मिनट में मैगी राइज ऑफ रोनिन ये कौन सा गेम है
Warriors known as the Veiled Edge.
skills. Wow. यहाँ पे कंट्रोल्स वाकई बॉयज एक बात और है, ये कैरेक्टर्स जो आप देख रहे हो ये आप अपनी तरह से कस्टमाइज कर सकते हो, बाल, नाक, कान, मुंह, एवरीथिंग। एंड मैंने दोनों कैरेक्टर कस्टमाइज किए, दैट्स वाई इस कैरेक्टर के माथे पे आपको थोड़ी सी बिंदी दिख रही होगी। ओके, यहाँ कंट्रोल्स थोड़े डिफरेंट है और बहुत टाइम बाद ऐसा हो रहा है कि मैं कुछ ऐसा अपलोड कर रहा हूँ जो PS5 से रिलेटेड है। नहीं, या ऐसा लॉन्ग टाइम बेबी। ये इस मूड में क्यों?
गेम दिखाओ मोहित भाई, गेम दिखाओ।
ये भी यूज करेगा अगर मैं भागता हूँ तो, लेकिन हाँ बैटल में नहीं, मतलब बैटल के बाहर नहीं। वाइल्ड एज बैनर
फाइटिंग स्टाइल क्या है?
Yeah! Eight cost 1. मुझे खुद ही बचाना पड़ेगा।
ओ, लड़का लड़की दोनों हम कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं क्या?
You did well. Next, you will fight me. I will face the both of you.
Alright, I think मुझे स्विच करना चाहिए वेपन फिर, अगर ऐसी बात है।
अच्छा लग रहा है वैसे तो।
Easy now.
दोनों मिलकर फेंकते हैं। ठीक है ठीक है। इनको भी मिल गया भाई। एवरेज बाय जिग्नेस का देख ले, क्या कहना चाहते हैं एवरेज बाय जिग्नेस? किधर गया ये रहा?
Hey guys, I recently got invited by Riot Games to go test the newest agent.
The first ability, Pick Me Up, activates to absorb the life force of a fallen enemy that Clove damages or killed, gaining haste and temporary health. Think of this as similar to Reyna. So if I get a kill like this, then you can now press C. Now I'm overhealed and I'm also running faster, and you can see the duration at the bottom of the screen. And after a while it runs out, but yeah, it works basically like a Reyna overheal with one difference. I can get the kill, but I can be outside line of sight and activate it at any given time like this. I do not have to keep eye contact with the body like you do with Reyna. Then the next ability is the Metal. Equip a fragment of Immortality Essence, fire to throw the fragment, which erupts after a short delay and temporarily decays all targets caught inside. So this is a grenade that just explodes after a certain time, like that, see? And you can also bounce it. And when they're hit by this, they are decayed by 90 damage. So, you'll see now, one classic leg shot kills you if you don't have armor. So this can be probably combo with a lot of util. And the next one is Ruse. Equip a view of the battlefield. Fire to set the locations where Clove's clouds will settle. Alt fire to confirm launching clouds to block vision in the chosen areas. Here's the cool thing. Clove can use this ability after death. So, first of all, this looks very similar to Brim's iPad. It's just looks much more sparkly. One difference though is that it has the Omen regeneration system. It's a combination of Brimstone and Omen. You do 2 smokes and then the ability starts recharging just like you do in Omen. The biggest difference is that if you kill me now, I can now still smoke. See that? Now I can still smoke, but I can only smoke in the area near my body. So if you die in this area, you can also only smoke in that same area. As you can see here, I cannot move it around at all. But this is really, really cool. And this is probably one of the reasons why they make this, to give controllers the opportunity to play more aggressively. Normally, when you play a controller, you have to stay in the back to make sure that you can smoke for your team. And then finally, one other thing that is also really cool, the ultimate, not dead yet. After dying, activate to resurrect. Once resurrected, Clove will earn a kill or a damaging assist within a set time, or they will die. Reactivate to cancel early. So we're going to show how this works. I'm just going to plant the spike now. We can imagine this is a 1v1 scenario. Then they kill me. Now you see this happens, and I can resurrect, and I run around, and I can press it again to cancel it early too. Now and then I can still win the round. However, as it says here, if I don't get a kill within the timer, I will die again. It's very important and it's not that easy to notice, but when you come back alive, you actually have an ability to cancel the dismiss just like Reyna. And now I ult, and see, I can cancel it instantly. Now I'm already alive. So you can choose to dismiss and cancel it early just like you can do with Reyna. But you see now, if I don't get a kill or an assist within this time, then I die. One more thing.
Kill bhi lena padta hai.
The smokes look different when you're alive and dead. The smokes get darker when you're dead. So when you're alive, it looks like this. It's like nice. And then if you kill me, and now I'll smoke again. Now you see the smoke is much darker.
I think the biggest change for SEN needs to be on their defense, doing a better job of handling Genji's disruption. What they were doing so well was fighting forward and shutting down SEN's set retakes. If they can't make that change, if they can't come back on a map that has been their best, Sentinels will be out and Genji will hoist that trophy.
Will we go to a map 5? I know the crowd wants it, we want it, but let's go ahead and see if we get it. Bren, Sideshow, the floor is yours.
For a fourth map here in the grand finals, it's up to Sentinels to really steal their hearts. Settling in. Think about it, Genji with a better emblem on this map. I mean, split that used to be the bane of many teams when they were up against Sentinels. People arguing, why didn't they fight back? Why didn't they ban it?
Yeah, but I mean, you look at what Genji been able to do this tournament on split. It's been fantastic.
Let's go, guys.
Early ramp take to start this one off. Paranoia being thrown, countered as well. Everyone blind.
No way, Tenz, he can't get away with the kill.
Okay, but Sen also realized that that's a bit of a fake. It's not everybody in that area.
Second gets off the line.
Mid से सारे Power Rangers. और Second दो को ले गया nice.
Still walks away with 2. Return of the fire. Sen not leaving anything to chance. They're going to try and funnel and rotate everybody towards him, but yet still Genji are played right into their hands.
One enemy remaining.
There's no help.
चलो. 2v1, 2v1.
Forced to scatter and back away. I mean, we are talking about the opening 35 seconds here. And now grouped up side by side, looking to put a pistol round on the board.
Sen are getting antsy here, though.
John QT out wide, Tenz wide face! And definite chances, but Sentinels, necessary beginning here for this split.
अगर heal आपका कम है तो आप bait हो सकते हो.
And you saw from the very beginning, a lot of actually Genji's attack side. The last time these two teams faced was dominated by A ramp fights. Yeah. And kind of that fight over A heaven, actually even in the post plant. So Tenz uses the paranoia instantly to try to stop anyone from scaling. And realize that instead it's coming through mid. Second does an amazing job of picking up too.
Let's बाद में गाली और go. ऐसा कुछ था क्या?
Gotta remember this is still Sentinels before getting smacked around by some of the APAC teams. Still one of their better maps here. They might just try and jump onto this one, but Celsius spotted out, backs away, not getting caught out into the open. Still, a few stray shots in. One of the key real win cons for Genji I found as well when you were revisiting, the split map when they last clashed and played against one another was Celsius kind of getting caught out in the open. On top of those mid fights, or at least the A ramp fights that you were talking about earlier, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, in the previous time these two teams faced, they tried to set up a high-low in mid and just dropped the orb and faced into 4 players. Yeah. It was brutal. This time, not going to go for something that risky on the follow-up after the rifle, after the pistol.
They have given up a lot of space, though, to Cam. Spotting out the tippy toes.
And this is a very classic position for John's Cam. Genji are going to know that. They break it. Zekan's the only player here. He's got to get safe before the wall goes down. Munchkin, almost getting caught in mid, will die to Tenz.
I might be looking to swarm here, just a wide face and peek. John is under attack, and finally he's going to have some reinforcements. Just allowed into the side here, but everybody survives. Could have got dangerous, could have maybe got expensive, let's say.
Flawless.
But it's a good, clean finish for Sen. John Cuty's been fantastic.
Sen ka mein pe, Sen ka mein pe, bhai.
Sends a really nice smoke, and John's got cages he can play around, traps that catch people. It's very effective.
Yeah.
What doesn't work is when they lose the early round fights right off the rip. Gen.G now with rifles on board, looking to try to dominate B main by the look of things. Meteor was acting a bit as the lurk. And it looks like he is again separated from the pack.
Good time for SEN to try and cook something up here in their bonus round, and fully grouped up this time. Nothing to chance, is it? Flash through, no connection with the orb dropping down. Well, not expecting it, but it does dash into the open. There is that follow-up. Now the reaction. Gen.G fast on the approach. TP forwards by Karen, and they have cleared out that B site.
I do like the way that Gen.G balance between pushing aggressively in post plants and waiting for the flood defense. This one, just waiting to see if there's a reaction from SEN. They know that the economy's weak, expecting the flood.
Danger spotted. Nade as well, he's stunned up entirely here. Sassy, so fast of it. Zekken combining with that approach here out wide. Munchkin seeking to at least relieve that pressure and damage and offset that disadvantage. Still locked down onto the pillar angle. They wait, a pause, but now the paranoia allows them to play it a little bit deeper here. Smoke now, propped up.
Zekken is one, he's got to be healed.
He's going to top back up to a bit more health still. Gotta think Gen.G, it all comes down to the way these fights get taken. Zekken from the side. Temple taken out of Charon inside the cage, dominating but cleaned up. Munchkin in the back, 1v1! No bullets, no chance! Munchkin at the sidearm saves the bloody day.
Munchkin.
Well, that's an extremely expensive round again. SEN on the bonus, creating pressure, applying danger. Pretty disastrous dash there from Meteor, actually. Player who has really impressed me with how much smarter he seems than on previous teams. Yeah. And then grouping together to try to flush out these people one at a time. Just a little unfortunate that Zekken didn't have more loaded in the clip. But that economic damage is going to mean one Guardian for Gen.G, so it doesn't even have that much effect.
Potential for another large fight.
Now, Gen.G were fighting over A ramp with 4 players a lot of the time, the last time that these two teams faced off. This one, though, a 1-1-3.
They pause, and now they make the play here with the paranoid just a little bit too delayed. Rocket up and over, up trap saves him, but not from the bullets. Meteor falling, damage done to texture. Nade nowhere close, so he will survive, and Lakia is in mid.
Yeah, look at this awesome response from Lakia, realizing that SEN have overcommitted to the A ramp fight. He takes all of this space.
He tells us it's not going to be
पर
expected.
रेस सीखने का मन हो रहा है मेरा.
But still lands it.
What a flick, what a turn.
That is insane. Forced to pivot now for Gen.G. He's not an option. So they go back to what has been working for them. They've been doing a lot of these mid-round calls. Group up, collected together.
I'm seeing
brute force and win these fights.
I'm seeing pings on the minimap, Bren, that indicate they want to push through B heaven into spawn. I don't know exactly whether they're going to commit on that. The cam is going to spot them.
My camera is destroyed. 30 seconds left.
Just about. Snake bite though.
Yeah, look at this. They're looking to try to take the fight towards stairs while Munchkin plants.
Has got a plan. He was trying to pin it. Goes down entirely here. The trades online now for Sentinels. Obliterating any chance here for Charon. To even stand toe to toe, he'd have to hit those shots. He can't quite manage it.
A supremely better beginning to this map for SEN. Putting the pressure on Gen.G, dealing, I don't know how, but dealing with Lakia coming through vent. Gotta see this again. Oh, what a flick! That's an outrageous one. If Lakia's able to get that, the whole round just pivots.
Yeah. All laughs in the SEN camp, not letting the stress get to them.
I mean, I assume that there was an amusing reaction from Zelsis in comms as well. He seems like the kind of player to do it. But that's broken Gen.G. All of that damage from an expensive bonus round. I don't want to count them out, but the economical advantage is massive for SEN, and they needed a hot start. They've got it.
You're right, we're feeling like you can't count Gen.G out. I mean, this team made a name for themselves as well, just in qualifying for this event by winning so many of these rounds where they weren't expected to. Shouldn't be as much danger, but you never know. Molly's flying overhead here. Quickly into the approach here. There's a paranoia, and Pillar's close to it. Players getting beamed down and ran down. Showstopper rocket out wide. Results is falling. John QT left scrambling. He's trying to pick up these pieces. Pit collected and corralled now. It's only up to him in a 1v1 second. Retains that composure and holds down the fort just when his team needed it.
What a savior for Sentinels.
Very dangerous day.
After being rocked by Monyet, it was the
रिप्ले
only
दो
move where
भाई
Zekken didn't look like the best
यहाँ पे
player.
दोनों को पेल दिया प्रेस हो गया 500 होल्ड
But
करके
this one was
इसको
so
पेल दिया
dangerous. Texture did as much as he possibly could to make this one a win. John taking out Munchkin though, dropping the pit, set Zekken up for success. So much danger in that round.
Pumped up after that one.
दिनेश तो फुल फॉर्म में आ गया भाई लेट्स गो खड़ा हो गया भाई मस्त मारा रे टेक्सचर ने मस्त मारा लेकिन जैकन को जरूरत थी मतलब सेंटिनल को जैकन की जरूरत थी तब वो दिखा लिया कि भाई है वो
It's a fast play from Gen G.
Very dangerous,
accessing
bro. Very dangerous.
Over towards that B side, but now a fight into the spawn. Texture spamming the appropriate angles. It's running and
Stun में फेल दिया, stun में फेल दिया.
That's purely just off of a read. Maybe even just a sound cue.
Phantom is OP.
Great read though. And now Texture looking like he wants to get put into the smoke, or at least avoiding this flash.
ये सब मरेंगे, सब मरेंगे.
They topple and fall, and they collide right into him.
देखा?
And that's more like what Gen G were up to previously.
Round ही खत्म.
A great balance of sometimes waiting for the flood if they anticipate it, and then if they're not going for the flood, trying to disrupt the SEN retake. There was a lot of talk about how incredible Sentinel's retakes were. We were, at the beginning of this tournament, saying SEN, Carmine Core, the retakes were amazing. At kickoff, Sentinels won 61% of their retakes. At Madrid, that's 24%.
Nice round, nice round.
It's plummeted to not
Texture
even
ने
be
पेल
a
दिया बहुत
good
भयंकर.
retake percentage at all. Never mind a great one, an incredible one, unheard of one. So if SEN can get back to that kind of level and deal with Gen G looking to disrupt, there's a major win condition for them in this half.
Oh, but from Zelsis seeking to reposition. Now this is unusual angle. You can get cleared very easily.
It's nice though if Zekken continues to make noise and distract.
Trailblazer clears him. Trailblazer clears him. He's in trouble, and yeah, more so than that. He's out in the
Zelsis को पेल दिया.
Really well done. Very diligent.
Full spam ही हो रहा है भाई.
Zelsis is getting caught by a mid stack again, hoping just to be able to pick up a lurker. But look at Meteor again and kind of picking up that role as Sentinels re-push out through B
Oh,
main.
Sissy के सामने 3 बंदे.
Sassy surely not favored.
भाग.
Yeah, just backs away.
Nice.
Holding the angle for him, just over the shoulder. Offload those Seekers as well, giving him a good indicator now, but already getting a move on, a run now. Over towards A, fast sprint and fast in action. There are anchoring players. Zekken here. Oh my goodness, almost claiming that one. It was a dink. Drops him down to 10 HP. Meteor falling to the nade. Zekken still alive. Still playing towards the pillar with the help of his team with only 30 seconds left. What is the call now for Gen G?
There's very little time for them to work with. They're going into a stack. I mean, where's the win condition here? How do they get this?
Unlikely. It just looks so damn unlikely. Texture forward in this approach again, but there's no setup ready for it. Just satchels to his doom and defeat. Everybody picked apart.
हो गया बेचारा.
Oh, no kill onto Charon. To get this plant down, maybe potentially
Time हो
just
जाएगा. Muga, 10 gaming YT.
Big round from Tens. Great shot with the Guardian to open things up. But I think what actually wins the round, I've been talking so much about how the Gen G look like they over-rotate, they trust the read, they believe in it, follow the noise, that kind
ये
of stuff.
सेंटिनल को जीतना ही पड़ेगा, इसके बाद कोई चांस नहीं.
They went for the B main exploration, got the kill.
मेरे को बिल्कुल भी रिस्क नहीं लेने का है.
It was going to be a B hit afterwards. They
इसलिए वो
kept John and Zekken in anchor positions over towards A, and that's what paid dividends.
अगर सोचो कि ये Gen G जीत गई.
Staying to the fundamental defense. Now Zekken's got a showstopper to work with. Could be incredible.
हो भी सकता है, कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई.
Ramp aggression, and you're right. There is going to be that showstopper ready and waiting. He just looks for the right time to strike, and that appears to be now.
Zekken एक को लेते हुए.
Across the wall, Lakia finish gap into the wall. Maybe a chance for Meteor, but the knives just go amiss. All ran out, and so do the chances. Really, attempt to try and take this space. Still.
Zelsis from spam.
Love that smoke from Tens as well. Not something that they were previously doing, choosing to fight A ramp. But now just making sure Gen G have no opportunities to take this fight. And if they do, SEN tripled up, looking to drop the wall and take the fight on their terms. They missed the paranoia!
The paranoia! Texture! And Meteor! They combine their might! And Sentinels, no chance entirely! It's all gone wrong!
4 round था ये.
That's the bungle. And I said I love the fact that they were smoking it off and not taking the fight. Made me eat my words in about a second and a half afterwards as they just sent the paranoia, missed it, and ran in one by one. That's a tragic misplay and looking so similar to what was hurting SEN on their defense.
पूरा game पलट दिया.
advantage.
Texture OP भाई.
Yes, there is simply no need to make a play like that. They want to clear out a ramp, I understand, but you're just taking too many risks there. The Paranoia doesn't clear out the lane fully, and Gen G are so ready for that. They punished Sentinels many times before. What a huge one for Gen G.
Icebox में ही decide होगा कौन जीतेगा. मेरे को भी ऐसा ही लग रहा है.
Most teams, Sen would get away with that, but Gen G are so sharp, and their positioning is so good over towards a ramp.
Despite that shakiness,
Icebox ही decide करेगा
split.
कौन जीत रहा है.
Third, Gen G have that economical advantage. Even the showstopper for Texture here should be looking at that fourth round on the board.
Texture got an amazing showstopper round against Sen previously by doing pretty much the same thing we just saw, stopping them fighting a ramp.
So anchoring players are going to get tested.
It's unusual for Zelsis to be here on A.
Let's try and play around these smokes here, but with the wires taken out, he's pitting. Pitting early preemptive. Paranoia will not connect there. Where will the rocket go though? That is the question. And fires it straight to Zelsis. He's dropped, and with that the pit. It's an open side out, open still. Looks like a chance to take this fight, but they're not anticipating it.
Meteor
already up onto the high ground position, but Sentinel's not messing around. A rapid approach and a rapid retake of this one, but they are being cleaned up entirely. As Charon is just blocking them apart.
Munchkin ready to stop anybody going through A heaven, but the players on site had already done his job for him.
Second.
चलो
Tries to make the
एंटी.
most of it, but he's going to have no chances there.
भाई Gen G पहुंच रहा है भाई 5 पहुंच रहा है सेन के. 5-5 कर देगा इसके बाद अगर जीत गए तो.
After Senna got such a great start to this map, which was exactly what they needed. Great read as well from Texture. The Zelsis would not be
Texture
playing
by
the ultimate,
danger
because
है.
he's scared of the showstopper, and instead would be over towards elbow. And even if Zelsis wasn't there, that's a spot that John loves to play in. John also,
ये सब
without
G
the
Pro
cage
X
he
use करते हो
normally
कि मेरे
uses
को लग
to
रहा
flood
है.
from CT into elbow, wasn't really able to help Zelsis there. Or perhaps had already used it earlier in the round. Sen are going to take a timeout.
Potential turning point, really. Not just the map, but
Sentinel का time out है क्या?
series. That's why Sentinels are taking their time with this one.
I mean, the pressure is already on Sen. We knew that they were at a disadvantage coming into this. Gen G earned that advantage by bullying Sentinels on 2 of the maps in the upper bracket
If
final.
your name is
and
John
cementing
because you are
themselves
cutie.
as the leaders at Masters Madrid, but not the winners yet.
They know the job's not
अरे
finished.
गेको इधर क्या कर रहा है? अबे वो ना.
Round at a time, because not just the hopes and dreams of their country. It's a Korean team, the furthest they've ever gone.
ये Gen G वालों का
National
दिमाग
tournaments
बहुत
going all the way
तेज है.
to the finals,
वही,
but
वही,
Pacific as well. They've had 10 chances. This is the 10th one here that we're looking at in Masters Madrid.
उन लोग का इंडिविजुअल परफॉर्मेंस भी बहुत तेज
They've
है.
come close, don't get me wrong.
सबका बेस्ट ही है यार.
Tumbled
दोनों
at the
टीम में
finish
सबका
line
बेस्ट
many,
है.
many times.
कितनी बार जेनेसिस ने बचाया, जॉन गुटी ने बचाया है, टेंज ने मारा है, बूम बम, सैसी ने मारा है, लेकिन तो मारता ही मारता है. तो ऐसा ही है, सब बेहतरीन ही है.
Already overtaken that and looking to lift the trophy.
This is that new era of Valorant that we're looking at. Teams being put together. And rookies filling up the pieces here. Shots going wide there from Meteor. No tag onto the damage, and it was definitely a threat of it. Celsius on the half armor.
I wonder if they can get a read that because Meteor faced mid, he's not going to be lurking A ramp.
Cover going out.
Sassy and Zekken are still trying to clear that, but this is as the B hit comes through.
Paranoia does connect it, at least onto the dog, but into the back of the site. He needs to exchange positions, and he will do so. Wrapping back away, but Gen G have nothing to do with this site now. They are fully rotating away.
But they're rotating without anybody taking space over towards A. And Zekken and Sassy cleared this out. You know, Sassy is perfectly fine facing ramp here. He knows he's not going to get punished. He's going to be able to hear some of this. Zekken's coming forwards to try to help.
50 seconds. Now Karen does have util as well. Paranoia going to be getting good information with that one. Respecting the position here. Sassy not eager to take that fight. Instead, doubling up. It looks like potential high-low setup. Yeah, it is indeed. With him playing it onto Heaven. Satchel forwards. Cuts up the angle. Flash repick. No, not through main.
Woo!
Adjustment necessary. And Zekken comes up with the goods and more.
Let's go.
With 4 ripped away.
क्या मारा है बे?
I'm not sure if Zekken's asking the crowd to appreciate or telling Genji he can handle more of them.
Down A.
The flash play from Sassy cost him his life. Makes him look worse in terms of the stats, but it was exactly what his teammates needed.
Very dangerous, very dangerous.
Threw the back into heaven, and also allowed Zekken to try to contest the main players too. What a spray control, he's 17-7.
Leading the charge, doesn't even cover it. Almost dragging his team over some of these rounds.
Bren, the most rounds that Genji have dropped on Split this tournament is 8. SEN are looking good to maybe make it 7.
Add a few more to the tally perhaps, but maybe speaking too soon. We know how good Genji are.
And they're so good at, in the 4v5s.
Yep.
But look at this. Sassy and Zekken realizing that if nobody's there, they can take the space.
Disrespect. Zekken knows if he gets one more kill, he's got a showstopper earned available for him to just try and
Mid
get
se
out
जा
of
रहे
the
हैं.
dodge.
The trip will give him the timing here to potentially make the play.
There it is, flash through. TP pass, broken. Backs to the wall, backs to him entirely. No way!
अरे यार Zekken मिस हो गया.
Turns. Looking like ballerinas out in mid.
Zekken goes from high to low, but Sassy's here, potentially as the safety net to clean it all up.
Maybe your time to strike, Sen. Step up to the line and really reward the rest of your team. As two topple and fall,
Let's
texture
go.
soon after, and the movement.
Khatam.
Wide swing, wide face. Lead maintained for Sentinels. Vital, necessary,
Zekken बोल रहा है मेरे से हो गया अभी.
A relieved smile on the face of Zekken. No need for the replay, I don't think. After picking up 4 in the previous, look at that hand on his head. Thought he'd ruined it. But his teammates were there to pick things up. Huge from Sassy, who gave his life to make Zekken's play work in the previous round. And what a read from SEN as well, that they can get away with that because Genji group up so much in their attack side. They talked about that, they knew it coming out of the press conference after the upper bracket final.
Last round of the half. And Zekken's down already, and look how aggressive SEN are. This Trailblazer, I mean, it's so deeply pushed.
Yeah.
Constant information. I mean, Sassy is pushed entirely. He's given him the full information now, just calling it out to the rest of his team.
It looks like we're watching Genji on the defense, right?
Does.
Just believing in the read.
Taking that liberty.
Celsius cannot peek into that many players. But if you allow them to walk up mid, Zekken's death earned him a showstopper.
No way.
Sassy can't die here. He can't take that level of risk. He's just looking for the information.
Genji, all eyes now on the B side. There'll be trips waiting for him. The nade should clear at least one layer of it. Smoke's now up with the paranoia through, and it's a call made to flood right back into it. The rocket damage done, but already texture right behind. Snaps back Zekken. Shuts down the adversary, shuts down the nemesis. But does he anticipate this? Yes, he does. Movement sublime.
Let's go Zekken. भाई एक राउंड में मारता है, एक राउंड में विप कर दिया तो दूसरे राउंड में फेल दिया.
And only 4 rounds on the board for Genji. SEN were held at 5 in their matches against both of the Pacific teams here. But they've broken through that and already equaled the max amount that anyone's taken against Genji here at Madrid. Zekken can feel it. 21 kills for this young player on the defense side.
Rallied,
भाई मार रहा है.
rejuvenated, 8-4, like you said, 21 kills, looking unstoppable truly here. Still a second half yet to happen and yet to be seen.
To all the people following us at home, I must take this break to show you all how incredible is the Spanish crowd that we are having right now on Madrid Arena. And for that, I'm going to use my mother tongue. Para toda la gente que tenemos aquí, amigos, sois un público maravilloso.
Amigos.
Y vamos a demostrarle al mundo
Amigos
entero
míos.
que como vosotros no hay ninguno. Así que quiero saber con quién vais. Primero, ¿quién va con Sentinels?
मैं नहीं समझा कुछ लेकिन कुछ मस्त बोला.
Y ahora, ¿quién va con Genji?
कौन जीतेगा ऐसा बोला क्या?
Amigos, vamos a dedicarle un aplauso a toda la gente que estáis aquí y también a los jugadores, todos juntos, lentito, primero, uno, vamos. Sois absolutamente increíbles. Para despedirme, todos juntos. juntos, calentamos manos, una ola, de abajo arriba, 3, 2, 1, arriba todo el mundo. Madrid, sois increíbles, disfrutemos de esta gran final, hagámoslo juntos.
कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा लेकिन मजा आ रहा है.
Que como esta final no hay ninguna. Friends, or no, let's go back with this banger.
लास्ट में कुछ बोला, सही बोला कुछ.
But the energy is palpable here in the Madrid arena. There's been mayhem, there's been madness, don't get me wrong. But Sentinels perhaps have done enough for them here against this Gen G team.
Let's go guys, 8v4. अब देखते हैं Gen G कमबैक करती है या फिर Sentinel ये जीत जाती है कंप्लीट, या फिर हमें वेट करना पड़ेगा और एक मैच का.
Maybe starting to feel that heat. Sometimes in moments like this, it can just feel a little too real. The realization hits you. Texture knocked down to only 20 health when that's combined with the Viper Wall.
Few shots flying, nade, rebounding, but not expecting Meteor here with the damage. Done! Kills collected.
Meteor दो ले गया.
Up as well for that Gen G advantage still. There are players
4v3.
Calling for the pause and around here for Sentinels, understanding the importance of it, not getting ahead of themselves.
Their map control is actually fairly good here, with Sussy watching behind. Lakia not getting punished for this re-exploration, but also finding incorrect information. That might drive
incorrect
people into
information.
Sussy. He's weak, but he has a sheriff.
They're going to walk about themselves. What's the thought process here? Flash. Acknowledgement now, at least, that there's going to be players behind him. But Sassy feeling no real pressure, but now he's going to hear it. Jumping down into vents, they are just forcing the position and forcing the fight straight to them. Surely not favoured into this one. 3v2, damage! And down, drop down to the players here. Single shot will do it. Texture survives. Spike. It's still in the hands of Sassy here, but he's got so much more to do. Does he hear the drop down? He does not.
That's a crazy round from Texture towards the end. Combined
85.
health pools, barely in the double digits. And yet Texture's able to weave around slightly. Pops ahead.
ये Meteor यहाँ पे दो ले गया भाई.
Great resilience on show here for Gen G. Even though they're in the lead, with players that haven't been in this kind of position before, the closer you get to winning, sometimes the more the pressure mounts. I was wondering if these rookie players, or rather some of the players with less experience at the big level as well as Garon, might struggle in a spot like this, but certainly Meteor has not given up the confidence.
No. That's back immediately here in the jump spot. Himself is not seeing too much there. Ends up getting punished. Meteor, real chance for him to feast.
दो को ले गया.
Shotgun pellets. Munchkin.
एक मिनट में भी लगा गया.
Really nice idea there.
Second वैसे भी लो है.
That could be a possibility. It's all been shut down.
पे लगा.
Clean from Gen G, very clean. Second just trying to get the orb online, and he does. He runs away with it. Call that a silver lining, yeah. And Sen have got to be fairly happy about this.
Lucky, hello, knives out. What the hell is going on here? Realizing it.
Could go for a knife fight, why not? Second gets picked off, but Sen won't be too bothered about that. Another huge difference between Sen.
कैसे माउस ऐसे कर रहा था, छोटे बच्चे नहीं चलते उसकी तरह.
The vibe, the atmosphere.
It's so different.
They don't feel as timid and confident. Ten said that he was zoning out throughout the game. Couldn't really find good timings to be able to take his ones. Second got shut down. It's different, and yet Gen G are still keeping it within two. They're such a dangerous squad, and it's on them to cook up some idea for this bonus round. What a weird wall from Munchkin over towards A.
This is bizarre. Different twist onto some of them that are being thrown out. Blocks up this angle. Meteor happy to jiggle it. They could have crossed onto either side here. Okay, there it is. Just spotting the one and now backing away. Munchkin. Did he miss that timing? Was he going to be aware of it? Meteor close now. Tucked to the corner. Trailblazer, any seek or attempt to punish this one. Might just be met pound for pound. 3 players grouped up mid. Also being explored here, but the first kill. Damage done. Meteor dash to disengage away. And Lakia.
They're going to get caught here.
Covering fire. You're right. They are getting caught in all sorts of positions. With Karon falling. Zekken creeping and crawling. Whoa. Texture though. Back at it again. It's not quite enough still. It's an overwhelming advantage now for Sentinels.
Exactly where you are.
I'm watching for this again. Texture caught. So much value out of this position over towards Vents. Again, feels like a hard read.
चलो भाई मीटर भाई जमा हो जाओ.
Baiting them into fighting over A ramp.
Zekken भाई.
Contact play. Anytime where
चार
you see
चार
Sen
चार
taking
में
mid
चार
control
8.
without using dog or blue
12 किल तो 3 राउंड में हो गया उसके.
They just know that Gen.G love to group up heavily on sides of the map, and this is where you're finally seeing that adaptation abusing the holes that Gen.G cause by trying to stack players. It is difficult though, because if you get the read wrong, you're just walking up mid into a crossfire. Meteor is now going to have an operator online.
Okay.
But he's holding very far back over towards A. It's not a position where you're likely to get too
मीटर
much
को
value.
ऑफ दे दिया है. अब देखो ये इसका कैसा प्रयोग करता है.
Looks like Gen.G were setting up for a punish over towards B.
Yeah, and at the very
probably
least,
the seconds one away from the ult.
yeah, it also allows them to get good information behind Zelsis's orb, which he's put at the front of B main. And now as it goes down, Gen.G knows that there's nobody over in this area of the map.
Clearing a push with the flashes out into wide face, really wide face, but all the kills eventually being collected and traded there by Caron. Meteor though, gonna miss though to where these potential players could be. Good information, at least with the acknowledgement there. Trailblazer finding the target and the mark, but really chaotic situation. Pings on the map though, Gen.G are aware.
Yeah, and I don't think Gen.G are actually going to think that it's a full commitment A heaven. You would expect Zekken to be with the play here because he's one away from Showstopper, he's the entry player. So the fact he was in market, I think, has scrambled Gen.G a little.
Yeah, they're all over the place this time, less trusting of their gut and wondering where the hell these players have gone to. Tens almost going down there, out to the open. Meteor left to anchor now in his position. He's being assaulted and swarmed. Paranoia is good, shot missed. Going stray, still walks it down onto this angle, but look at it, they've just absolutely overpowered them.
Very good way.
Really beautiful
चलो
attack
जमा
side
करो
from
लाके आ
Sen.
जाओ भी.
Gorgeous calling from John Cudy, from the whole team. Contact plays. In the previous, contacting up mid to pinch the players over towards A heaven. This time, going for a semi-contact all the way through A heaven. Karen just caught a glimpse and gave up the game. Take a look at the replay as Luckier saves. Look how deep they are before Gen.G get the read. And to me, the biggest strength of Gen.G on defense is the fact that they get the reads. They either play aggressive or they re-clear in the mid-round or something to give Munchkin that gut feeling that he's going to make the right call. And I think you could see it on the minimap there. Gen.G were so spread out, even after they re-cleared B main, spotting Zekken with the Trailblazer in market was a real head-scratcher for them. Love what John Cudy's bringing out here. You can see that they've put in a lot of effort, and what a tight turnaround for Sen. They had to play basically the entire time since losing on Split. They haven't really had a break to work with.
No.
Gen.G are the team that should have been able to pull adaptations out of it, but it's harder when you won. It's actually easier to learn from your mistakes.
Yeah,
That
truly.
seems like what Sen are doing.
Gen.G now calling this timeout, seeking a few adaptations, because they're realizing that the map slipping away from their grasp. Sentinels holding this lead, looking more and more likely that this map 5 is just inevitable.
Now, map 5, Icebox, would be good news for Gen.G, but a lot of it has to do with keeping up that spirit. I feel like it's
मेरे
difficult
को नहीं
from the
लगता कि मैं
outside
आइस
to
बॉक्स तक
understand
पहुंच
just how
पाऊंगा.
much mental game there is
मेरे को
involved in
डेंजर
Valorant.
नींद आ
If
रही
you
है.
lose your confidence, if you hesitate, doesn't matter how good your game plan was, how
मेरे
good
को
your
सोना
ideas
पड़ेगा
are,
मेरे
if
को
you
लग रहा
can't
है.
execute on them because you're feeling the nerves, feeling the pressure of the moment, you're going to let it all slip away. So that's what I need to see from Gen.G here. Even if they're not able to rebound on this map, which I'll be hoping they can, that they're at least keeping their heads above the water.
Toss the hesitation to the side here, trust the gut, make the plays. That's what carried Gen.G so far all the way to this grand finals. You can't lose your nerve here, not when you're at the finish line.
So this is the Viper wall now being put over towards B. That is a difference. Normally Zelsis has been putting in A and the orb on B.
What's this?
But it doesn't look like Gen.G are thinking it's a real threat. It's only Munchkin in this area with a Bucky.
I've seen Gen.G do work in spots like this prior, especially inside the orb. Hello, Munchkin. There's the dog now, breaks it, will let loose that snake bite. So covering the retreat, but at the same time, John QT
चलो, John QT.
here, anticipating every
दो को
single
ले गया
play.
guys.
Getting two there is a job well done. Karen did return that fire, but Munchkin pushed back and away. Snakebite vulnerable. Boombot in his face, barely dealt with. Still alive and kicking the Meteor. Rapid on the approach, rapid on the uptake.
They didn't help Zekken. Zekken got into sight and they were scared. Scared of the Buckies, scared of the Snakebites coming down. Something caused a hesitation in SEN here. And it's a 3v3, still with knives on the other side.
Fear might cost you if you are Sentinels, Karen. It's close, not quite concealed, only good for the one. There's that instant trade. The Meteor's way ahead of you. Look at this guy, already taking a position forward and tucked underneath. He's picked up a rifle, and this could be the playmaker. Real time, watching it play out. It's like a car crash in slow motion, but a top plant, not anticipating it, labored in that 1v1, or 1v2. Sassy removed. Meteor, what a play.
The anticipation again of the rotate coming through before SEN had even realized they were going to end A. Meteor knew it.
That's trust.
फिर तो हो गया ना जीजी.
We're talking about having just no hesitation in terms of the way you make these plays.
And yet for Sentinels, I think it was a bit of hesitation. If they bullied their way through, Munchkin set up on B, they're probably there to help Zekken, maybe even trade that out. Listen, there's a possibility that it all goes wrong as well, but that's how dangerous Gen G can be. Solo and HSK looking like that's given them new life. Wind in the sails.
You can understand why. Zekken does have this showstopper. Critical tool that they could be using. Maybe swing this round when the economy, not a super heavy investment. Gen G should have some money just left in the bank, but if they lose this round, it won't look ideal for them.
Zekken was dominating on the defense side. I think he ended it with 23. Hasn't quite been able to find the same success, but here he comes.
Yep, just following it. It's all going to be leading. No way! Meteor plucks him out of the sky.
Didn't get cleared. He was on top of the box.
And the threat of that rocket is just negated immediately. Tens, though, he's looking for timings of his own, and this is the right time to take them. Gonna play riskily now when you're a player down, especially against a team like Gen G.
Texture.
Stacked.
Oh, they just missed the timing.
Texture. He's going to spot him now. Tens
By Gen G and PRX को
He's a dead man walking.
He really should not be getting away with this at all. Texture not even worried about it. His team's going to be calling for it. He wins the fight out. Munchkin taking that one alone, but already
फिर तो हो गया Sentinels का.
the advantage and now that close position.
अगर तू बोल रहा है वो सही है
तो pick himself just wondering how the hell did he get there? Two players to stand but turning it down, and Meteor
3 ले गया.
heat. All up to John.
Again, another SEN player in a 1v2 to end this situation. Not favoured. 25 seconds. Doesn't know where Meteor is. There's barely going to be any time here. At some point, he's got to get a move on. He's going to give the information away to Lakia.
15 seconds.
Can he knife out walk the entire way?
As much as he possibly can. Wants to give away absolutely nothing. But at some point, they got to know it's A. And Lakia, yeah, finally realizing, turns his attention towards it. Barely enough time. So John's got a hell of a task ahead of him now. Doesn't know where the players are. Left to take some gambles. Lakia, what the hell was that peak?
That's an unbelievable shot, though, from John.
Absolutely. Brought it to the 1v1. 8 bullets left in the clip. Smoke out. Open Meteor. Spoils the potential play of a lifetime.
I believed it for a moment. He even got the game reset, but Meteor comes up with another huge round, saving Gen G. They looked down and out. And here it is, the punish on the showstopper after already winning that previous round. He dominates, shuts down Tens, wins the 1v1 at the end as well. They'll have to film another take of that.
Oh, frustrations on display.
Not the cinema that John was looking for there. I believe we're going into a tactical timeout here as well.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, timeout for Sentinels then. They've just lost 2 rounds in a row. And things have gotten very scrappy in the middle of them. I mean, the engage up into B heaven seems to make a lot of sense there. Dog, showstopper follows it. They just weren't expecting there to be 3 players.
No.
They had the audio cues that they were chasing one away. They're expecting another to be hard anchored on B. They just don't think the Meteor's also going to be there. How do Sentinels adjust their attack side to get value? Because now they're also heading into Texture's ult. I mentioned it earlier too.
Kill for the cameraman.
23 kills to end his defense half. He was somewhere in that area, even if I'm wrong with the exact number. He's only at 26 now.
Yeah, it's been slowed down.
Yes, he hasn't really been able to have the same level of impact on the entry. And to be honest, him entering was part of what looked magical in the game against Paper Rex. And when he played Lotus against Gen G, actually, he was just sailing in, dominating opponents, cracking stuff open for the team. Kind of dragging the rest of SEN through some difficult moments.
Not in hot water just yet, but again, that lead that they had, no longer steady. Gen G creeping back up to it now, trying to make it an even map, an even game. Texture. Well, that showstopper here. Caron setting up the play out towards Ram.
That's pretty risky, actually, giving away his positioning there. Intense is taking the timing.
Smoke out. Texture though, with the rifle in his hands. He's the one who has to really land this one. Shot! The crouched up. Not expecting that. Too many players to account for. Texture falling. Caron now with the judge. Now, I've seen this one before. If they walk right into him, there could be trouble.
Yeah, but they've got the Cypher on. They see that he's got that weapon. They want no piece of that smoke.
Now a maneuver all the way over. Lakia out wide, trying to anchor this position. Follow through with the kills, and they do trade out those available plays. But Caron, TP in the fight, in the mix, inside the smoke, trying to dominate this one. But he only has the judge. What can one man do? Not enough. Hit. Lay it down for Sentinels. They're not leaving this one the chance. They need to clean it up now. But Munchkin, the IGL. Does he anticipate Zekin's forward position? He does not. So, 11-4 now on the board for Sentinels. Off the back of that timeout. New lease of life on their side.
And that's a great attack side call again. SEN are really adding fake plays into their game. Yes, it's this one that opens up the round officially on the kill feed, but the whole reason that they're able to take that space in mid silently is because they created pressure A-ramp and then got knowledge about where Caron was playing and knowledge that there was an opening in mid they could take advantage of. Now, last time we saw Gen G on a broken buy, they won the thing. So don't count them out here.
Definitely have the tools to do so again.
But, I mean, their positioning it couldn't be more wrong at the moment. Munchkin's got to try and hold it down with the judge until the cavalry arrives.
Not going fast onto his approach, but now they might just be. Still that judge. Prime position to really get some work done with this one in the close quarter avenue. Still they dash past him. They don't know where he is finally. Dealing with him. But that push down mid has turned into a fast flank with all four of them. The trip. They're giving it away, but are they going to be aware that there's this many players?
No reaction from SEN. They're not trying to take space elsewhere.
No. Holding the ground, ensnared onto the site. Now from that high ground position, spam through, but Ten's not being baited with this one. Texture, how has he got that? Opened it up onto Zelsa's rocket, rebound into the bag, kills, collected, and it's a 1v2 out of nowhere!
Oh.
Caron delivers. I tell you, man, you
Very dangerous round, baby.
Gen G out. It's another thrifty for Gen G, man. And it's SEN not being quick enough, not realizing fast enough that everybody was on the flank there. You know, from our position, seeing all of the perfect information, it seems obvious. Okay, you need to take screens control, you need to be able to take heaven control there. But they didn't plan for heaven, and they just all got stuck on site. They were expecting there to still be some people over towards screens or ramp or heaven.
Yeah. And unreal mechanics on display.
Yeah. Absolutely. Meteor to open, Texture's ult, and then Caron closes. The three heavy hitters.
Putting in work. 2 rounds stands between them in terms of that equalization. Again, looks like a fast play out, and it is. Gliding forward, Selson goes down to his own nade. And Texture with the damage on the rifle in play. John QT is so fast here, just trying to follow through with Sassy. He's already gained that ground here, but they've lost too many players.
Surely. I mean, Gen G don't have that many holes in their defense side either this round. Munchkin's already keeping B main control. You know, you've got Caron looking for the lurk play too.
Yeah, he's taking that real quick.
That was just an attempt from SEN to try to up the tempo. Use the fact that they'd faked fast A control earlier. But I think as soon as you saw the cages come through with the blast packs.
This is a full investment round for SEN.
Yeah.
You lose this, the economy goes tumbling once more. Gen G up to 10.
Maybe,
just maybe.
Genesis
getting away with it again.
But the movement, they can't use that.
Genesis
it does pull the Gen G players away slightly, but as soon as the plant goes down, Gen G are going to know that they have to focus on B, and Zels is going to get rooted out here.
Not again.
No!
Not again! No way! The 3 versus
Let's
3.
go.
The discipline, the diligence, Paranoia sweeps through. Now to Seekers over the top with the flash, trying to hold his ground. Sassy does not go down. Pillardo, blade up, double up, guns need to be out and AI in play. Finally, Lakia. A 1v2 finds the first. Next one on the cards.
Woo!
Get out of here. It's
पूरा
lights
गेम
out.
पलट दिया बे.
He's been so
Lakia
good
bhai,
for
Lakia.
Genji in the clutch. And he cleans it up again. Zelsis got away with murder in that round to make things doable. But finally, Genji got rewarded for their good early round play. There've only been 3 successful rounds for Sentinels in this half so far. Genji otherwise finding moment after moment. And look at the reaction. Pure relief on Lakia's face.
Lakia मेरी जान, let's
All
go.
the rest. The stress, the heart rates all spiking.
Tension is there, palpable.
But the economy declining.
Now they have
Fast
to make
again.
a play, they have to make a play, they have to make it now, backing away with a position of respect being shown.
भाई लोग इतना फास्ट खेल रहे हैं, उन लोग को सोचने का मौका नहीं दे रहे, समझ रहे हो?
Genji have made such an incredible comeback in this half. They're starting to believe it. They're starting to earn it. They're only 3 rounds away from lifting that trophy. And this one should be a gimme.
Even it up 11-11. It's up to Sentinels to pull out. Not just miraculous moments, but honestly just divine intervention. Might just be necessary.
भाई बहुत डेंजर हो रहा है.
Info gathering for Lakia here. There's not as much chance of a punish. Here's the dog, Trailblazer broken, denying, and he's sort of grounded. He might be able to gain Meteor. He's up close and personal now with this rifle in his hands. Does he anticipate his kind of danger? It's returned.
Meteor दो ले लिया.
Fire, but he's already gained 2 kills for his team, and now John QT wants to put a bit of a move on here still. Doesn't have a rifle to take that fight, dodging, ducking, weaving. Finally, the run and gun in action. Sassy, sticking his plan down.
3v3 है.
Very nicely done there by Sentinels. Lucky had just given it away a little too early by taking the shot. Missed it on John. He's opened up a chance for Sen. Post plants look good as well, honestly.
They do.
They've also planted so that
Caron.
Tens could get one and then ult away to heaven.
Possibilities now for Sen. Twist and turn and find themselves up to 12 here. Paranoia's exchanged. Okay, the nade just dodged the bout with the TP. Engage. Texture. Matters into his own hands. He's just blitzed his way onto the site now and out through the back of it. Neurofem. Maybe some false information, but they are looking everywhere now. Smoke. Drop down. Texture. Sticking. Half. Denied.
टेक्निकल तनेज ने बचा लिया भाई.
What a way for Sen to respond.
भाई मेरे को लगा कि ये राउंड पे जेनजी जीतेगा.
The Thrifties will not go quietly. Both teams finding those avenues to be able to turn these into miracles. It's Lakia there who just pulls the trigger a little too early, gives away his spot, and from there John and Sassy wiggle their way in to be able to get the plant down into such a nice area for Tens to play. Didn't even have to use the ult to reposition. Pit in mid, Sen, map point, looking to try to extend the series, deny Genji the trophy at least for now, and move us on to Icebox.
Here.
How well Genji have been playing. There's no certainties. But I think Sen are happy in this spot now.
भाई एकदम इंटेंस है, फुल इंटेंस. आइसकोस में हो जाएगा जो होएगा, होएगा जो होएगा, वही जो होगा वो आइसबॉक्स में होगा, फिर पता चलेगा कौन है खूनी खेल.
But he's hiding inside a smoke, looking to try to make the play here.
Who is the dangerous? Okay.
Off angle.
Okay.
Against the high-low there, it's very difficult to get anything done.
Icebox आ रहा है guys. Icebox incoming.
Instant reaction here. There's a fake Caron. He commits a TP to try and reinforce that A site, but it's all for naught. Texture, the lone player to stand against it. The onslaught sweeping them through all the bounds, and the Stinger's just not good for it, at least for that. Paranoia though, has to be a follow-up and it has to be a clean-up, and there is there on time. Texture dropped in the process now with 30 seconds left. Take a pause in the round and take a breather because Sentinels realize it. The chance now to extend that play in the series. to take it all the way to Icebox. A tap forces it out. The first wave of the
Chalo.
util. Oh, the flash is flying through, and so do the bullets. Lakia, a lot to overcome, a lot to
Let's
do.
go.
It's impossible. Top 5 is on the cards.
Icebox. चलो भाई.
From a 13-5 loss, back to back, the last 2 times that SEN play split, they take back their title of looking like the team who's best in the world on this map. Absolute cinema at the end there from John QD2. The fakes have got to be coming against the way that Munchkin plays defense, and he had them in every moment.
An unbelievable series so far. Would we have it any other way? Map 5, Icebox coming right at you.
Good night, Vigo bhai. भाई हो गया रे, हो गया. तीन मिनट के बाद आइस बॉक्स है. 3 मिनट के बाद आइस बॉक्स है, बट मेरे को बहुत नींद आ रही है. मैं थोड़ा सा देखूंगा फिर सो जाऊंगा यार, क्योंकि कल मेरे को थोड़ा सा जल्दी उठना पड़ेगा. मेरे को एक काम है हल्का सा सुबह. वेरी इंटेंस सिचुएशन. मेरा भी ऐसा ही हो गया है. 12 पॉइंट पे मैं भी खड़ा पड़ा हूँ. क्या करूँ क्या नहीं, देखूं तो उठ नहीं पाऊंगा यार. देखना है मेरे को वैसे. बहुत डेंजर है, बहुत डेंजर है. अभी ये अगर अभी 2 बजे से स्टार्ट होगा तो कितने बजे तक रहेगा? 3 बजे तक तो रहेगा ऑब्वियसली. मैं सो जाता हूँ गाइस, सो जाता हूँ, बिकॉज काम ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है वो. समझ रहे हो? ये तो जो जीतना होगा वही जीतेगा, बट लाइव देखने का अलग ही मज़ा है कि कौन जीता. बट स्टिल आई एम गोइंग टू स्लीप. समझ रहे हो? काम इज़ वेरी इम्पोर्टेंट. बाकी और बताओ. न्यू एजेंट यार मस्त है वे, पूरा अलग अलग बूम बाम, मज़ा आएगा खेलने में. अपने को कब से मिल रहा है? एवरेज भाई जिग्नेस को मिला ना, उन्होंने कैसा खेला?
Riot Games with the newest agent, Clove. I open noise until I take the orb, maybe.
Wait, Cypher B this time.
Are you guys ready?
My ult is ready.
Alright, let's go, boys.
Dropping smoke. I can't hear anything. I can't hear shit, bro. I'm gonna run
उनकी
away.
साइड में इतनी शांति क्यों है? हमारी साइड में क्यों इतनी शांति नहीं
Could
होती?
be mid.
Here, let me go first, bait me.
Yeah.
लेट्स गो गाइस, लेट्स गो. तो आज के लिए बस इतना ही रखते हैं. ओके. और ये देखूंगा मैं, थोड़ा सा देख के सो जाऊंगा. ओके, या फिर ना भी देखूं, क्योंकि टाइम बहुत ज़्यादा हो चुका है और मेरे को कल उठना ही पड़ेगा. गुड नाइट, गुड नाइट, गुड नाइट, गुड नाइट, गुड नाइट एवरीवन. गुड नाइट, बाय 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 बाय. आज के लिए बस इतना ही.